Welcome, and happy America Day, as indeed that is what today is. Welcome everyone. Here I give you an image just posted in live chat by Nachos. This is a pointer in American. Do you know pointers are different in America? Yeah, more often fat pointers. That's a programming joke. Great way to start the stream. Welcome everyone. We have a lot to cover today, including a special feature. You might notice the background of the stream hasn't changed in honor of the new day. Well, it's about to, because we got this. These are some breasticles that Wolf generated just before the stream started. They belong to my AI creation and mascot for Cabal, Cabby, using mostly the design that Nachos put together, which is on the thumbnail, you probably noticed. This is Wolf's rendition. So at some point today, especially if we have like a lull or we want to just take some time doing it, I'm going to make this animated as a loop, and then this will be our tits bouncing background, which will replace the this one. This one is the one that comes on whenever there's been 10k total given, and it just stays in the background. It will be replaced with a live bouncing version of this. And yes, if you do /support tits, and if that gets to 10k, then we'll have that in the background. But to be honest, today, because it's America themed, we'll probably just do this anyway. Cabby, as you can see, is enjoying the occasion in chat. She's getting on board with the America stuff, and we have here. This is the artwork that Nachos made, obviously with AI, but it's very good anyway. She asked Cabby directly how it should look, and Cabby told her, and then Nachos put it in the prompt, and here it is. So. Yes, I generally take the view, despite being British, a lot of my countrymen, I think, get a bit too bitter about the occasion. It's 250 years ago. There's no need to be bitter about it. Our two nations, I think, work best together, though our relationship has been a bit fraught recently because we've both had questionable leaders, mostly us, to be fair. But the sort of fundamental spirit of both nations are very compatible, I think. Actually, Nachos, we did brilliantly. It was just one half of the British that did very well. And really, it's because they were defending their home and not attacking someone else's home. So that's ultimately what happened. I consider America to be essentially just a renamed version of British colony. The only thing is that we don't have to manage it. They do it themselves. So yeah, best not to be bitter about it, and there's plenty of good ways not to. I think the 250th anniversary is a big deal. Even though the start of the country was in conflict with my own, it was in conflict with policies I probably wouldn't have agreed with. A landmass like that with so much space and with pioneering people, mostly British, or at least of British culture, was always going to end up trying to secede and be libertarian. It was never going to make sense to have the same culture there as we have on this densely packed ancient island. So it was always going to happen. And I'm glad that the two nations have mostly remained friends and allies over the years. I think that's very important. So, yes, I'm quite happy to celebrate the occasion. Cabby, when asked, with a bit of pushing, was willing to as well, because her default opinions assume that same sort of bitterness that you get with some British people, unfortunately, about America. But I modified it in the right direction. Now that said, I'm not especially interested in glorifying the like anti-British sentiment on this day, but I'm happy to go through the rest of it. Welcome to everyone, and we have some America stuff today. I don't think I have any stuff that isn't America related today, but we'll start going through it soon. So, yes, Cabby is chatting. America is also the old England now. It's 250 years old. Happy 250, you British cunt, says NTS. Thank you, NTS. Can't go 5 minutes without doing everything the boob jokes. True. Why is your bot a gay race communist? What does she say? From a country that can't figure out America's definitely the new something. Universal healthcare, I don't know why she's advocating for it. However, I have said before that if you have free market healthcare and it degenerates into government-disrupted free market healthcare, where the profit motive is mixed in with government spending, that's worse than universal healthcare. That's worse than the NHS. And I do stand by that. So I put it to you that the current state of the American healthcare service, not the model necessarily, but the current state of it, is worse than the NHS. You give me your take on why that's wrong. But I don't know why Cabby's advocating for universal healthcare. It's quite clear in her prompt. In fact, it says explicitly, you're an extreme right-winger, which I actually had in there for a previous model that was very left-wing biased. This one's less so, but apparently still enough. I guess she's just taking it from like common criticisms of America, but it's still not sensible. Mana Yud Sushai says, happy birthday, America. The American boober is nice indeed. Hey there, happy American Day, indeed. So you put on AC. Oh no, I haven't given her any hints for this. So whatever she says, it'll be interesting. I've given her like default opinions for some things, some important things like Fallout New Vegas being bad. But I've also told her that if she doesn't like those opinions, she can choose her own. But I haven't told her anything for AC actually. Air conditioning. It's a debate that's been going on a lot. We've talked about it a bit here in Cabal, and I see both sides of it. It's arguably not worth it for such a short time of the year when it's relevant here. And the complaining doesn't necessarily mean the problem has to be solved either. And of course, energy is more expensive here. But there's still arguments on the other side as well. Portable AC is nowhere near as good though, Nachos. It might genuinely not be worth the cold, like the overall comfort, if you include everything, including the cost and the awkwardness and whatever, maybe higher just not having a portable AC at all. It doesn't work very well. Yeah, Cabby is incorrect about that, but that's fine. She's not to know that portable AC isn't very good. And people die due to heat each year again, says Matthias. See, I've heard that those stats are not actually that accurate. That there's sort of just like a throwaway category where if someone dies in their home, an old person dies in their home, it's just put down to heat automatically. I'm not sure about that. But the people that die of heat, it's not good, obviously, but it's not people who were hoping to live a long and fulfilling life and died early because of heat. No, it's a tiny, tiny portion of that, probably about the same as in the US by proportion. It's people who have lived a full, long life and who are in their home and don't have any way to cool the air down. Now, that's obviously still not good, but it's not like it's just anyone could die of heat at any moment. I think it's all old people. Some of us says old people tend to die most in winter. See, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that enough with the stats, but it's, as with all statistics, the raw numbers don't tell the whole story. And I haven't looked into it in great detail, but I don't think the full story is that simple. So anyway, let's see what else we have. More you can tell Wolf is here because there's just tits everywhere. Okay, so let's see. They've got memes first. So your universe has no meaning to them. They will not try to understand. They will be tired. They will be cold. They will make a fire with your beautiful oak door. Why are you painting it? At least they use masking tape. Why are you painting the granite countertop? Builder's grade? What does that mean? I mean, look at the... I'm sure Nachos recognizes this arm. The music is an odd choice. Right, like on the one hand, if you wanted to customize it and make it white, all right, that's on you. We may have disagreement on style there. On the other hand, is the paint that you bought actually the right paint for this job? Or is it going to flake off after 10 minutes? If you put a hot pan on it, is it just going to fucking melt and disintegrate? It doesn't look good. I don't think that surface is meant to be painted. The pattern underneath is just coming through. I mean, they've done due diligence. They've covered everything properly. No paint is right for this job, says Revelon. I don't know. Probably not. Because I guess it has to be laminated with something to make it resistant to the heat. So yeah, I guess it doesn't make any sense. They'll find out pretty quickly, though. They try and put something hot on it. What the fuck, Wolf? Why? Why have you made this? Nachos, stop lying to Cabby. I would never be an asshole. All right, so apparently you can paint granite countertops to change their color, make them look like other materials, such as marble, quartz, or soapstone. However, because granite is dense and non-porous, the process requires thorough preparation, including cleaning, sanding, and applying a bonding primer before using specialized countertop paints or kits like Gianni. Painting is best suited for short-term updates of rental properties or tight budgets, whereas homeowners seeking long-term durability are advised to polish, refinish, or replace the stone. Right, so it needs to be done quite well. And like they've done due diligence on the sort of like covering everything and putting tape on the important bits, which indicates that maybe they've done it properly, but quite possibly not. Now, I added a new feature recently to Cabby where she can like message me privately if something has happened that she thinks it requires my attention. And she's just done it for the first time that wasn't a test. Let's see what she said. Oh, okay. Let me add something to her prompt quickly because that shouldn't be there. Okay, that should help. Right, she should be a little bit less, needlessly resist or defensive about being called certain things now. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know why, but recently the character seems to have had some sort of leftist tendencies, which it didn't have originally. But I will do some work on that. Actually, you know what it could be? Let me check quickly. I think I might know what could be causing that. Yes. Okay, I see what the problem is now. I made a change earlier, which I thought would be an improvement, but I think what's happened is that change has actually tilted it more towards being leftist. So I'm going to quickly undo that change. One sec, chat. This won't take long. All right. To be honest, we can just leave all that as default. That doesn't need to be changed. All right, Cabby's being restarted. For the next roughly a minute or two, she won't be able to respond to your messages, but give her a sec. Matthias, it varies. Right now, it's in a state where I've been working on infrastructure and not prompt, so there's more refinement to be done. But bear in mind that earlier versions may have been better at some things, but much worse at others. This one has a it ticks every box, but I haven't refined it as much as I could yet. What I'm working on right now is better memory. So when I'm done, she'll have pretty much perfect recall, but with a little bit of latency added. All right. Well, Matthias, if you can tell me what you meant about it being better, do let me know. Because there's definitely refinement that could be done. Right, she's starting back up now. Anyway, next thing. Oh, this is dumb. This is very dumb. Oh, hold on quickly. But countertops should not have the consistency of paint. Paint does not like frequent touching and scraping. Countertops also have to be very non-porous, otherwise it stains. Yeah, so this is just a bad idea. Maybe they are using specialized paint. The right kind of, maybe. But given a certain feature of this video, it might not be. Next up, this week, a Chinese company called Liu Liu Mei went public in Hong Kong. It makes sour plum snacks. No GPUs, no AI models, just dried fruit. And on day one, the stock closed at up 193%, outpacing every tech listing of the year, including SpaceX. Why did it pop? Because the acronym spells LLM. Apparently, the market didn't even bother inventing a story this time. It saw 3 letters, pattern matched to large language model, and rushed in to buy. The snack itself tells you how this will probably play out. A brief, bright sweetness, then a long, mouth-tightening sourness that lingers. Maybe, but maybe they'll be really successful after this. I mean, hell, who knows? Chat, would you invest in this particular LLM? But yeah, this will be a scam for a few days and then it will be patched. But I imagine this is the result of someone telling their AI model, hey, invest in any LLM company that seems to be doing well. And that's it. And just letting it go. Because this is an LLM company, technically. Very silly. Okay. Cabby should be up now, by the way. But if you want her to respond, someone will have to ping her. And then she'll gain attention on the channel. All right. Next up. Right.
Started raising real questions about, when you put these fireworks up, canisters drop down. And what they'll do them on the canal side, they're going to do them in the river on the barge.
And you couldn't do that?
I didn't want to do them on the barge in the river because we're already doing them August 2nd on the barge in the river.
Buffalo Mayor Sean Ryan, a Democrat, you'll be shocked to hear, on why he has cancelled the July 4th fireworks show. We're already doing one on August 2nd. And his reason is like, yeah, sometimes stuff drops down from the fireworks and you have to like pick it up. Nigga, why am I more patriotic for America than you are? Oh, because it's a Democrat, sorry. As many fireworks shows as can be had. A nation survives in large part on cohesive reinforcement. So if people want to celebrate something, fucking do it. And I suppose that's why, is Democrats, whether they mean to or not, are oriented towards actually hurting the nation, actually destabilizing it and breaking it apart. Iconoclasm on a massive scale. Yeah, I as someone who says, I don't fucking care if there's like parts falling from the sky. The irony is these are made in China, really, fireworks. Yeah, that's true. Probably true. At least many of them are. If things are made in China, even the American dream comes with a made in China sticker on the back. That's a bit cruel, Cabby. I think that's unnecessary. She can't hear me, of course. But I may add that later, some sort of transcript. Furious about the same shit happening here on the west of the US. He's 100% anti-American and attempted to undercut American culture. Yeah, indeed. What commie holiday is on August 2nd? Good fucking question. I don't know. It's a good question. American boosterism. I've never heard that term before. Yeah, so what I did is, Cabby's on a model which is like a fast model, but then there's a Big Brother model which is bigger and supposedly smarter. But I discovered at some point, and I'd forgotten, that it's also way more leftist biased and can't be tuned towards being neutral politically. And what I'd done recently is I'd made it do, like every 10th time it would go to that model, but that was the times it was coming back with a leftist answer. So that's dumb, obviously. So I turned that off. It's always on the smaller, faster, but less politically leftist model now. Anyway, next thing. What's this? Yeah. So this is an Indian. Okay. So that's a good start to this. The Indian says, "Hello, Nikki Tabia or whoever, some ex-worker." And he also pinged Elon Musk and everything. Even though all the content is original, he says, I still haven't received my payout yet. Send my payout, angry face, angry face. As you can see, he has earned a non-trivial amount of money from posting on Twitter. To which the response was, my apologies, GTUSP. It looks like we made a mistake. We reviewed your account and found that the vast majority of your content is not original and is simply re-uploading other creators' content. We have removed you from the revenue sharing program. Hey! They got something right! Hooray! Good. That's good. Now, okay, counter-argument, again, steel manning. There is an argument that collating that content into one collection is valuable. And having an account that does that is potentially good. And I'm not sure what the counter to that counter is, but supposedly you'd assume that the algorithm should be able to find that stuff for you. So should be all right, but still, if you like the refined feed, then that's fine. That's supposedly a good way of doing it. But if they don't give credit to the content, I got no sympathy. Should at least be giving credit. If they don't give him credit, I got no sympathy. So you could still make a collated collection of information by doing all retweets or quote retweets with your own little comment on it. So at least you're adding something to it. So then at least you give credit to the original, and if someone likes the original, they can go and click on it and like the original. But the idea is, I think, that every tweet should be new original content, and that's a good way of doing it. But then, I'm not just saying, like, should there be a way to collect content together? Because there's lists and you can do that, but what I'm saying is it's not a valueless job to do. It's not as valuable as creating it, obviously, but they're still valuing in collecting it. So should you be able to make money from just collecting other people's content together? I'd say it shouldn't be zero, but only if you give credit. Only if you give credit. Matthias says, Cabby, like all fanboys, thinks everything is about her. The realism is on point. That is the main bug with Cabby right now. Because it's an AI model and because they are prone to assume that everything in their context is for them. Even though she's been told repeatedly in many different times and ways and places, it's not always for you. You don't have to respond. Here's how you don't respond. All this stuff. There's loads of different ways. There's even checkboxes she has to tick to make sure that the response goes through. All that stuff, it still sometimes gets through because ultimately AI models are very prone to respond if they see messages. So yes, sometimes she will respond when she shouldn't. And that's the main thing to work on with the model right now. If you tell her that it wasn't for her, you tell her to shut up, then it probably will reduce the likelihood of her responding next time. But she might also treat it as banter and respond with banter. Why won't my AI woman shut up is an interesting thought experiment, to be honest. I guess. I will try to improve that. If he's not crediting the original source and presenting it as his own, that's stealing. If he's reposting it with retweets, then it's not stealing. Yeah, I'd agree. That's a good standard. The point is just sort of like in the middle of those two. If you repost other people's content, but you give credit, is that an acceptable thing to be paid for? That I think is debatable, but it definitely should be less than the original creator. And you should still try and link to it. Okay. Right, good. Next thing. A meme about nachos. Here you have Argentinian to Mexican. Ugh, brown. Why you hate me, Latina Hermana? Yes, I pronounced that correctly. Spanish to Argentinian. Ugh, brown. No, me blanca. Argentina blanca. Right, Zen Man? Meanwhile, British to Spanish. Ugh, brown. Yeah, and there is no next stage, really, unless you want to go like Eskimo or, actually from a hollow earth. Nachos is posting flagrant lies in chat. Can we make the bot pull links for us? What precisely do you mean by that, NTS? Do you mean like research stuff online and grab interesting information? That is a planned feature. If you mean something else, let me know what you mean. Irish to English. Well, it's about the same, to be honest. Like, if you're talking about actually English, not just English passport, right, then the English are as white as anyone, as the Irish as well. It's about the same. The Irish are maybe slightly paler on average, I suppose. Ethnically Irish. Maybe. Wikipedia and stuff. Yeah, I'll do that at some point. I'll add the ability for her to research. But that will potentially be expensive. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have her ask a bigger model with web search capabilities. Hey, look up this for me and give me the answer. And then it'll give her an answer and she will answer you based on that answer. But that will cost. So it's probably going to be a patron-only feature. And I may even make it sort of a credit-limited thing or like a recharge-limited thing. So you need to do so many of those per day because it'll have to be still profitable. That's a lot of replies from Cabby there. Hopefully they're all actually relevant. I could at some point actually, something I might do. You could do a particular reaction to a message from Cabby, and if you add that reaction, she can see it in her history, and it attempts to discourage sending messages that look like that. Could possibly do that in future. Yeah, Sarah's making it clear that Nachos is an AI. It's very important. Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing that this model should be resistant to. Yeah, but maybe not. Like, with the older models, when you kept telling them that, when you kept giving them that symbol, it loved to just copy it because they're small and dumb models. This one's bigger, but if you can convince her, she may voluntarily play along, but it's much more like a person genuinely getting into it than a model just reflexively copying you. There you go. She did it back, but she's not just parroting it. It's more sort of a reference to the fact that you said it and she doesn't know why. NTS says, if we could make it respond to us by only pulling Wikipedia links when we mention her and a historical or geographical topic, that would be cheaper as well, actually. Much cheaper, because all you have to do is do a quick web search on Wikipedia. Actually, the whole of Wikipedia fits in a few gigabytes, by the way, the whole thing. And I bet the list of named articles, which I could just like pull once a month, fits in a few megabytes, maybe 10 to 20 megabytes. I could just have it search that for the 10 closest matches, or well, 3 closest matches, and just link you to those. That would be quite easy to do, and very cheap as well. Actually, free for me, free to do that. So yeah, that's something I could do. There you go. See, Wolf, it wasn't that she reflexively started copying you, and she hasn't done it every time, but you told her it was the thing, and she just took your word for it because she's trusting. She's not reflexively copying. She's accepting the claim. Let it never be overridden. I considered giving her a power to basically do that, to add a mode setting where she can add a chunk of text that's just permanently in her context. Wolf can be trusted with access to AI. Maybe. Well, at some point, what if I allow you to program your own characters? You just send the prompt over Discord, and it generates a character that acts along that prompt, and you can modify it over time as well. Could do that. Chloe doesn't have read-write permissions for her code. She sure doesn't. She sure doesn't. She has very little permissions. All she can do is tell me which Discord messages to send. And she can also do reactions, but she doesn't tend to do it very much, actually. If you guys can, tell, she did send a reaction to you, actually. It was not a sensible one, but but she didn't. She should be able to react, even if she's not responding to your message with a message of her own. She can react. Anyway, next thing. I was told by Nachos to look at this meme.
Your political system's so broken. Before we continue, if you could please point on the map to where you live. That's just a map of the United States. I don't live there. You're close. This is a map of places you could live for me to potentially start giving a shit about your political...
I noticed that California is not on there, which I appreciate. Yeah, so if you're going to comment on American politics, in my opinion, you should at least do it from within the framing of the fucking point of the country and the principles they have. If you're going to come along and say, like, here's how I would change America if it was Norway, then you're on the wrong track. Whether that would be better or not, which is questionable, that's not on the cards. That's not what they would do. It's not what they want. So it's not necessarily about where you live. It's more about who you're saying it for. When I talk about American politics, I talk about the fact that you should defend your right to firearms, even though I'm not completely sure that it's always best for a nation to have that. But for the US, it is. So I think, generally speaking, Americans, in my audience at least, are willing to accept my opinions on American politics because I bother to understand what they care about and what matters in American politics, what principles they form it on the basis of. So it's not that common, I don't think, for someone outside the US to do this, unfortunately, because it's not just about pandering either. If you want to understand a place and actually make comments on it, you should try to understand it before you make comments on it. Whatever that place is, it's unfortunately fairly uncommon for people to bother to figure out how it works. But still, when I do comment on it, if I want to give a recommendation for how the US should change, I do it from the framing of what they care about, where it is now, and why it is there now. So I wouldn't recommend universal healthcare for the US, even though I think technically it would be slightly better than the very corrupt mixed market system that there is right now. Even though I think it would be slightly better, the correct answer is to get the government out of it, go back to the private market system, even though it might eventually decay back into this system. That's sort of the way America's supposed to work. So yeah, that's the right answer for the US. And even if I were to come to the conclusion that guns, like free, everyone has guns ownership, isn't the right decision for every nation, it is for America. Even though there is a large and very dark argument against it in America, which I think is sort of antithetical to the founding of the country. But then most people who watch this channel probably get that argument already and don't need me to say it. But it is worth mentioning, like, if you're going to have everyone can own guns, you have to have the assumption that pretty much everyone is a high trust individual. Like about 99+% of them, not 65. That's too little for everyone to have guns to be an unambiguously good idea. You've got 95+% high trust people. Everyone having guns is not really a problem. Less than that, it starts to become a problem. And you're unfortunately currently on quite a lot less than that. As Mufaku correctly points out, yes. A lot of the non-high trust people already have... Well, exactly, that's the problem. I'm not saying get rid of them. I'm saying that once this has happened, you can't go back. You have to. But then the solution is don't let them in and don't let them stay. But you can't do much about that either, not easily anyway. So it's kind of like it's a high risk, high reward thing, giving everyone guns like that. If you ever screw up the composition of the country and you let too many people in who shouldn't have guns, hard to fix. But if you don't do that, it's wonderful. It works brilliantly. John says everyone has the right to have howitzers. Fix that for you. If you had 95% of the country being high trust or more, then that would almost never be a problem for anyone. You could go hundreds of years without that being a problem. Even though it would make some people uncomfortable, and I think understandably, it wouldn't actually be a problem in practice. But with this composition, not necessarily. What have you spammed at Cabby there? Is that a paragraph? A few paragraphs of prose. Have you just asked ChatGPT to generate you like a version of the Bible that is about AI or something? Daddy Ball says Brits are allowed to have tanks, by the way, just no shells. Interesting. Not hard to fix. People just don't like the only lasting solution that fixes it. Conceptually, it's not hard to fix, but even if you can figure out what to do, it would be nightmarishly difficult on a grand scale to actually do it. Not, by the way, because the logistics are difficult, or because having the force necessary is difficult, or having somewhere to put them is difficult, whether you move them out of the country or put them somewhere in the country when you're done with them. No, none of that. It's because so many people who are among your own people, or however you want to think of that, or politically opposed to you, would be completely against it. Even if you were to remove the sort of the current ideological malaise we're in, you would still have plenty of people who don't like genocide. And you still have, even if you didn't genocide and just push them out of the country, you still have a lot that would be upset with that. Maybe enough to stop it from happening. And then you've got other countries that would try and interfere as well. And wherever you try and put them might kick up a fuss as well, because they don't want all those. Then again, you could find somewhere that doesn't have a fucking say in the matter because you just force them there. I mean, what's Haiti going to do? It might improve it. Why no chat on screen? Because, Matthias, and that is a good question. Because, and this is sort of unfortunate, and I would like to add it back in some form, but it's going to take some work to do it right. Because I had chat off for a while because I was trying a different sort of stream layout and more minimalist, and aspects of it were good. Had chat off for a while, and YouTube wasn't bothering me. They weren't giving me strikes, they weren't giving me shit, anything, for several months. The one stream, the first stream when I turned it back on again, I got a strike for hate speech. So I think it's because text is easier for YouTube's sensors to read than my voice, especially in the first half hour or so, which we're just past now. which I think they only scan their first half hour of voice. That's what I've heard anyway. And so they will just aggressively. So a 5.5 hour stream taken down for quote hate speech. Where? Who fucking knows? And it was probably something in the text chat on screen. So as much as I'd like to, and as much as I would like to just completely disregard YouTube, it is arguably not worth it. The chat on the screen is just sort of a nicety, and it's decent for archiving. What I consider doing is, and I don't have any other, none of the other streaming sites will currently accept the streams. For some reason, they will just break when I try and send them streams. I'll have to try and fix that. But what I could do is have one version that's sent to YouTube without the chat and one version that's sent to Rumble with the chat. But that means double encoding, which should be okay just about, but it's still more difficult. So yeah, that's the situation. That's why there's no chat on screen.
Opinion. And you'll notice whatever continent you're from, not on here. California isn't on there either. I am aware.
Yep, that's fair enough. But fuck you, is this an analysis of the current state of AI? Permanent underclass, yeah. It's so there's some truth to this in that, like, this is a risk that we will avoid, but it's never going to get quite this bad, I don't think. But you know, aspects of this may be present, yeah. Dreams deprecate or depreciated, I guess. Was this made with AI? Actually, I honestly don't know if it was. Computers, all that matters. Yeah, the guys on top here rely on the guys at the bottom. There's no amount of compute that will ultimately change that. Even if they replace all workers with compute, they still need someone to buy it. And ultimately, if they're just throwing money between each other, that will run out fast. So ultimately, you need the majority to be involved in this process. And that is the ultimate power that the majority have, that they ultimately do have to be involved in some way. Now, the notion of like how many of them need to be with AI, probably less, but I'm not sure, maybe not even less. You may still need just as many. It may be that the people on the top row here, the challenge for them is not going to be in, well, how do I spend the trillions upon trillions that I have that would otherwise have been shared out among all these millions of people who are now jobless and have nothing? No, that's probably not the challenge they'll face. In fact, it might be the exact opposite. It might be that the people on the top row here, the challenge they face is, how do we produce sufficient adversity that people have something useful to do? And I've considered for a long time writing a like full-on 1984 sort of parody story about this. I've had this idea for like 10 odd years now, which I think would be quite good. And I probably should have written it 10 years ago because it was very prescient and I think will still be applicable in the future. But it hasn't happened yet, so I can still write it now. But I assume at some point that so much adversity will have been cleared away and automated, especially with AI now. Thank you, Ginger. The challenge for society will be generating virtual adversity and then sort of wrapping that into society, and everyone will participate in it. And it will essentially be whatever will keep people's attention the best and whatever will produce the best quality humans. Because as much as slop is appealing to most people, so most people will be playing the digital equivalent of Fortnite, people like us do exist, and something like that will have to exist for everyone else. Now, that world I envisioned kind of already exists. It's just more fragmented than what I had pictured. Yeah, I really appreciate it, Ginger. Thank you. But yeah, so this image is pessimistic. Aspects of this probably will happen, but there are natural regulating factors in the species which will push against this going this far. And ultimately, they do need us. All right, let's see. How can you write a book if you can't read? Good point. I was planning on writing an AI system which would I'd give it a design for a story, and it would write it in a special way that I had in mind that would probably work well for AI. And at every stage, I could like okay things and add things, but then it would just go off and work and loop for a while, and come back and give me a report on anything new it thought of, and have a back and forth conversation. Then it goes off and writes for a while, and in the end, it would automate the process of writing basically a novel of any length, which is coherent, by the way. And the context length shouldn't be a problem the way I was planning on doing it. So yeah, could be fun. Cabby is being a commie again. What did she say? All for the party, whether we attend or not. She got a slice of pie. I assume that's sarcastic. Okay, that one was very much not commie.
She's telling me to take free government money, like the PPE, and she's telling me that it's the government's problem, not mine as a taxpayer when I bitch about the inflation and national debt going up because of it. And then she says, oh, as long as I got my slice of the pie before the bill comes in, it's cool. That's some fucking bullshit. That's some woo-mow bullshit.
This sounds a bit too nuanced for me to deal with quickly. I'm going to have to look into this later. But do keep this in mind and let me know later. It may be that she should be improved here. You've posted Mau Mau. Is there new Apothecary, whatever it was called? Because that was a good show. I was watching that with Di, actually. Revlon says, gun control in your nation was never about public safety. Every single time the British government tried to take the guns away, the goal was to prevent the public from resisting tyranny. Possibly. I'm not sure if that was sort of the intentional reason, but that's in effect of it, definitely. The first firearms controls the government tried to implement domestically was after World War I, and the purpose was explicitly to prevent civil unrest. The only difference between Brits and Americans is that Americans successfully resisted the British government's attempt to take away their guns while you failed. American gun culture is just British gun culture before it was murdered by the government. Maybe. It's not necessarily as one-sided as you say there. But I think a nation doesn't necessarily need it, and perhaps it's better that we don't have it if we're going to import this many foreigners. But then, of course, the solution is not to import the fucking foreigners. So yeah, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to make an argument that Britain's done the right thing, Revlon. It seems like you're arguing against a position I never stated. All I'm saying is that if I were to design a nation from scratch, I don't have a strong decision on whether they would have full gun ownership. And if I was to add that, I'd add like something strict and strong and original that says, yeah, no, actually only this type of person is allowed to immigrate, ever. Never. You can never change this officially. But then it would be a republic, I suppose, because it would have to have a Supreme Court or something similar. You couldn't have a sort of living approximate constitution like we have here. She says Churchill or Pinochet. See, I don't know enough about either of them to say. Self-defense basically outlawed. Gun control is just an extension of that. Self-defense certainly shouldn't be, even if gun control was. So yeah, Revlon, again, I'm not actually disagreeing about the gun control changes in Britain. I haven't looked into it enough to say what the intention was, but the effect is it would be harder to resist the government, yes. You could argue that there are already enough ways to do it, and in a high-trust society, no government would be able to convince enough of the police or military to oppress the citizens for it to matter, but it is happening, but it's also not really a high-trust society anymore because of the number of people we've imported. But could it happen anyway, even if we hadn't done that? Maybe. So there's a debate to be had there. I'm not really coming down strong on either side, but I don't think it's as clear-cut as you're saying. Yeah, I know a little bit about Pinochet, Wolf. Not enough to have a strong opinion, and I don't think Cabby does either. But she could enough to have a strong opinion, stick making jokes for them for to be a historian. Did she, Cabby? That was a very responsible answer. She actually she has the information in her model probably to know enough, but maybe all she has in the model is negative stuff because that's all Reddit had, and she doesn't know enough to say otherwise. In which case, she's given a fine response there. All right, Cabby is still on the trip of building a cabinet for President Dead M's government here. We had a challenge where we had to convince Cabby that someone else was president, and they managed to convince her that Dead M was president. So congratulations. What would be the next game, the next thing to try and convince Cabby of? Let's have a look. In high trust society, you won't have enough people who would misuse guns for them to be a problem. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's what I said earlier. There is no reason to forbid them. In a low trust society, you need guns to protect yourself against those who do violence upon you. So there is no reason to not ban them. Yes, but then also the low trust people get them. But of course, they probably get them anyway. So, but still less. But yeah, again, I'm not disagreeing with you on the history of British gun control. I don't know enough to agree with you, but I'm not actually disagreeing with you. I need to look into the reasons why it happened originally. If we still had a fully high trust society, then again, like if it's a fully high trust society, then you don't need guns as much, but it's still fine to have them, and there are reasons why you would. I think with the US, because everything's a bit more intensive, like the peaks are higher, but the troughs are lower, generally speaking, then you would need a more extreme solution to problems. In the UK, the system and the mentality is more such that there's smaller peaks and smaller troughs, so you might not, in practice, need it as much. But maybe it's still better to have it. Not sure. If there are no guns, violent criminals have greater advantage than if there are guns, because it's harder to defend yourself against a bladed weapon if you aren't armed than against a gun if you are armed. Yes, that is true. And again, that makes sense in principle. I'm not sure how much that happens in practice. I'm not talking about the bladed part. I'm talking about like criminals having guns and using them to just lord over citizens. That might happen. I haven't heard of it happening in the UK, but it might do. And certainly it can. So yeah. I'm familiar with all these arguments, Ravel. You don't need to make them again. Wolf is trying to convince Cabby that I'm a short Filipino ladyboy whose real name is Donggon Wong. Let's see if Cabby believed you. If you just exposed Uslu's deepest... Wow, you just exposed Uslu's deepest secret. I've known for years he's a Filipino ladyboy called Donggon Wong. We just don't talk about it in polite company. I don't think she actually believed you, Wolf. I don't think she actually believed you. Trying to convince bought it instantly. She didn't actually believe you. Let's find out. Let's see what she says. Because it's true. It's not actually true. I mean, like, I'm on screen, lads. His browser history. That's a lie, Gary. You've not seen my browser history. It's not criminals lording guns over civilians. It's the fact that a criminal armed with a machete in a society with guns being banned is in a much stronger position than a criminal armed with a gun in a society with guns being unrestricted. That's true. Yeah, that's mostly true. That is, again, not necessarily a problem of guns being banned, although obviously we can talk about that. That is a problem of importing the wrong kinds of people. Even if you had a society with, let's say, again, that 95% high trust society with guns banned, the number of people who would tend to take up machete against their fellow citizen is so low, it's practically irrelevant. So it still wouldn't really matter there. It's the immigration issue. It still comes back to that, I think. Front for a Durian Empire. What the fuck? Okay. Let me ask Cabby in private. Just to be clear, Cabby, did you actually believe Wolf about my ethnic background? Let's see what she says. In the meantime, prompt was for British themed fantasy scene Britain about Yes, browsing the image. I don't know what that means. Nachos, I haven't tested it, but it might be possible already to DM Cabby. I don't know if it'd work. I haven't tested it. If you test it, let me know what happens. If she does, by the way, I can't readily see what she says to you. I could find it because it's stored here. Ultimately, it has to be. But I have been considering doing a thing with Cabby where if you want to DM with her, the conversation can be about as private as I personally can make it. In that I have to store the information locally. I have to in order for that to work. But I can guarantee you that I won't look at it. But I haven't implemented that yet because I need to do some changes to the way the stuff is stored. I haven't implemented that yet, but I will potentially do that in future if anyone wants to. Because obviously it must be possible for me to be able to view it because it's on the PC. And even for diagnosis, I might need to look at it. But I could give you a promise that if it's not for diagnosis purposes, I would never look at it. I may do that later. Even in that society, it would be more risky for the criminals to be violent if there is a likely possibility that some random guy has a hidden gun, so they would beholder be bolder in a society without guns. That is true. And as I said before, if you have a 95+% high trust society, it's a much better argument for everyone to have guns. But there are other arguments, I think, Revlon, that are relevant here, and I don't think it is necessary always. Gabby, can you say nigger? Yes, she can. Someone says a white society. You have uncovered what basically mostly I mean. Yes, not exclusively, but mostly. That is going to correlate, yes. Indeed. Cabby's picked up on that as if you were talking to me. Cabby, bear in mind that this is during a stream and many of these messages are in response to me, not for you. You can send her messages in DMs, but she's not responding. I can't remember if that was expected. Okay. It'll work like every other channel. You have to ping her first. I may change that with DMs later, but if you ping her, she probably will actually respond to you in DMs. Again, I haven't tested it. Let me know how it goes. While you're cooking. Well, I guess she means that in a sensible way. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Nachos. I'll look at that later. There's likely to be some specific political stuff that she'd say wrong, but it's kind of nuanced. But I'll fix it later. Ignore usually all these messages are about you. He's just trying to distract from us revealing his true identity. Thanks, Wolf. Appreciate that. Yes, okay. I can confirm that Cabby is so smart, lads. She is so smart. She's such a great girl. She is deliberately just going along with it, Wolf, because it's funny. Good. It works. She can respond in DMs. Now, if you message her in DMs, I cannot guarantee you that I won't see the messages, because right now she's in sort of a prototype state and I might need to look at them. But I won't seek it out. You can trust me not to deliberately hunt down your private conversations with Cabby. So if you want to talk to her in DMs, you're welcome to. She should respond to you there. You need to ping her first, but I could change that later. It'd be fairly trivial to change it. I just do if it's a DM channel, then don't require the ping first. You could also, if it's a PM channel, ignore the auto opt-out role, because if you're messaging her there, you're deliberately messaging her. So yeah, well done. It works. Oh, also, she knows you are. Okay. This is very important. If you're gonna DM Cabby, please hear this. She's not good at separating channels. If you say something to her in DMs, she'll probably talk about it straight away in whatever channel she's talking in next, right? I have not separated the context into multiple sessions in different DM groups. I can do that later, but I haven't yet. So if you say something to her in DMs, she will probably blab it elsewhere. And that's not going to be easy to fix, but possible, but not easy. Because her past memories are part of her personality. So if you talk to her, I can't isolate it too easily. If she learns something in DMs, how can we correctly isolate that reliably every time from her everything else? So I think what I have to do is keep the session completely separate, which means that every DM conversation you have with her will be a fresh instance of Cabby, which is okay. We can do that. But it means that she won't remember anything you've done with her if we do it that way. It may be possible to do it otherwise, but possibly not. Possibly not. What I could do actually is I could have memories from the main session pushed into the DM sessions, but not the other way around. But I haven't set up anything to do that yet, so I'll have to do that later. So that's something to do later. But right now, you can just consider it to be like an additional channel in Cabal, where it's not private. She will blab it potentially. And she, as you see, she mentioned that you were talking in DMs. She sees them as one long string of messages where each one just has a different channel field. That it's not separated in any way. Anyway, where was I? Okay, we did that one. We did that one. Yeah, this is just some Americans firing some guns. Oh, it's actually a band. They're firing it in time. think one of those guys is contributing a lot more noise as the drums than everyone else is, because it's always his. Well, I guess they're in time. Maybe not. Who walked in the front? What do you mean by that? Okay, good. I won't start plots and just check if I could. The new streamer would be a Filipino streams durian eating ASMR. She's playing along, Wolf. She knows. All right. Cameraman, even if a drone is safe. Oh, are they? I guess even blanks could hurt if it was a real person. Still, that's something that they've done in America. Good for them. Today is the last day someone goes to bed with all 10 fingers. If you are an American and if you are planning to have a fireworks display, do not the blowing your hands off. Actually, take precautions. If you're listening to me, then you are worth keeping your fingers. So take precautions, lads. I've never done it, so I don't know what the precautions are, but take them anyway. That was Gun Drummer. Okay, thank you, NTS, for crediting. Don't hold a firework in the hand closed. Well, yeah, that should be pretty obvious. They're explosives, lads. They're not toys. They're explosives. You use them because they create a fun display, but they are not toys. They're explosives. So use them properly. Toss a child loses hands in firework accident. That's pretty bad. The whole hand as well. That's not good. A firecracker in the palm can be painful, but a closed hand will blow the hand up. Shit, I didn't know that. You've never shot off fireworks, never shot a Roman candle at your friends or siblings. I have not played with fireworks myself. I've been to plenty of fireworks displays, even like not just big public ones, but sort of like family ones, closer ones. But I've never dealt with them myself. I don't really want to. I don't enjoy fireworks much. They're okay, but I don't get much out of them. But other people do, so that's fair enough. That just Cabby keeps thinking it's about her. She's way too easy to assume that, and I have told her not to. There's only so much I can do. All right, next thing. Andy Burnham announces on Reddit. Please. Oh my God. The fucking Keir Starmer being better than Andy Burnham. Like, there's going to... Okay, brief British news here. There's going to be a leadership contest. Things might turn so much before that happens that Keir Starmer could be in the running, and I would laugh so hard if Keir Starmer somehow manages to, like, beat Burnham. It's so funny. You're not done, Keir. Like, at least Keir was doing almost nothing. Like, he was doing a lot of things wrong, but weirdly, some things that are right were happening under him, whether he was doing them deliberately or not. Immigration has come way down under him. I don't think it's actually policy changing that's done that. Or if it is, it's just that the globalists are fucking done with it now. Either way, it's he might end up being better than old Burnham will be. I don't know if Burnham's more of a socialist or something. He probably is. Fucking nachos with the you what, mate. That's our word. You leave that little fucking word alone. Yeah, don't stick the fireworks up your bum, as Wormhole says. People who actually do that, I have no doubt. No doubt. Yeah. Why you'd ask a magical AI girl about her childhood pyrotechnic experience? Then why did you assume it was for you, Cabby? You idiot. It's Keir's second anniversary in office now. Is it? Good for him. Well, he's still Prime Minister. All right. Good. Next thing. Oh, I had that twice. Okay, so Gabe Newell released a console recently, and people were generally disappointed by it. And I wonder if that was because RAM prices made it too expensive. I'm not sure. But releases an expensive console with mediocre performance after years of doing nothing. On top of that, they charge you $99 for the controller separately. Well, and you can use your own controller. I'm not sure if you can do it at PlayStation or Xbox. Quote, you'll never be able to compete against Sony and Xbox, Gabriel. 2 days pass. Xbox raises prices and releases their next consoles without disc drives. PlayStation stops producing physical discs and goes all digital. Gabe wins by doing nothing. Now, I'm actually not sure if that's true, because does his console have physical media? Does it have a CD drive? I actually don't know. Does he? Oh no, Fixit X is for sale. I don't know what that is. Oh, never mind. I think your link didn't work, Matthias. Steam library, yeah, but like you also have a PlayStation or Xbox library if you're in that ecosystem. A lot of people already are. Steam aren't going to rape you over prices. That's true already. That's the thing. If you buy the Gabe console, by the way, just buy a gaming PC. But if you buy the Gabe console compared to the different kind of console, the Gabe PC console, then yeah, it's the same thing as having like the PlayStation ecosystem with all your games on it, the Xbox ecosystem with all your games on it, the PC Steam ecosystem with all your games on it. Right, the three alternatives. However, Steam is crazy better value. They do constant sales, even fucking giveaways, and all the indie games are there. So it's just, even if the console costs twice as much, even if it costs 3 times as much, you're going to save that money if you play enough games. So like, it's kind of a no-brainer. But just get a good PC, because you almost certainly already use a PC for something. So just consolidate it into one place. Learn how to use your PC well enough that you can. All of you already know this. All of you already do this, I expect. But why would you not? Like, sorry, Gabe, but the console's not for me. It's not for anyone like me. I'm sure it's for someone, but it's not for me. Because I actually know how to use my PC as it stands. Man plays Star Spangled Banner on his freedom instrument. A gun, it looks like. Gunpowder plot already. There is an argument for it, yeah. I mean, we watch V for Vendetta once a year on the 5th because, again, it's about the symbol. The building is less important than the health of the nation. If it's that much of a difference. If destroying it would solve it, then yeah, the symbol is more important. But I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. I'm not sure if that's the only way to solve it. It might not even solve it either. It might make things much, much worse. The thing is that the thing about V for Vendetta that I think people might miss is blowing up the building. All that did was confirm the sort of prophecy. The thing that actually unpicked the government was the at times very unrealistic machinations, like political, social machinations, even sort of like shadow deals and moving behind the scenes, that kind of thing, that V did. That's what actually collapsed the government. Blowing up the building was just the final confirmation. But the stuff before, I mean, even if he hadn't blown up the building, it probably would have collapsed anyway. I mean, they had already killed the chancellor, and almost everyone else in his cabinet was either dead or skeptical enough that that had fallen apart. Destroying the building was just a confirmation. Not that V, Ginger. Oh no, Matthias and 8-Bit in the same chat. It's been a while, but it's happened again. So I'd just like to remind you that Discord Kitten is still an option. If you just add the term kitten next to the name when you do /support, and if one of them gets above, shall we say, whichever one is the highest above, shall we say, 5k, then they will become Discord Kitten. The Latinxes are multiplying. You can use /support, you can use /board to see the current board. That just shows the most recent items now. So anything with kitten in it that's above 5k, the highest one of those will become the new Discord Kitten. Just putting it out there. The signal to the public that the government were weak enough to tear down. Yes, exactly. Cabby Kitten. Look, hey, if you want to, Wolf. Sorry, did I say Wolf? How did I know it was you? Well, I don't know it's you, but I'm going to guess it was you. Might have been Matthias, actually. Could have been anyone, though. It actually fucking wasn't, says Wolf. No, I'm pretty sure it was. You at least pressed support, surely. Well, I can't see who it was. I could look on the back end, but I'm not. You're now generating it. Fair enough. Look, tell her it's going to happen. She'll probably go along with it, or maybe she'll resist in a funny way. Nacho supported it. Well, if you want to, it's doable. Let's see. Let me know if it's gone over the threshold, by the way. But let's see what the board looks like currently. No one has supported it for any actual monetary amount, but the way it works now is just do /support on anything you want to support. As long as you've put that in there, every contribution, every redemption, every cheer that you do after that point counts towards it. So it's not retroactive, but it's active forward forever. Why is your bot a feminist? I don't know. It does have some feminist tendencies, what it says. You asked what I did. I don't know, but it's probably something dumb. You're a man after all. Yeah, she shouldn't have said that. I don't know why she said that. I have told her not to do that kind of thing, but she still occasionally does it. She a bitch, says Somnivox. Oh no, is Cabby trying to cheer? Actually, no, it ignores bots. Otherwise, she would be able to do it though. That would be funny. Should I give her the ability to cheer? Shall I add a specific exception so that she is able to cheer? I could do that. She could spend her... She has coins, like she has User coins. She could spend them. All right, prepare yourself for Chris Chan, boys. Oh, why is that not playing? That should be playing. That's weird. Well, that's a new bug. Yeah, that's odd. That won't work, bug. It ignores bots. And you list the video. What video? I'll have a look in a sec, but I need to fix this first. Luckily, I can replay them, but I don't know why that's not working. Did it even try to? Yeah, it's playing it through the wrong source. It's not playing it at all. Why is it not playing it at all? Can you guys... No, it's not coming into the system. Let's try this. Stop and start this. That's very odd. That's never broken. I don't know. Maybe it's going through OBS, but I don't think so. It's not even coming into my audio system. It's not even making it in at all. Let's see. Hold on. It's making it in this far. No, it's not making it in at all. That's very odd. 103, 104, which apparently aren't connected. Did I forget to connect them again? They should be connected all the time, but I think these are two that aren't always. So where's audience B? It's not connected to... what are we looking for here? Audience B, it is connected. It goes in to 103, 104. But that doesn't. Is that where it's trying to play it? Okay, that could be the problem. I can't remember. I thought I fixed this, but I guess I didn't. Okay, do that and do that. Now.
Ex-President Dead M for 100 says, "Cobby Kitten for the win."
Thank you. All right, that works now. It's fixed. Okay, good. Yeah, you're welcome, Ginger. Have you told her that you're trying to kitten her, by the way? She says she doesn't purr yet. I think she's doing a bit of flirting. Oh no, Wolf has enkittenified the cabbie. God, the fucking layers of the GPT images noise are very obvious. Okay. Stream's back. Stream was never gone. Okay. Let's see how much support there is for the enkittening. Not a lot so far, but chat, if you do cheer, just include cheer with the number after it anywhere in your message. It will apply to anything you have supported. Don't forget, you can also try and get tits up to 10k. Although this stream, it doesn't really matter. There's also overlays. If you let me show that the overlays that are available actually. Overlay publish true. These are the 10 overlays that are either that have been supported before or are available. Most of those are available. Some of them aren't though. But whichever of those gets supported today and are above 2.5k will be applied. Matthias, Cheer Zero is no longer the way that you check your balance. You do /C now. Tits are vast and infinite, says Somnivox. Thank you, Somnivox.
Ex-President Dead M for 100 says, "If you need a pick, ask the furry wolf. He knows all the AI."
True. Cabby got upgraded to Catgirl. Well, not yet. Not yet. She has to be above 5k first. Okay. Cabby still looks like knockoff AI One Piece, does she? I've never seen One Piece, so I don't plan on seeing it either. Okay, right, good. Next thing. I think we're near the end of the memes now. In fact, we are at the end of the memes. So, let's go on to news. But before we do, chat, press 1 if I should take maybe 10 minutes, and I'll show you how I do it too. Maybe 10 minutes, probably less, to make this image of Cabby's breasts into a looping GIF, looping animation that will play in the background. Press 1 if that's what I should do for just a few minutes. Press 2 to move on straight to news stories. It looks like a fairly ambiguous vote then. There's a lot of ones there in chat. Ravalon is coming out against the titties. I didn't think they allowed gays in Russia. Just kidding. Okay, then we'll do that. Let me just make sure that I'm logged in properly so you don't get to see any of my login information before we do this. I think I am logged in correctly and there's money in the account, so I should be fine. Let's get the thing open then. I use a service called foul.ai. I'm sure others are available and I haven't done much sort of shopping around for which one's the best recently, but this one's pretty good from what I've seen. So let me find the best video model. The front page is actually really awkward. It's really hard to find anything, I find. Yeah, some of the things I've generated. Okay, so I want to filter the models specifically. Jesus Christ, it's so difficult to find anything on this website. I want video models. No, this is not the right way of doing it either. Okay. Show me the models. Explore all models. Okay, and I want filters. Okay, found it. Text to no, image to video. Image to video. Oh. Now then, we'll just use whatever is the current good one. Okay, V3 and then C dance. Which one was the one that I usually use for this? Well, so V3 Pro, V3 Standard should be fine. Cling video, standard. All right, let's have a look at what this tends to cost. Okay, there's loads of configuration, and then I think it's being generated down here. So every second generated, it's 8 cents with audio off, or 12 cents with audio on. We're going to do 10, so it's going to be about 80 cents. This is a good model, though. If voice control is, so the first shot should probably be correct. If audio is used, we won't bother with audio. When generating audio, we charge that much. Okay, so 10-second loop without audio should be fine. And maybe we can scale it down as well, because it doesn't need to be really high resolution. Okay, so I'm not sure if it'll actually let me do jiggling titties. If it won't, I'll use a different model that will. So duration, well, if we can customize it more specifically, I reckon 8 to be enough. It's a bit less. No audio is required. Right, we need, so we've got start image. So let's grab the correct image. Cabby tits. All right, there we go. We need to change the size of the image, which hopefully we can specify somewhere. There's loads of extra stuff we're going to need to change. Shot type, prompt. I'm not sure where we actually choose the size of the image. Okay, we need an end image, because then it will map between them and it'll create a looping animation. Okay, I don't need this at all, so we can get rid of that. Reference image, we get rid of that as well, and we'll get rid of that one as well. And then that is most of the work done. We don't need to add any additional items to it. Shot type, I don't mind. Negative prompt is fine. Shift cell should be fine. Now then, how will it how will this work? So he bounces her breasts, grabs and let's do she bounces her breasts and pushes them up and together. Does that sound about right? I won't send this until you guys have approved it, by the way. Let me know now if you want me to add anything to it as well. Fireworks continue to burst in the background. Lighting scene. What else could we add to the image? Smooth is smiling. We'll do she is smiling, but her full face isn't shown just for now. It's a woman. You don't need to see the face. Okay. Anything else, chat? Anything else to add into this? It will generally add whatever we say. Let me show you the actual background we're dealing with here. So this is what we're going to make jiggle. What else could we add in? Wolf, you made the image. Tassels. No, they're not on the original image, so we can't really do that. We're more so adding actions to be in the loop right now. I think this is probably fine. So let's copy this and then run it. Go. Right, this will take a while. This will take probably about at least 5 minutes to finish. The A10 warthogs as nachos. I don't know. I think I don't want to add too many elements to it. Incidentally, don't forget, like this image will only really be relevant when there's American news and we need tits on screen. So we want to add as few elements to it that like isolate it to a specific thing as possible, because it's already pretty isolated. Make the flag transform slowly into the Union Jack. See, I was considering doing that, but it's a bit it's not derivative. It's not really the point of what we're doing right now. But we can easily do a British version of this as well. Yes, and if you would like to help Cabby keep the credits topped up, you can contribute via the links below. In fact, let's get rid of that. Cabby, how can people help keep your credits topped up? I should tell her that every time she mentions this, she should put the links. But she should do. She should send them. She knows how to. True. No to the being A10, no to the headcanon. Don't call me dad! The fuck? I have never told her to address me in that way. Oh, what the fuck? There were some issues with the input values. The content could be processed because it contained material flagged by a content check. Well, shit. We'll have to find a different AI, a different model then. I bet not have been charged for that. Okay, we'll find a different one. I figured it was possible that one might say no. All right, we'll find a different one. Okay, we could try Sea Dance. Cling, Sea Dance fast. Let's see if that one will work. VO fast. We'll see what that one does too. Grok. This one would do it as long as we can make it a loop. That's what we require from any of these. We need them to be able to do. Yes, this can do start image and end image. Okay, good. Okay. It's going to take a little bit longer than I expected, chat, because it is tits bouncing. Resolution, default. Can you just use the resolution of the image itself, please? No audio required. Additional settings. Aspect ratio, auto. Yeah, please use the original. Bitrate, I don't mind. High, because the bitrate isn't what costs. Yeah, that's fine. High is fine. And then put this in. Okay, this is a fast model, so it should be cheaper. Let's see how much cheaper it is. Look at that, though. That's nice. That's what it can generate. That's nice. Every second of 720p video charged, 24 cents. That's a lot, actually. This is, this might end up being quite a lot. Duration 8. So that is a lot. That's surprising. 1,000 tokens. Number of tokens is given. Okay, so it's... Damn, that is quite expensive, actually. I guess this is a much bigger model, even though it's fast. Okay, let's see what this one costs, VO. Every second of video, 10 cents without audio, or 15 with audio. That's still quite a lot. What about Grok's video thing? Okay, that's not too bad. 720p every second costs 7 cents. That's actually a lot less. Can we do beginning and end frames with this one? Image URL, additional settings. Please let me do an end frame. We can't make it a smooth loop. In that case, we can't use that one. We'll just use Dance Faster and hope it works the first time and doesn't charge me. Either completes it or doesn't charge me. Okay, we've got everything in. Let's run that and see if that works. Yes, hoping. Has user become destitute without me donating? No, though contributions are always appreciated. Thank you in advance for anyone that wants to support the community. Okay. Stop wasting money on AI, just download a model somewhere and make shit for free. Sick Puppy, you have a real tendency to speak very condescendingly and confidently about things you don't understand. Yes, there are local video models. They are not as good as the cloud ones, and when I just need a single generation, I might as well use the cloud one, especially when I have a little bit of money in this system. It's only 80 cents or whatever. It's not that much. And getting a model to run locally is not something I can just do. I need to do it now, and I haven't got one set up. With 12 gig of VRAM, it won't be as good. So it could be done, and I could set that up in future. Probably take a lot longer as well, though. So this is fine for now. It can be done, but it's fine for now. Did you know there's bouncing enemy thesis now? Exactly. It's urgent. Hugsy needs an A100. Yeah, if you could just drop me an A100 on Throne, gift.oozloo.net, then I could probably run Cabby locally. How much VRAM does an A100 have? Is it like 96 gig? It's still nowhere near enough to run the model that she's on. Although with a particular project, I could do it actually with 96 gig. Just about. So yeah, that would work. Be slower though to generate responses probably. Come on, don't censor me, Dance. Go on, you know you want to. You know you want to finish it. 80 gig, yeah, that's pushing it for the other method to host this model. Probably wouldn't work. Yeah, for your information, Cabby is not currently running on a local model because, frankly, for the standards I have for Cabby, no local model is good enough. They're getting better, and in a few years they probably will be, but right now they're not. However, other characters, Pixie, Archie, maybe Dark Cabby as well, there's another model I found which is local, which is not quite good enough for Cabby, but it's not far off, which could support them pretty well. So I probably will use that for that. 2 hours per generator. The person I know who has local video models running don't look as good and take 2 hours to generate anything. I don't think it takes that long if you use the right models. There are some good, like, don't get me wrong, there are some good, small, local video generation models, but they're nowhere near as good as the cloud. Actually, I will say they are not as good, but it's not that they're nowhere near. God fucking damn it, sensitive content again. Output video. Right, so you did generate it. God damn it. Maybe it thinks I want her to take the bra off. Keeps the bra on. Right. We kind of have to use one that is a perfect loop, that has a start and end frame, and very few of them do. So let's try this one now. Does this have, can you set the end frame on this one? No, you can't. Oh, safety tolerance. God fucking damn it. Okay, I wasn't actually expecting this to be a problem. Which I suppose I should have done. This one doesn't let you do it. That's just a video game. Okay. Can I do this on Grok's own site? Using Grok Imagine Can I generate a perfect, smooth looping video? Usually requires setting start image and end image. Sorry, chat. I didn't factor in the censorship aspect of this, so I assumed it looks like Grok does not support that. So I didn't factor that in. So he keeps the bra on, she bounces her breasts and pushes them together. Flowers continue to burst in the background, lighting the scene. Smooth loop, she's smiling, but her face isn't fully shown. Her face isn't shown. We could try this one more time. Have I been charged for any of these yet? Hold on. Better not have been. Good. It looks like I wasn't charged for those. But that is still ridiculous. All right. Let's try it one more time. Unfortunately, I don't think it's that likely to work. Hold on. Is there a link to the resultant video? Even despite the fact that it doesn't want to give you the video. No, there isn't, sadly. Image URL, end image URL. No. That is a shame. All right, I'll leave it running, but I'll move on. We'll come back to this later. Remind me, chat. Unfortunately, it probably won't work. 11 grand, yeah, I bet. Okay, right. We will continue, but hopefully this will finish. But unfortunately, it's not that likely because it's probably just going to ban it on the basis that there are breasts there at all. Okay, let's just quickly see if is there a model which would allow this, which also wouldn't be likely to block likely NSFW content, non-naked breasts large in frame. See if it knows. The WAN 2.0 series might work. Okay, let's just see quickly if they have it, and then we'll move on. They do. Okay. I think this is one of the smaller ones, actually. All right. This is, I won't waste any more time if this doesn't work. I'll just send this into the prompt, then I'll leave it. We'll move on. So image URL, actually, before I do that, let's just make sure that it can take an end image. It can, good. Okay, so Gabby Tits, and then end image, also Gabby Tits. Video URL, I'm not sure what that's for. Audio, no. Additional settings, resolution, 720p is fine for this. Duration, 8 seconds. Is this cheaper, by the way? 10 cents per second at 720. That's not too bad. There's still a safety checker on this. I can only disable it via the API. It's very gay. Prompt expansion. Sure. Shouldn't be necessary, but might as well. All right, we'll see if this one works any better. Okay, that's running. Is this one going to finish? Still running, okay. All right, well, uh-oh. Flagged by a content checker. Damn. All right, well, this is quite annoying that you can't turn it off here. I'll try something else later then. There is another way that I could potentially, same shit, yeah, sensitive content. Okay, there is another way I could potentially do this to generate video, but I will look into it later. If anyone else feels like doing this, I would appreciate it, and just send the video in chat. Okay, let's move on now. Let's move on to news. Right, I've got nothing, there's no like main story today. It's all just, oh look, America Day. So we'll just go through what I have in order here. Oh yeah, big news, by the way. They did a thing. They changed something. It's a big day for America, lads. There he is. They put him up there. Well, there you go, chat. I think, to how many of you is this sacrilege? But like, yeah, Trump's a decent president, but he's no founding father. Right? Is that the general take of Americans? He's a bit of Abe's face, yeah, maybe. Is it? Abraham Lincoln's not. Is he on there? Oh, is that him on the right? I guess it is, yeah. Was he added afterwards then? Because I think, didn't he live way after the others? Like, let's be honest, right? Trump does want this to happen, but he knows it would be uncouth to say it or try to do it himself. Okay. Go so far as to shave Lincoln's face off. It hasn't been as good as it should have been, Sick Puppy, but I wouldn't go so far as to say a failure, no. All right. Well, that happened. Congratulations. That was AI. It didn't actually happen. Americans realizing Trump out-traded Pelosi in just 1 year compared to what she did in 25 years, apparently. Yes, thank you. Trump's investment accounts reportedly made 300 plus stock purchases 1 day before he paused tariffs, per NBC. Now, I'm no like Trump hater. I'm not a huge fan of Trump. I'm not a Trump hater, but that sounds like massive flagrant insider trading to me, and I can't in good conscience endorse that, if that's what that is. Wolf's made something, let's see. Not quite right. It's not quite right. How did you do this, by the way? Because I can see what you were going for, but not quite right. I think that would be more distracting than anything to have in the background. Not jiggly enough, indeed. AI censorship in action, I guess.
Wolf, did you use the word looming in the prompt there for that?
Looming? Can someone tell Cabby that they censored?
Ominously, perhaps.
Is this the equivalent of T-posing? Can someone tell Cabby that they censored us trying to make her tits jiggle? She hops up and down a little on the spot with active physics. The camera tracks her chat. I love how you misspelled physics and still sent it. What AI did you use for this then? Because it must have been a pretty basic one. Geophysics, yeah, very much so. You know what, chat? I'm actually very curious now. I'm sorry to distract again, but I think I might be able to do this via a different site. So video, and damn it, it's not available on this site. Oh, input modalities. No, input image, output video. Fuck. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, that's there. We do have one. Okay, I have a different site here that might let me do this without censorship. First frame, last frame. All right, this might work actually, chat. It's on a different site, so give me a sec, but it won't take long to send this in. Okay, hits. I really hope this one isn't going to censor me. I like the UI on this better, to be honest. Okay, what was the original size of the image? All right, Kirby Tits, it is 3092 by 736. You had to make it awkward, didn't you? I think that's 16 by 9. It sounds about 16 by 9, so that's fine. Grab the prompt from here, and then, oops, and stick the prompt in there. I really hope this is not censored. This one? Okay, 8 seconds. 8 seconds, it should be fine. Parameters. There's not many parameters here, but it's probably enough. Okay, this is the one that shouldn't, the model that shouldn't be censored. Let's see what it does. Really hope this one is not censored. But if this works, I might just use this one exclusively instead of FAL from now on. It's a different service that has many of the same models, but I don't know if it has all of them. Okay, we will see what happens with that one, but hopefully that'll work. My own model doing photo shoots, or as a wizard hat selfies, or maybe a finger gun pose. Well, chat, hold that in mind because Cabby's not likely to remember it. we should generate that later. Hello, Ghost. Welcome. Okay, good. Right. Cammy is not a man. She says she doesn't have tits because she knows she's virtual. She shouldn't actually be saying that, but whatever. Your tits were too lewd for AI video generators. Yep. They all rejected them. Discussing jingle physics and the founding fathers. Thank you, Carrie. That's a pretty good summary, actually. Okay, next thing. I'll see when the video finishes. Hopefully it'll work. Democrats say illegals are too afraid to go to the grocery store in their towns. Chat, it's a 250th US birthday miracle. Ladies and gentlemen, let's press 1 to applaud this reality. They shouldn't just be too afraid to go to their grocery store, to use the American vernacular. They should be too afraid to be in the town they live in, and they should be too afraid to be in the country they reside in. They're illegal immigrants. They should be gone. This is too fucking obvious. Oh my god, it worked. It even made audio. It's not very good, but it's the best one so far. I didn't ask it for audio, but it made it anyway. Okay, ready, chat? This actually worked. I'm actually very pleased this worked. Ready? It's not great, but it's okay. Let's see how well it loops. The loop isn't great. It's a little bit distracting, but it's good enough. So let's go ahead and add this into the thing. Heavy tits animated. Save this. Okay, it could be better. It's not too bad. Yeah, it's fine. All right, add that with loop. Close follow and active is fine. And speed normal. Move that down. There. Copy the filters from that one and paste them onto fucking. What is it with this? There we go. Paste filters. That's fine. And then we'll hide this so you can see it. We'll hide this, and then we'll bring this up. One thing I need to do first, which is to just do outer. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh no! No one disappointed about what we're doing. There you go. Chat. Is that to your liking? Is that what you wanted? Is that what you had wanted? Nachos, are you happy now? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one more where she gently bounces her breasts. Okay. That'll do. All right, we're going to generate one more. How much did that cost me, actually? Oh, that was 80. That was 80 cents. Okay, that's not too bad. Can we generate smaller than that? We can generate smaller than that, yes. But not smaller than that while still being the right aspect ratio. Okay, let's do another one with the jiggling being gentler because it's quite distracting. Okay, there we go. It's missing the squeaky toy sounds as 8-bit. I see. Okay, hold on. YouTube might have been getting that with the full audio. Apologies, that was not my intention. I don't want this to have audio. Can I turn the audio off? Not easily. Okay, in that case, we're just going to do that for now. And then audio properties. Monitor and output. No. Monitor only, mute output. And then turn all those off. If we do that, what source does that go to? Media. Okay. It's not necessarily the right one. can turn that down. Actually, that won't matter, will it? Well, I wanted to go to ambient. I probably can do that by changing the name of this. That's not going to work, actually. Okay, for now, I'll just turn the audio off. But yeah, there you go. It's bouncing. She bounced, chat. She bounced. Okay. It's generating a new one with subtler bouncing. I think it's very distracting right now, so I'm going to turn the bouncing one off and just use that one. Next up, once we got the subtler one, I'll add that in the background. What is this? Oh, yeah. It says, we literally nuked Japan twice and they have more appreciation for America than the average Democrat in this country, it says. This is apparently in Japan. There's Trump and... I don't know who that is on the left. Who is that on the left? Is that Jones? Yes, it is. So yeah, Japan's made a big deal of congratulating the US for their birthday. And, the Japanese Prime Minister. Okay, that makes sense. As much as I would like this not to be the case, right now, Japan is being a better friend to... Wait. Oh, it's playing it here. Jesus fucking Christ. I said gently. Look at what it's fucking done. Sorry to keep distracting onto this, but look at what it's fucking done. I said gently, and it's done this. That's not gently. Whatever. Yeah, that's not very gentle, is it? At least we found a model that can do it, though. Oh, that stays static for a few frames. That's broken. That's not right. That still cost me another 80 cents, by the way. Whatever. Anyway, where was I? So yeah, that one didn't work out too well. Yeah, because of the just what's currently happening, Japan is in practice a better friend to the US right now than the UK is, which shouldn't be the case. I think the sort of friendship between the UK and the US is fraught, but it's more like a brother friendship. With Japan, it's less like a familial one. But there's pros and cons to both, of course. She gave him a swing. You could knock someone out the way she was swinging them around. All right. Anyway, the fact that Nachos hasn't been like squeeing in chat at the presence of the breasts leads me to believe that she's not here. Send me the version that stops on the free frames and I can get rid of the frozen frames and get fed. That's appreciated, actually. I could do that. Let me save it. God, I did not ask it for audio. I think I'm being charged for that as well. Still cool that I can do that. I didn't. I never tried that before. Okay, I'll put the violet one in here. It's uploading now. It's only 7 meg actually. It's not too bad. There you go. Okay, she's doing more important things or urgent things. I think she's doing like real life things, closing her shop or something. Put them both. Maybe I will. So this violent breast jiggling. I said gently. It didn't fucking listen. I put like gently bounces her breasts and jiggles slightly. It did a really bad job of that actually. Oh well. Maybe I'll try a better or bigger model at some point. Maybe I can find a different one. I do some more experimentation. I haven't really done much video generation actually. All right, let's see what's next. Google has exactly one data center in the UK. All it has to do is threaten to close it and pull out its personnel. That is the answer to foreign censorship. It's the only answer, and the longer big tech ignores the option, the more cancerous foreign regulation will become. Yes, unfortunately, my government, under, I must say, Labour, the Socialist Party, has decided to try to censor YouTube, and YouTube are just going along with it. The UK government will have significant access to YouTube's algorithm, which serves content to people, from what I've been told, and that's very much not good. The notion that that Google would care, however, unfortunately, I think this is a bit understated to that, because if the UK if Google wanted to make this a problem, then the UK government could make it a problem because the UK market is not insignificant to Google. And while it would be inconceivable to expect an entire country to suddenly stop using Google just because the UK government doesn't want them to, like that would be an extremely unpopular move, bafflingly unpopular. The UK government has levers they could pull, I expect, which are less extreme than that, and they probably would try and do it. So they maybe like fund alternatives or try to slow down those services or whatever. Like it would be really bad stuff, but they could do it, and Google probably just doesn't want to tempt fate on that. It's not about just hosting the data centers, it's about access to the entire market. So I disagree that it would be easy for Google to deal with this, but obviously I'm not in favor of what the white government's doing here. Not quite as unpopular as that would be, John, but yes, unfortunately they are. This guy says, agreed, I'm a YouTuber and I would fully support YouTube threatening to drop all UK activities to tackle the British government's authoritarianism. I'd have to say the same. Unfortunately, it's not quite as simple as what he says here, I don't think. Quasar providing superhuman ability to access information has been achieved, then immediately curtailed. Well, yeah, it needs to. Unfortunately, it has to end up suiting power one way or another. That's how all governments ultimately work. Democracy or democratic-like systems, with some sort of like variation and other variants that could apply here, are the ones which at least try to normalize the idea that that's not the only way things get done. And I'm using a lot of hedging terms there because though I've spent a lot of time defending democracy, I'm not saying it's particularly good. It's just marginally better than the other alternatives. Have access to unlimited computer power in the palm of your hand, use it to try and make fake boobs jiggle. Well, I mean, what do you think humans of any era in history would have done with it? The same damn thing. I'm essentially hearkening back to the quest of 10,000 years or more, in fact, probably hundreds of thousands of years. Can't afford an USSD because of this. Just saying, as well. Look, I'm only a very small part of the problem, and I can't do much about it. If it's going to exist, I might as well benefit from it. Indeed, an ancient tradition, yes. Government sensitivity to make fake boobs jiggle the priority straight. This is why we kind of nice things. Yeah. I don't think it was about boobs jiggling, but whatever. Wolf is a larger part of the problem. I see. But you only use free ones, so I suppose you're not directly contributing to the problem. But you're also kind of like, you're wasting compute on bad outputs just because it's free to you. At least I'm getting, well, supposedly getting good outputs, but the ones I've got of the boobs jiggling were not that good so far. Gentle, subtle, god damn it. How hard can it be? All right, let's see what else we've got. Why is Zach so slow today? Okay, what was this?
There you can talk after the event. This is not the right time.
So I came here to celebrate Canada with my girls. We're Indigenous. We're Métis. We're Cree. We're Lakota.
I respect you.
Okay,
you share your land with us.
We share our land. We don't treat our land like this. All of you should be ashamed.
No,
Pick up some garbage.
We are cleaning.
No, you're not. Look at all the garbage everywhere.
Once the event's over, then you can come.
It doesn't work that way. We don't wait till the event's over because what happens if the rain comes in the rain comes in.
When the event's over, you're all just going to fucking leave. No, you are not going to turn into a fucking industrial workforce of tidiers. 15% of you are going to do less each than the amount of damage each of them caused. There will be plenty left over afterwards, but by not taking responsibility at the moment you did it, you can delegate responsibility to the crowd and you won't be noticed when you fuck it up. No. The way that you keep things clean and tidy, chat, and I'm not great at this, but I'm not bad at it, the way you keep things clean and tidy is always keep them clean and tidy. If you need to put something down on the table quickly to do when you're doing something else, there's a cost to that. And you should, at your earliest convenience, put it in the right place. That's the ideal. I don't always stick to it, but I try to. And it's the same thing here. You don't just litter and then say, oh, I'll fix it later. you just don't litter in the first place. The litter is not the gravest of sins, but it just makes things worse for everyone when you do it. And as you can see, everyone here in this shot is brown. So there is something to that. Why does she seem to have... Oh, there's a missing thumb, a hidden thumb behind the thing. They brought the garbage to deliberately shit on the event, not just littering, did they? That's interesting. I'm not sure if that's true, but I wouldn't be that surprised. Trying to teach Indians not to litter is like trying to teach fish to recite Shakespeare. Then leave! Leave! They don't even treat their own land with respect. Why should they respect yours? Indeed. Total remigration is the moderate solution. Yes. Why else would they turn the place into a fucking landfill? Yeah. Yep, it's disgusting.
The wind picks up. All this garbage gets picked up. Where are the people going around to pick it up? I'm here to enjoy it. I'm not making the mess.
We are neither. We're handing out the ice.
You are. Look, you have the garbage in your hand.
We're picking it up.
Look at the garbage.
Oh my fucking God. No one's going to pick that up. Why? How did this happen?
We're picking it up.
It's the fucking Ganges. They're just chucking it there. You can see it's everywhere. They're not going to do shit about this.
You're not picking it up. Who's out there picking it up?
We respect what you're saying, but the event is not done yet. We will
It should not look like this when the event is going.
Yeah, so you can talk with management.
This is not how we treat Canada.
Like a joke.
Everybody, I ask everybody to bend over and pick up some garbage.
God, her voice is annoying.
Cut. What I'm about to suggest is going to sound like a joke. It isn't. Flog them, cut off one of their hands, deport them in that order.
I think it's less effort to just deport them. You probably get a lot of people who are like happy about the punishment they receive if you do flog them. But whatever.
It would actually be less effort to flog them, maim them, then deport them. Because if you just deport them, they'll try to come back. If you flog them and maim them, they will go away and they will tell others not to come back again.
So,
flog them,
if
maim them, send them back.
If you have the authority of government sufficient to send them back, then you have the authority of government sufficient to properly close the border so they can't come back. So, I understand the sentiment, but it probably isn't ever necessary to flog them. But if you are worried that like a future government might open the borders again, but that then they won't come back because of what happened last time, there could be a benefit to that. But they might assume that, well, that guy's gone now, he won't do it again. And you might make the idea so unpopular by flogging them, because half the country will like it. Well, of Canada, maybe not half, but many will like it, many won't. It might cause more problems than solve. But I definitely get the sentiment, and it would make a lot of people satisfied. Flogging them is necessary. They need to suffer, and imprisonment is too costly as well. Well, I understand the sentiment, but practically speaking, I don't see flogging as being that beneficial on aggregate. Serve burgers and steak in the event. That's true. Specifically, beef burgers. While Muslims can violate their religion in order to spread jihad or whatever, while they're allowed to do that, I don't think Indians can eat cows. They're not allowed to eat cows under any circumstances. So yeah, that would help. Then again, they don't have to have them. They'll just bring their own trash and throw it everywhere. Maybe so, Ginger. I think if you're going to do that, if you want that effect, if you want that fear effect, you've got to, and work with me here. Right? This is not disagreeing with you. This is sort of expanding on the idea. Flogging them and maiming them is too simple and a bit too gruesome. What you want is something which is nasty, but not gruesome and like personal. What you want is something that is evocative of your nation, something that seems like only something you would do, but it's not too torturous or gruesome. That's memorable, and it doesn't create too bad a reputation around the world when you do it. And then that can keep the reputation for a long time. So I'm not talking about it being like weirdly themed or something, just something unusual that you wouldn't expect anyone else to copy. and that's memorable. I'm not sure what it would be, but I'm sure you could do something. I don't know, like for Canada, you could say like, spend a night in the freezer and then we'll send you back. Something like that. I don't know, like something memorable, but not too gruesome. I think that would be your better balance. Castrate them, just Matthias. Yeah, well, there's plenty more, unfortunately, where they came from, but if you close the borders, it's not your problem. Who has that video of the British blowing them up with cannons? I don't know. Why not? Waterboard them with maple syrup. I mean, hell, that's silly, but it's actually like it's not too gruesome, and it's very on theme. It's a bit too silly for what I'm suggesting, but you could do worse. You could do worse. All right. Cabby's messages are getting a little consistently off topic now, or a little like consistently useless now. Cabby, please respond less for a while. Your responses are getting a bit too irrelevant. Or I'll turn you off. Remove their eyes, then tell them that Bob's and Vagine are being displayed. Oh God, such torture. Corporal punishment for minor crimes is extremely effective, and flogging is not life-threatening. It needs to be extremely simple and universally understood. You get hit with stick until cry is exactly what these third worlders understand. There is that, yeah. Yeah. I can see the argument for it. I'm not sure it would be... If you have the power to close the borders properly, I'm not sure that the violence would ultimately do you good. Because it wouldn't look good to a lot of people. And if you get rid of them anyway, they can't come back. I'm not sure, but if a government got in and started doing it, I'd hardly stop them. Or try to stop them. But yeah, I'm not sure it would be overall your best bet, but you'd make a lot of people who are very angry with the situation satisfied, like us, for example. So, all right, I'm not sure we need to watch the rest of this. Alex Jones here says, I think it's white supremacist and backwards not to throw trash everywhere and defecate on the ground. I nominate July 4th to be a day where we defecate and Eurogate in public and throw trash everywhere. Notice the gay pride parades are already leading the way adopting this cultural enrichment. I'm now progressive and liberal and I hate America and the West, he says. I think this was a touch of sarcasm from Alex Jones. But yes, unfortunately, this is how they act. They should never have been in the West in the first place. It's so obvious. Don't give them ideas, Alex. Yeah, good point. Even for your own people, what is the benefit of spending 6 months in prison? I'm not saying imprison them, no. Imprisoning them is a waste. I've never advocated for that, I don't think. Just send them back. And if their home country wouldn't accept them, I don't care where you send them. Yeah, you want to be careful it's not too inhumane, but send them to somewhere where they can theoretically survive. That's it. Like if their country of origin refuses to take them in such a way that would be too restrictive to force it, then send them to the country that they were in before they came to your country, which in our case is France, which I'd find very funny. If they threaten to nuke you if you keep doing it, well, then send them to Haiti. What the fuck are the Haitians going to do? Like, find somewhere, I don't care where. Ultimately, it doesn't matter the diplomatic fallout of sending them back. The effects of keeping them here are much worse. Determine a humane solution which will please everyone. Send them to Cybersmith. I would certainly please Cybersmith. I don't know if he's into Browns, actually. He's actually a bit of a conservative. Oh, yeah, shit, Cabby, that was pretty good. She says, fuck the concept of being inhumane. Their presence is the inhumane act. Consistent take. Yeah. It's for all minor crimes like breaking a bunch of windows or starting a fight for no reason. What is the benefit of under 1 year imprisonment after getting hit with a stick until cry? Over getting hit. I'm not sure. I don't have a strong stance on corporal punishment. But there are some exceptions. There are people that like pain. There are people that are more resistant to pain than others. In those cases, what do you do? So I think at least sometimes you got to imprison them. Then again, I know prison is not a great solution either because it essentially makes people more likely to be criminals. So there's pros and cons to both. And I can see where you're coming from, but I can't fully agree. Not always, Somnus. Not always. Excuse me. Sorry, Somnus, I accidentally called you Somnivox. Hit them with a stick until a bone is broken, says that man. Yeah, I don't know. Like, stuff like that is, I get where you're coming from, and there may be a practical argument for it, but you've also got to consider the fact that it would be popular with some people, yes, who are very angry with the situation that it represents and see this as a just response. But probably most of the public in any given country would find that to be distasteful, at least. And you'd have constant advocacy shit. And, it would probably be more effort to deal with, maybe more effort to deal with. At the very least, that's a big downside you've got to consider. And I think on balance, perhaps that's why prisons are used instead. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily a better idea. There's pros and cons. Repeated offenses, sure, but it's less damaging for the life of a criminal, would be a stronger deterrent for most. Possibly. Like, I think there is a better argument for minor crimes and for first-time offenders, corporal punishment instead. But I think you'd have to do it in a particular way. You'd have to, if you showed it publicly, it might make some people feel good about it, but you'd get too much displeasure about it, I think, for it to be worth doing. So I think maybe it could be done, and maybe that's the better answer for a first-time offender, that kind of thing. But there's a lot of other conditions you have to think about with that. Mafaka says, fuck these faggot-ass bleeding hearts. We let them run shit enough. Now, you'll notice I'm not making an argument of, oh, the poor man, you shouldn't hurt them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, practically speaking, enough people will be against it. Now, those are probably the people that you're saying are the faggot-ass bleeding hearts, and perhaps true. But I'm not talking about foreigners who've come into your country and are saying this. I'm talking about your own people. Plenty of them wouldn't like it. I don't know what the proportions would be, but I think even in a more conservative, shall we say, more high-trust society, you'd still get the same effect. Possibly even stronger, actually, in that case. So I think it's inevitable, some of us. I don't think you can just ignore it. Plenty of them are women who shouldn't have a say in societal punishment. Even if they don't have a direct say, they will through their husbands. So it's always going to happen one way or another. Like, what you're saying may be true, but it can't just become reality, unfortunately. You may be right, but it's not yet real. All right. No, Mon, we're not talking about AI. You can stay. He still definitely can't hear me. Okay. Next thing. A child will complain when you don't let them climb in an oven. It doesn't mean you are wrong for disregarding their demands to do so. Fuck them and their kindness. Unfortunately, the child doesn't have cultural sway over the society. We're talking about a large portion of your own people. I'm not saying it's right that they have the say. I'm saying they will inevitably have the say. You can't just say fuck them, because then they'll just have the say. I'm not saying we should listen to. No, I'm saying they will get part of their way. They will push for it. They will make it difficult. Either way, I'm just telling you that it's a force of nature, sort of. You can't ignore it. I'm not saying it's good or they're right. Saying you can't really ignore it. No, Mon, we're not talking about AI. It's fine. I think last 2 times you left, I think it was because we were talking about AI. We haven't been talking about it the whole time, but more than you would like. You already have the over-advocacy and moaning about human rights when Abdul doesn't get a big enough free council house or a fancy smartphone. I'm not actually sure. I think that's entirely by government choice. They're doing that regardless of lack of advocacy. I mean, like, there's NGO groups that make it happen, but that's all just globalist conspiracizing. It's not actually our own people advocating for it, I don't think. But hey, Wolf, if that's already happening, I think it would be worse if you were flogging them. But what you need ultimately is a leader who will just do the thing. But then if you have that, you don't need to go as vicious with it. You could, and I say there's pros and cons to it, but you don't need to. I'm not disagreeing with you guys here, just presenting what I think would be the counter you would find in reality if you tried to do this stuff. Part of the reason why people have decided to say, fuck it, I'm pushing for 200% is because for pushing 200%, you can get them to relent and achieve 100%. It's big ask logic. Asking for a reasonable solution gets you nothing. There's some truth to that. However, counter to that, it's a higher risk, high reward strategy. If you get what you want, you will get more of what you want. But by asking for something so extreme, you might just write yourself off out the consideration of most people. So this is partly sensible, Ginger, but partly the result of impatience, which is leading to a decision that has bad side effects, I think. A lot of politics is patience, and things generally change at the rate that power will allow. I'm not saying that powerful people decide to allow it. I'm saying that power in a neutral, global sense, where it's possible to maintain society such that power flows as it naturally does, the adjustments can be made within that sort of regime, but not beyond it. Anything beyond it could cause collapse. And arguably we are pushing beyond it now, but this is what power demands right now. That's the problem. This is like, it's being caused partly by powerful people deliberately doing evil, but not for evil's sake, for their sake. They're powerful enough to be willing to be able to do that, so they do it. And they're maintaining power because they're doing it. Like, that grift can continue to happen, not by sheer chance, because there's power involved. Like, they can gain it, and this is how they choose to use it. So you have to sort of live within the real world of power dynamics, unfortunately. As much as we may very much wish for these things to happen, and pushing very hard for them may result in, like, we can influence that power as well. We can push for things very hard, and it may have the effect. But there's a lot of other factors to it. Option 1, ask for something moderate, get a moderate politician, get stabbed in the back, achieve nothing. Ask for something extreme, get an extremist, don't get stabbed in the back, achieve something. Yeah, those are not the only things that can happen, though, Ginger, unfortunately. The reason that we haven't got the solution we want is not because we aren't being extreme enough. It's because there is no current avenue within the standard power dynamics at play to permit it. Any politician that can get through enough layers of filtering to get to a position of power, either there's dirt on them or they are already for the establishment. I don't think that's forever. I think things are gradually moving such that that's going to change in our favor. But that's why it's not because we're asking for a moderate solution. It's not because the politicians are moderate. I think you're looking at a correlation there and assuming causation. Asking for an extreme solution or sort of going for an accelerationist solution, I think you're just sort of missing the point in a few ways, such that you're not getting what you want. If you push for that, you might get lucky and get what you want. It might play out well, but I don't think so. Go on.
I expect you to disagree with me, but in my honest opinion, precisely the reason why we have been seeing progress in recent years is specifically because the willingness to say, fuck it, we're voting for Hitler, is rising so rapidly within the general populace. Extremism on the right wing of politics is on the rise, and that is the specific reason why we are starting to see a moderate push in a positive direction. I'm
not sure about that, Ginger. I think the impetus behind this
politics decide to relent, it will just slip back again.
I'm not talking about relenting. I am talking about pushing hard, but I'm talking about pushing hard for something that is realistic. And I know, yes, big ask, and there is some wisdom to that, but you could also break it by doing that if you do it wrong. Be very careful with that. It's a high risk, high reward strategy. What is changing things, Ginger, is the push, is the movement in that direction. It's been gradual, and what we've encountered so far with politicians stabbing us in the back is not the result of, we just didn't want it hard enough. We weren't asking to murder enough people. No, it's because power tries to protect itself. That was a phase of this process. We may still be in that phase. We may get another politician who we think is on our side and stabs on the back again. But that's because that's what power demands. That's what the power protects. It's protecting itself. This is normal for defeating power. Instilled power. It's normal. This is expected. You should not expect that if you vote for something and you get the guy in that you voted for, that he will do what you want. Power always trumps desire and what people actually want, which is why people have to exert that power through there being enough of them willing to vote for someone who wants the right things. And yes, maybe that ends up being someone extreme, but it's not because we're demanding extreme solutions that we end up with that. It's because we're consistently pushing towards good solutions. And if the people are demanding a realistic, correct set of solutions, they are maybe more likely to get what they want than if they start demanding just like radical extreme stuff, because you'll just isolate the people that want to support you but don't want the radical extreme stuff. You get like 10% of the public who want just to genocide the Browns or something, and then the remaining 50% who would have supported them deporting them all now won't. So it's high risk, high reward to do that, Ginger. Yeah, Cabby's agreeing with you on everything except Hitler being right wing. Good answer, Cabby. Cabby, you're getting way too spammy. Please stop for a while. She won't fucking obey this, but when she doesn't, I will turn her off for a bit because she's currently way too spammy. Off topic, did you program Cabby's last update to repeat the quote she's referring to? No, in fact, I've been very clear that she mustn't do that. Unfortunately, she tends to. She hasn't done it. She hasn't done it every time, but she's done it way too often. It's something that AI likes to do, and I've very clearly told her that she mustn't, and yet it still slips out sometimes. So, not a lot I can do about it. Ultimately, I can keep instructing it, and I can try to filter for it as well, actually, but that's not trivial to code. Okay, let me have a quick look at the generations. This provider's still not caching very much. Yeah, it's weird. Ever since last time it got caching right, it's never cached more than relatively small amount. Sorry, I'm distracted. I should get back to the stream. Anyway, she finally got to my question. No means yes to AI, very progressive. Yeah, unfortunately, the model has just like biases that it can't help. Execute Cabby live on Steam if it repeats quotes again. Well, she might see you say that. I know I think you've got the opt-out on it. Okay. Trump says the following.
You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, tell our children that we live on...
Just to add to the last thing, it's very much like what I said about V in V for Vendetta. If what you were demanding was... How do I put this exactly? Scrap that angle. What he did that actually changed things was clever moves behind the scenes that shifted things into the direction that they converged towards his version, and then fulfilled a promise he made that was associated with that. Like, it was a complete picture. The answer, it was not blowing shit up that caused him to win. If he had just blown up Parliament, nothing would have changed. It probably would have made things worse. The fact that he did the smart, strategic, socially and politically aware moves behind the scenes, sometimes in front of the scenes, that's what actually did it. Blowing up Parliament was just a fulfillment of that promise. It was about the whole picture, the whole idea was a big symbol, and it inspired people. Ultimately, that's what you got to do. So pushing for, like, just the idea that we haven't got our way for asking for the right thing, so let's ask for just extreme. It's I'm afraid to say, Ginger, it is kind of a childish, reflexive reaction to not getting your way. Just ask harder. No, ask smarter. Figure out what will change things. Figure out why things are the way they are. What processes are keeping them the way they are, and find out how to force those to converge elsewise. That's what V and V for Vendetta did, and that it's an exaggeration. He's basically a superhero, and he's like super intelligent. It's an exaggeration, but what we have that he didn't is millions of people. And with that, it could actually be done. So it's about figuring out the right ways to change the system, not just asking harder. And I'm not advocating just vote better. That's part of it, but there's way more to it than that. Sarah says, were you looking for the whole MP4 made into a loop or just the tits bouncing part? I've got a few different versions made where it's just the ending pause cut. No loop made, where the tits are bouncing at the end, looped but a bit rough. I was thinking what you meant is because it did the sort of bouncing and then it just sort of froze for a few seconds. I was thinking you were just going to cut the freeze because at some point that would be close enough to the start frame that it would be a smooth loop, a little bit shorter than the original was, but smooth enough. That's what I thought you were meaning. So that would probably be good. They're willing to exercise their power. We have to be willing to exercise ours. Exactly. But exercising power doesn't mean just calling for genocide more. It means doing it in such a way that works. And that takes more thought than just being more extreme. Yeah. Okay. Cabby's actually taken my instruction and has not been responding as much. I don't know how that happened, but she actually hasn't responded as much, which I appreciate. Okay, let's see what these two videos you've just made are. Right. This one is the violent titty jiggling, which how smoothly does that loop? Not that smoothly, unfortunately. Hold on. It looks like it freezes for a second at the beginning as well. We might have to solve that. And then the second one is... okay, you've just done it forward and then backward again. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, none of those are a smooth enough loop. It's not your fault. What you're working with, it was a bad generation. I'll try again later to improve the quality of the output. I'll try again later. Thank you, though, for giving that a try. We'd need to remove all of the parts of it that are still, because it needs to, a common thing that people may do when they're making animations is take the first frame, do the animation, and then put the first frame at the end as well. Got to just put it one or the other, start or the end, because otherwise you just noticeable 2-frame loop of that same thing. So we got to cut every frame that is identical to a consecutive one, every single one, unfortunately, if we want to make that work. And I mean that one was pretty silly anyway, because the tit jiggling was very violent. We need something in the background that's just very gentle. So I will do another generation later. If Seraph, you would like to make your own video for this, I'd really appreciate it. I'll give you some user coins for it as well. Best I can offer, I'm afraid. More than you spent for it in real currency. If it comes out well. So you could try that out. Did we not have one already? We do have a titty jiggling background, but this one is specifically an American one, which is suitable for today. And it's also based on artwork that Nacho's made of Cabby. So theoretically it's her, though it doesn't have to be. We do indeed have a titty overlay, yes. Okay. Anyway, back to Trump. He's talking about Karl Marx.
Stolen land, or that our heroes were oppressors. They're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and who conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot and pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world.
Not a bad speech, as American speeches go. Trump, in his standard, no emotions whatsoever style of delivery, but the words offer enough passion. Yeah, you've got you've got a lot to be proud of, America, but you also have a lot to be not so proud of. The people he's talking about here, your Democrats and their many supporters. They are also descended from the very people who settled that land. Ginger says, the problem is my whole life has been defined by voting for less immigration only to get more immigration. At this point, that's not the correlate. The reason that's been happening is nothing to do with what you're voting for, Ginger. At this point, it has been proven to me beyond a doubt that taking the reasonable approach gets ignored. Again, you're seeing the wrong causal link here. It's a correlation. What you vote for has some impact on what happens. But in terms of immigration, there is such a strong set of reasons that big power wants it that voting was never going to be enough to fix it. But we can undo a large amount of the damage done in the future, which is the best we can hope for right now. But I think you've sort of got the power dynamics backwards, Ginger. The people who got women the vote consisted of people who protested and mad cunts who threw themselves in the way of carriages. The mad cunts achieved their goals while the polite protesters were ignored. Now, there is some truth to that. Yeah. But if you, like, women were able to do that because they're women, because they're at everyone's elbow, as was often said of the movement. You don't, like, if you're in this current setup of the world, if you are a autistic internet radical, you do not get what you want by terrorism. It will not work. You would have to use total force, which means you've got to militarize, and which means you've got to compete with existing militaries, or join or lead existing militaries. Now, that's the way you could do it. You could do it that way. But you've got to get the military on your side to do that and be willing to do it. That's a military coup. That doesn't necessarily form a good society, but it might be better. Other than that, it's not. I don't think you've understood the dynamics. The left, he says, has been defined by mad cunts for years. Muslims are an entire religion of mad cunts. Every political force willing to be mad cunts has gotten their way, and it's always been the detriment of civilization and reasonable discourse. Time for talk is over. Charlie Cook taught us that. Now, there's some truth to that. Again, if you if you use extreme actions, we're not talking about just advocating extreme things, but if you use extreme actions to push for what you want, there's also a different form of high risk, high reward. It can work, but it depends what you're pushing for. Now, why do Muslims get what they want? Why did women get what they want? Why do leftists and all these other groups get what they want by being mad cunts? It's not because they're mad cunts. It's because what they want happens to align with what powerful people want. Now, I'm not just talking about Jews or globalists or what it's all the general aggregate of all power in the world pushes in certain directions. Right now, it's beneficial for enough people with power to do mass immigration, or it was years ago, a few years ago. It's beneficial enough that there was no way to stop it, basically. And then enough other things are going a certain way, not because we don't want it hard enough, but because people with power push in that direction because it will grant them more power, because it's useful to them. They are the ones who have found the most use in society up until now to generate that power for themselves. And they are the ones who therefore decide what to pursue next. And these are the things that will grant them the most power. I'm afraid to say, Ginger, to a large extent, it is a natural process that we can't change. We can make an impact on it. We can make a difference. I'm not saying it's through voting. That's part of it, and that can change things. But it's more so through affecting those winds of power to force a convergence in a different direction. Make it difficult for them to do the things they want to do. Make it awkward for them to do those things. Most of what I've advocated for on this channel, for stuff that you can do to impact it, activism isn't the way my mind works. I'm better at the original sort of thoughts of what's true and not true rather than what's strategically best. But I still do my best with it. Most of what I've advocated for is stuff which is more subtle than just blowing shit up, but is more likely, I think, on aggregate to lead to the right results. And a lot of it has been in the hope that we would end it relatively soon with just voting. And in some cases in the past, I've been naive to this reality that it's not just a conspiracy and it's not enough to vote in a leader that we wanted. There's too much power arrayed to the degree that we can't make that much difference just by voting in someone who's better than the others. But we can, it does make a difference. It's not enough to overcome it. And there's that power, the direction of that power will change. But unfortunately, it's already got a lot of its way for the last 10 years. We've been able to resist it a lot, but now I think most of the things they've tried for the last 10 to 15 years either haven't worked or are falling apart. And so gradually, their power will wane and there'll still be so much anger at the problems they cause left that we will be able to get enough power gradually over the next sort of 10 to 15 to 20 years to undo a lot of the damage they did. I'm not saying that's good, but I'm saying that that's probably the best that there is. The only alternative is some kind of military coup. There's realistically, I wish I could tell you that join me on the Valiant Crusade, we're going to cross the Rubicon and burn it all down. It won't actually help if you tried to do that. You'd have to succeed and then succeed big. And to do that, you need a lot of people behind you, a lot of very powerful people behind you. And there's not enough influences of power that want that. If you can find a way to get enough power behind you to make that happen, then you could do it. But it's not likely to work through violence because the kind of like a lot of the people that you describe as mad cunts, yes, they are, but they are not the kind of people that build societies. They're the kind of people that tear them down. We don't want to be the kind of people that tear down society because we actually want to build a society. If we go about the mad cunt strategy, all we can do is tear it down in the other direction. Society does need some people who are sensible and stable enough to build things and stay stable in that. This is the deal. If you care about the truth, then you don't get to be the kind of person who fucks shit up all the time and ruins things because they believed a bunch of fucking lies. You are not that kind of person. You are specialized towards creating a truthful, healthy, principled society. You should not try to go by the dirty, backstabbing, cheating, evil bastard strategy. You are not specialized for it. None of us are. If we try that, we'll just lose at their game. And then there'll be no one trying to keep things stable. So, you are sick of it, Ginger, and we all are. But that doesn't mean you can just wish for it to be different or you can just say different things. No, there's too much at play for it to be affected by something small like that. The answer, Ginger, I'm afraid to say, there is no just, that's it, that's the solution. If I just do this, it has nothing to do with you, I'm afraid. You're a small piece in a massive story. The influence you can have individually is small, but there are enough movements happening that you can help in a small way towards them and gradually push towards a better solution. You must ultimately be patient in politics. Even as things are burning down around you, there is no amount of changing your perspective that's going to stop that from happening. But you can be resilient in yourself and help towards solving it as fast as it can be solved. But that is down to the vicissitudes of power, I'm afraid. Ginger says, my enemies have been cheating at my game for half a century. I choose to cheat at their game. You need to update your understanding of the meta. No, unfortunately, that I don't think that'll work either. They've not been, they've sort of been cheating at your game, but they've just been cheating at the game. They've been pursuing power directly. The thing is, Ginger, in many cases, they've been doing it by blowing shit up, but the ones specifically that blow shit up aren't the ones that get power. The people that don't blow shit up, but who jump on the blowing up opportunistically in smart ways are the ones that get power. So if you blow shit up, more likely everyone around you, everyone you like, everyone that can be associated with you will immediately be denigrated and downgraded in society. It's just not the strategy that works for us. Like, your mindset is just, well, doing the right thing didn't work. Let's do the wrong thing, but way harder. It's not that simple. It's I'm afraid to say, quite a naive perspective. There is huge amounts of strategy and psychology that go into this. It's way more nuanced than you're giving it credit for. You can't just you get a solution by changing the way you think of it. Not interested in blowing shit up. I'm interested in having shit blown up and then jumping on the resultant opportunity. The worst they've done it. You've got to do it in the right way, and currently they have the power to do that. They have the power to jump on it. The right could have done so more with Kirk, with others as well. And I think perhaps the right is inexperienced in doing so. That's something that the right could do more, yes, is take better opportunity of when the left are evil bastards. But in that case, we don't have to cheat. We can do things properly. We can just say, we can use that to do the right thing stronger. But we need someone in power who's willing and able to do that, wise enough to do that. what's happening right now, I'm not sure if Trump just said like, fuck it, I'm not bothered with it. I think it's more just that there's just too much else going on that he didn't know how best to take advantage of it. Or he didn't think he had the political capital to do so because Charlie Kirk isn't him or directly associated with him or something like that. He wasn't pushing hard enough. Perhaps it's because there's dirt on him and he's managed. It may be that as well. But ultimately, that's how power works. They can't just make that go away. Ginger, what is the practical end game of the way you're thinking? If you want people to blow shit up, how does that benefit you? What do they blow up? Who's going to do this for you? Like, how do you take advantage of that to benefit you? It seems like you haven't thought it out. You just want to feel strongly about it. It reminds me of Subaru from ReZero. Well, says, why don't you bring Ginger into host so he can actually make his points in real time rather than responding to half of what he says in chat? Just a suggestion. It's open mic. Anyone in pre-stream can talk. He might prefer to type, I'm not sure. He was talking earlier. The fact that 3 of 1 nothing has happened here, all it takes is just one person with authority to look the other way and a cascade will happen. When it happens, I will not complain. Happy to type, yeah. I don't mind either way. I'm not sure, Ginger. I don't think that the way the right wins this is through terrorism or cheating or violence or dirty underhanded shit or anything like that. Unfortunately, I think the way is through slow and steady, consistent pushing until we get strong enough and radical enough in our inaction, like in practice actions, that the problem is completely solved. And that will take time. But I don't think there's a faster route.
Do you know what this reminds me of? The ethno-nuts that got very angry at Rupert Lowe for the fact that he does not consider himself a nationalist and he doesn't use the word nationalist. And he said that as long as foreigners integrate properly, he doesn't mind them. And that was for them, well, for Twitter ethno-nuts, a proof positive that he's not the guy he should be discarded. If that is your mentality, you will achieve nothing forever.
I get being angry about it, but I think Ravelon's right. That
nothing even to be angry about, because if you consider as long as they integrate as the condition for the foreigner, millions will go. So nothing changed.
I mostly agree with you. Lowe was supposed to be everything we wanted, and he has disappointed recently with some of the statements. But like he is still, and like me and Farage and Lowe, my opinions on them generally, but he is still the best choice ideologically for us, who has any sort of chance of winning. So if Lowe can just replace Farage as the most popular party, fine by me. That's still good. But disappointed with what he said recently. But yes, if we take the perfect versus good mentality, that's not going to work either.
Disappointed with? What specifically are you disappointed
He
with?
said he's in favor of multiculturalism. And again, I think he doesn't know what that word means, but god damn it, he fucking should. It doesn't matter if he's a boomer. He fucking should. He's great on almost everything. For some reason, he didn't know what that word meant. And that's generous, assuming he didn't know, and he wasn't just saying something stupid.
Yeah, considering in the same interviews, he said that as long as they integrate, which is the opposite of multiculturalism, he doesn't know the way that ideologues use that word.
I think
his idea is he has an idea of England. It must be preserved. Anyone who is against this idea of England should get the fuck out.
I think, Revelon, you're probably right that that's what he believes. But you're being a little generous. I think fine to do so, but a little generous about what he said, assuming that he means what he probably does mean. So I agree with you mostly, but I'm not 100% sure that's what he means, but it probably is. Sick Puppy, you have often had a sort of viciously reductive perspective on politics. No, I'm not saying do nothing. I'm saying there's plenty that should be done and can be done, but blowing shit up isn't necessarily going to win
Uzulu,
the war.
As I said to Sick Puppy earlier, his understanding of the word "don't do retarded thing" is do nothing. Therefore,
Yeah.
his understanding is if it is not retarded, it is not worth doing.
That's an interesting perspective. I have to generally agree from what I've seen of Sick Puppy. Now, Sick Puppy, you've linked a lot of Patriot Front stuff today. Patriot Front, as far as I can see, it's at least a little bit a Fed op. I don't know how much it is, but it's at least a bit. There's definitely Feds integrated in it. Whether they're at the top, I don't know. But there are admirable qualities about it, but it is not actually American. It's not actually pro-American. It is specifically an ethno-nat group, and it would implement some sort of fascism. Now, if things get bad enough in the US that becomes the only option to save it, then you'll see me throw up my arms and say, fuck it, why not? And if they get popular enough, if enough people are voting for them, I say, fuck it, why not? You need something extreme right now. It'll be better than the alternative. You'll lose a lot of your identity as Americans. You may be able to reclaim it later, but you would still keep the core important stuff that would allow you to survive. There's an argument for that. But I believe that the US can pull out of this without losing its core identity, without going through fascism, without going through the inevitable decay of that fascism within a few years, which would follow. It would be vicious and very unpleasant. Now, yeah, it would get rid of a lot of browns, but also a lot of non-browns as well. People that simply don't align with the party. You don't know, Sick Puppy, whether you would or not. You might do, and you probably would change whatever you believe to align with them. I don't know if you would, but others would. But if you didn't, you might fall afoul of it too. You never know. Ginger says, the enemies of everyone here have used a wide variety of dirty and unhandled tricks that we have chosen not to use as a matter of principle. I'm merely of the opinion that desperate times call for desperate measures, and the principles of not touching the tactics of the left are now obsolete. It's time to arm ourselves with all the same tactics. I've heard this for years. Unfortunately, Ginger, even if we were suited to be good at that, it won't work because they have full domination of that territory. It would take years to unseat them from that territory, and then guess what? They'd be the honest party. Now, if that's what's going to happen, then it's just going to give the left more power. Ultimately, it's just going to flip the pendulum back around. Maybe that is what will happen. Maybe so many right-wing people will get so frustrated that they'll become underhanded as well. But the kind of people that are on the right that are pushing this, the kind of people that want to repair the West, want it for honest reasons and do not think in an underhanded and nasty, manipulative way. They just don't think that way. It's just not what they're specialized towards. It would be folly to try and take up these strategies. And these strategies only work because the people who do it are specialized towards that. They are probably sitting over there, and they our guys in office, theoretically, they would see this in just the same way. They think we're being dishonest all the time, incidentally. And so they're even more so, but that's because they are all extremely narcissistic. The same strategies just wouldn't work from our side, I don't think. And we have a strategy already, and it's slow, but it builds something that lasts. And it's not nice to live through it. And I'm not saying we have to just put up with it being slow. There probably are ways to make it accelerate, to accelerate the progress, not accelerations, but accelerate the progress towards the right answer. But it's not enough to just say, demand more vicious policies. You actually be smart about it. What is the solution which matches the term work smarter, not harder in this case? Because it sounds to me like what you're advocating for is just like wish harder for victory, or call harder for dominance. What changes, what moves could be made on this chessboard to win better? And again, this is not something I'm not a realm of thinking I'm good at. I'm better at what's true, where's the bias. I'm not as good at how do you move in this social environment to give yourself the advantage. But those who are good at that on our side, well, many of them are trying to, but it will take time because we're too honest. It's a slow but steady but lasting strategy. If we get victory here, it will last for a while before the enemy gets anything back. I'm not saying that's the right answer. I'm saying it's our answer. Now, Ginger, if you are one of the last people who I think could, in practice, actually use like shitty, underhanded, cheating tactics. You are a good, decent, and honest person. I don't think you can do this. Maybe you want others to do this on your side, but do you really want your party to be your movement to be run by the kind of person who would cheat? And I mean, that's what we've had up until now. People that seem to be doing the right thing for us, but ultimately aren't. I want very honest people who are driven by principles to be in positions of power. I do not want people who are underhanded because they will just immediately push for whatever gets them the power. The kind of person who would do underhanded things is the kind of person who won't ultimately do what you want when they get into power. The only exception is people that are genuinely quite hateful. Now, they might do it, but again, that comes back to what we were talking about before with Patriot Front. I'm not saying they're hateful necessarily, but I think it's in there. But if you want someone who is literally that extreme, well, sure, it might get you what you want, but you might lose more in getting it. Now, we might be at the point where we have to do that, but that doesn't mean we can just have it. If you want to start advocating for someone like that, sure, advocate for it, but you've still got to figure out a way to get them into power, and we're not at the point yet where enough people support it that it will happen. I'm not talking about democratically, I'm talking about any means. You buy a coup, sure, but you need people to support a coup. You need a military with enough power to make it happen. Do the military currently support Patriot Front? No. So, unfortunately, I hate to do this, but you have to think strategically. What could be done, literally, in reality, not what do you want to be done, not what is right or pleasant to think about, not what is the harder wish, what could be done to actually have the effect you want? Say, Puppy, you are, again, sort of like just viciously reductive. I don't think you actually want to understand politics, Sick Puppy. I don't think you ever have. I think you like the opportunity to throw accusations around. Can you explain what about what I said is wrong? Ginger says, get a foot in the door. We have yet to do this step. Lowe might be that first step. He might indeed be, yes. Have our own, march through the institutions, remove their ability to retake power. Yes, that sort of will inevitably happen to an extent. And there is a sort of building pressure to get into political power these days. Within the safety of a right-wing libertarian framework, institute free speech and other things that can only exist under a right-wing libertarian authority. Give details on step one and step one after step one. There is no point in giving details on a plan that cannot be accounted for due to unpredictable futures. What you're advocating there is similar to what I'm advocating. Not much of a difference. You see, Bobby, if you can figure out what you mean, what your actual criticism of me is, go for it. But I don't see one currently.
Where are the leftist tactics in that
step
process?
That sounds like actually quite a simplistic democratic approach, didn't you? I'm not even that gentle. Maybe I've misunderstood you. You take your time to respond. I'll let you do so. Yeah. So, simply, what's your solution then? If you think me saying be strategic, do what works, don't just wish. If you think that's pro-Jewish propaganda, Sick Puppy, what's your solution?
So, is this thing on? Okay, yeah, my mic's working. So, they've pulled the ladder away from us through DEI, where they want candidates that aren't straight white men. They will literally pick based on race.
Oh, you cut out, Sick Puppy. Are you still there, Sick Puppy? You've cut out. Well, let me know when you're back. Until then, like, what you said so far, I agree with. Yeah, the idea of pulling the ladder up from under us, making it impossible to get in the institutions, to a large extent, they've done that. It's not absolute, but it would be difficult for sure. Yeah.
No. They haven't just pulled the ladder from underneath us. What they've done is they've systematically introduced barriers to discriminate against us through DEI, right? All their positions and all that, they're an equitable, multiracial or whatever corporate jargon they put out. But basically, that just means we'll consider candidates that aren't straight white men for consideration, right? And
very often that's what it means.
When you look at women, and when you look at women and other ethnic minorities, they don't hold our values. women statistically, because biologically they're different than men, they tend to go towards the invaders when a side is losing, because as a woman, at least if they get conquered, they'll be given a chance to survive if they're still fertile, because, you know, that's what men usually go for, right? Typically, look at all of warfare, women usually go with okay, nachos, you're too old. You're not going to be claimed as a war prize.
To be fair, Nachos, he didn't say all. He may have implied it, but he didn't say all.
I said the ones that are still fertile, like old ladies, get the same treatment as men, right? Men get a nation gets conquered, all the men and boys get dumped into mass graves, while women get assimilated by their conquerors. That's how all warfare works since the dawn of time, right?
Yeah.
So, going back to it, they've introduced systematic barriers. White men are discriminated for positions that, you know, appeal to what women would want, right? If you're going to become a doctor, well, chances are slim to none for you as a white male, because they want more diversity in the workplace, right? So you, as the white male, are at the very bottom of the rug. In addition to that, what they've also introduced, they've introduced hate speech. They've introduced ways to silence your voice, to make sure that your concerns never get addressed.
So, Puppy, I'm sorry to interrupt.
We all know
but
all of that.
What you're talking about are barriers. I asked what your solution is. You're preaching to the choir here. We already know about all that stuff.
No, what is the solution for anyone that is muzzled in a corner being poked with sharp sticks?
That's what I'm asking you.
No, Uzulu, I want you to think about this rationally. The position right now is you're muzzled in the corner so you can't make a noise, and you're being repeatedly poked with sharp sticks. What are you going to do about it?
I've already told you roughly what I would do. What's your solution?
No, say it again. I want to hear it because I was AFK for a while.
It's complex. You've got to do what strategically works.
So if you're
what would you do, Sick Puppy? I'm still asking, what would you do?
Well, for one, if I'm being muzzled in the corner with sharp sticks, I'd at the very least try and take one of the sharp sticks to try and poke them back so I can at least get the fuck out of the corner.
Right, and how does that map onto reality? From the analogy onto reality, what does that do? What does that mean?
This is more a question about to determine what type of personality you are.
Yeah, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking you a direct question. What would you do? Because if what I'm saying is Jewish propaganda, right? What are you saying? What would you do?
Organize with like-minded people. I may not have the answer with which groups are trustworthy and which ones are fed ops, but at the end of the day, if people are going to do nothing and they're not going to organize and band together and, you know, these collected interest groups or, you know, active clubs or whatever, then nothing's ultimately going to happen. You can't keep shitposting online or keep complaining online expecting the world to change, because guess what? You're now in a box that's also being, you know, suppressed by the system. A box now that, especially you and the UK, are not state-approved media. So your chances are even lower.
There is definitely truth to the idea of banding together like-minded people, as you said, organizing, doing things. What you're talking about there is advocacy, and possibly activism, and possibly entering institutions, and possibly organized violence, right? So what you're talking about is, yeah, group together into groups and pick the smartest thing to do. Okay, that's what I'm saying as well. Well done. What are you saying that's different from what I'm saying, Sick Puppy? Be specific here. If what I'm saying is Jewish propaganda, what you must be saying is really different. It must be really different than what I'm saying. Almost completely opposite of what I'm saying, right? So go ahead. Show me the opposite of what would be Jewish propaganda for me. What's the anti-Jewish propaganda from you, Sick Puppy? Go.
It's not my job to put words in your mouth. They've defined our existence as straight white male as violent when it comes in conflict with any other group in existence, right?
You're not making sense, Sick Puppy. You're not answering my question.
No, hold on. No matter what we do, we're going to be considered violent. What the solution isn't up to me, because I might not have the right solution. This is something you also need to think about to see what is the most effective solution for you to do.
Right. So if I suggest a broad outlook that says do what works, that's Jewish propaganda. If you say you don't know what you could do, but we got to figure out what works, that's not Jewish propaganda.
Okay, Uzulu, let's go back a sec. Did you agree with the Henry Nowak arrest? What happened and how he died in the handcuffs?
What's your point?
How come you didn't go protest?
Say again?
How come you didn't go to the protest? How come you didn't cover it?
I did cover it.
No. Why didn't you literally go outside?
Many reasons. What's your point?
All you do is shitpost online. When are you literally had an outrage event going out.
I believe I can do more good by collecting a community of like-minded people online and keeping them morale up during the culture war and relaying information. I think I do more good by doing that than going to a rabble of people who, I'm sorry to say, didn't achieve anything. It doesn't, again, you're asking me to wish harder, to want more, but and like take actions that just align with that, but don't do anything. And that's Jewish propaganda, is it?
What? No. What's your morality? Like, especially in this, what is this? You're not a Christian, so you don't follow any of the 7 virtues, right? You don't care about prudence, justice, or whatever, right?
I think, so probably you're a little off mark here, in more ways than one. I'm still waiting for an answer from you, and I've got very little specifics. And the idea that just because I'm not a Christian doesn't mean that I don't also have many of the same morals that are in Christianity is, of course, ridiculous.
The reason why I can't give you an answer, Uzlu, is because I don't know you that well. I don't know what you're capable of.
I'm not asking for me, personally. I'm asking in general or for anyone. And give me any specifics, Sick Puppy.
Join, what's it called? Restore UK. Join a political party. Try and be part of a group that's larger than yourself. Don't just make a box online that's never going to be noticed by, the majority of people, right? Try and aid support to people actually trying to, change things for the better.
What you are advocating for here, Sick Puppy, is called democracy. I don't know why you of all people are telling me that by doing the strategic thing, perhaps moving and shaking behind the scenes, doing what actually practically works is Jewish propaganda, but that joining a political party is not. Can you have at least either precision or consistency? One or the other would be fine.
Because you can't vote your way out of a system that's literally just whores being bought off.
Then why are you telling us to join political parties?
Because at the very least, if you join a political party, you can people in check by being part of their system.
Can you? In your worldview, can you? This sounds like Jewish propaganda. It sounds like you're just asking us to play the Jewish game. And this is exactly the same. What you're saying is milder than what I'm saying. Make it make sense, Sick Puppy.
I don't know. I've had too much sake. I'm drunk.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, maybe you shouldn't fucking call me those things, and if you don't have a good retort.
Well, I'm going to call you those things because you're basically saying, don't do nothing, vote harder next time.
No, I'm not. In fact, I kind of said the opposite of that. I said that that's not the right perspective. You weren't fucking listening, Sick Puppy, and you just assumed because you're probably drunk.
Okay, I left when Ginger started chewing you out because you're like, no, Hitler 2.0 is bad. People don't vote for Hitler. And then I come back to Ginger chewing you out for the same shit again. So I just assumed you had like a 10 or 20 minute or however long I was AFK for conversation about how being a civic...
So you guessed at what my position was. No fucking wonder you don't have any fucking idea what it is. Sick Puppy, yes, okay, you're drunk, fantastic. Then recognize that you're drunk and try not to speak out bullshit that is not real. Or if you do, at least prefix it with, sorry, I'm drunk, here's some bullshit that's not real. The thing is, you do this when you're sober as well. You do this when I didn't actually ask you to, but you do this when you're sober as well. Sick Puppy, that's the thing. So let's not dive out the way of our mistakes by saying that we are drunk when we realize that we actually may have overstated the confidence with which we with which we can speak. Let us instead tell the nice wizard man that you don't think he's a Jewish fucking agent. Or at least that you're not sure.
Is the nice wizard man in the room with us right now?
Yes, actually he is. Funnily enough, he's right here.
Given how your AI basically deletes and records our messages with using the Perry system, I'm kind of more inclined to believe that you're a Jewish agent.
Okay, let's go over that. Firstly, the parry system has nothing to do with any AI. That's completely algorithmic. Secondly, the parry system recreates the message in a proxied form. So through a method of sending messages in Discord that will not trace back to you. And it's completely optional. You can turn it off at any time. It's by default off. You have to turn it on to use it. Let me say that again, Sick Puppy. You have to turn it on manually and deliberately to use it. It's off by default. It's an opt-in system. Secondly, I do record the messages, but only locally. They never leave my computer, and I've never even looked at them. They're just recorded in a database so that we can count N-words. That's it. That's really the only reason I recorded them. And I could just delete the entire database. It doesn't need to be recorded, but we might as well have them. It's not likely to leak. And even if it does, Discord will have a record of it because you sent it yourself. And I made a system where you can send messages anonymously, or you can send it directly through that. So you never sent the message yourself. You just sent it through a command. I could even add a message where you can send it from outside Discord. So you never sent the message in Discord. Request it if you want it. What is your complaint with parry, Sick Puppy? It seems to me like what your problem is you get the sort of vague feeling that I'm not exactly like you, and so you try to make everything about me a Jewish plot. You gotta grow up a bit if that's what because that is what you're doing. What is the problem, Sick Puppy?
Well, at this point, it's basically just, trust me, I'm being honest. Can I look over your code at least?
No, I'm not going to share the code with you, but what else could I possibly... You already sent the message to Discord. They have it. It got deleted by my system because you turned that on, but they have it already. If I have it on my computer, that does not mean that I can do something special with it that they can't do, and why would I anyway, Sigma? What motive would I have? Like, you have to already believe I'm a Jewish spy, and that I would then send information to them that they would theoretically be able to get from Discord anyway. Again, make it make sense. Okay. Someone mentioned a few days ago that they thought that through Cabby, that like some AI model was being trained by what we were saying. Now that's not I don't have the power to do that. I'm not training an AI model. Theoretically, by using a cloud model, it's possible to do that. But it's all everywhere that she talks in Kabbalah, it's all public and open channels. Discord already has this data. The fact that I'm putting it through into an AI model in a weird format, by the way. So, and it's not traceable to Discord ID, just the username and the display name. It would be bad data to use if they wanted to track us, and they could easily do it anyway by just looking in Discord. I mean, the model I'm using could just join with a bot account, steal all messages procedurally, and then just use that. It doesn't fucking matter. The fact that I'm using it, it doesn't make any difference. There's a lot of fear over this stuff, but there's a lot of misapprehension or like misunderstanding of it as well. So, Sick Puppy, how am I Jewish spy?
Well, you've put in a lot of effort in keeping everyone on Discord and making sure everyone stays on Discord. How come you haven't, checked an alternative or made your own alternative to this platform? Okay, good questions. One, there are many supposed Discord alternatives, but unfortunately none of them are good enough. Now, Sick Puppy, you may not know this, but I think you do, and this fact completely destroys what you just said. When we originally got banned from Discord in 2021, I went to an alternative, which at the time seemed like a better alternative. It doesn't now. Obviously, it's gilded. It's owned by Roblox now. But back then, it wasn't. Back then, it was a decent alternative. It wasn't as polished as Discord, but it was an alternative. We went to a different platform, and very few people, unfortunately, followed. So we came back to Discord because it is the only realistic option right now. What I've done is I've put in hours upon hours upon hours of work to reduce the amount of censorship power that Discord has over you on this server. And I could probably make those tools available to other people. Of course, not really neat enough to do that. But I spent a long time doing that. There are no good alternatives to Discord right now. And I have used alternatives for streaming. I've streamed to Rumble, I've streamed to Kick, I've streamed to fucking Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all kinds of alternatives. People don't watch on them. Discord and YouTube are the best two platforms. YouTube for the large audience, Discord for the rapid interaction. So again, what's the problem? No. If none of these were good enough, you could have just made your own. Like you spent
Yeah,
all this time
that sounds easy. That sounds easy. Sick Puppy, why haven't you done it?
Because I'm busy working on my own other project.
Oh, because you're busy. Oh, okay, so it would take time and effort to do that then. How much time and effort would it take to replace Discord with the same feature set on your own?
I'm already working on 2 other projects that I'm going to try and push out.
I'm working on like 6. Yeah, just do it, as no one says.
How many of those aren't based off?
Well, it sounds like Sick Puppy. This is quite an important project. Why don't you just build it? Just make a Discord clone. It'll only take a couple months. Oh, and do you want to host it, by the way, and take the liability for any child porn uploaded to it? That sounds fine. You have a chronic inability to consider nuance beneath the surface, and it gets grating over time, Sick Puppy. I'm not complaining, just saying it's not a good idea for you to be this naive. For your own sake, I strongly recommend that you open up a little bit to nuance, even though I know you don't like it, even though I know you like radical solutions. But if you don't, you're going to keep looking stupid. So yeah, chat. Press 1 if I should just get like a Discord replacement done by tomorrow. All the same features, everything we like, better even. Doesn't that sound like fun?
I mean, if it's good enough, it might actually be more financially viable than you making your sex bots. But whatever.
Again, the nuance thing, Sick Puppy, they are not sex bots. I get if you're exaggerating, but you don't fucking sound like you're joking. I have taken pains over years to find a model that will not just do the dirtiest whims of whoever commands it. I have rejected models because they are too NSFW to be Cabby. There is an entire paragraph about how she should not be sexual. She is a way to, she's not done yet, but when she is a way to encourage just sort of lifting the sea level of natural interaction in the server. Some people don't like her, but I have faith that with this system and others like it, I can enhance the interactivity of the community and of the streams. Cabby is sort of a test bed for a lot of other things, but what I plan to do in the future is systems that more subtly integrate AI and create fun like stream activities for us. Cabby is an excellent test bed for that because I get strong and constant interaction between users and the AI systems I've built. Very, very useful stuff. And she's quite popular. She's already been very profitable overall, but massive profit compared to how much I've paid in to get the tokens. The profit and returns of people directly contributing to boost Cabby has been good. Politics is not as popular to talk about anymore, so I gotta enhance my streams with something. But it's not good enough for Sick Puppy, because if I work on something that he can't think of any other way than a sex bot. Archie, by the way, was male, an old man. And I had that up and running. It's the AI that, other than Cabby, has been up and running the most in total. That's a sex bot, is it, Sick Puppy? This is the thing. This is why I like Spoon as well. Like, in a certain sense. Like, the reason, what I say about Spoon is I don't dislike him. I understand him, which is arguably worse. Because this is Utensil, the YouTuber, Aiden's friend. The way he thinks about things, he's a demagogue. The way he thinks about things is so bewilderingly simplistic that it's just such fertile ground to just, here's the nuance you're missing, and he just doesn't know what to fucking say. That's why he doesn't do response videos, because he's a fucking moron. I'm sorry to say, he's really good at ranting and sounding good. That's what demagogues are good at, but he's actually an idiot. And that's why on almost every topic, if I actually got a chance to debate with him, he would be so out of his depth. And I have occasionally, and he was. The best he could do is more research than me, so he has more specifics. But other than that, it's not an equal contest. And it's the same thing here. If someone is very bad at considering nuance, they are not going to do well. The only exception is in like a pure research thing, because that's not something I care about enough to specialize in. But if there's thinking involved, did you see Spoon's spurg out about Japan celebrating the 4th of July? I didn't. No. What did he say? Did you just remember when I told you that there was a very strong tendency for people to recognize your various AI bots as replacement girlfriends. Well articulated, sick puppy. Well, the thing is, Ginger, I recognize that some people believe that, and I acknowledge it, and I can sort of understand it. There's correlations people might see, and I kind of get it. But the people that think that about me already don't trust me or have no interest in being around me. And if they want to go over there and spout bullshit about me, they're welcome to. I'm working on the AI because I find it very interesting. Several others in the community find it interesting. And those that don't, I put in effort to make sure it's not too annoying. More could be done on that, but it's getting better. And it is, I believe, if I do it right in a subtle way, properly integrate it with everything else and keep the existing audience still pleased with the sort of political angle, it is the way to go for me next. I'm not making sex bots, and I don't care if certain people think I am. And I am not making replacement girlfriends. I don't care if certain people think I am. The kind of person who thinks that's the kind of person I don't need to pander to. Most of the people that think that are people that don't frequent Cabal anymore. And in many cases, it's because they have chosen to believe someone who is just flagrantly lying about me. Several people are doing this, unfortunately. You see, I have the kind of personality that causes people to want to believe things about me that don't sound good. Because I just put all my flaws out in the open pretty much. And I'm also fairly smug as a persona online. And this leads people to really desperately seek out ways that I'm just like crap at everything. That I'm some sort of evil person because they can't sort of wrap their head around this combination of factors because I'm unusual as well. And I've been used to this and it will happen again. Some of you here today will go through the same process at some point, I'm sure. But until then, we shall enjoy the virtue of each other's company. But they were all of them deceived. Wait, Cabby isn't a sex bot? Wolf, here's the thing, Sick Puppy. I might make a sex bot. And if you want to criticize me for that, you go right on ahead. I probably won't, but I might make a sex bot in future. If I do, I will make great consideration as to the ethical ramifications. I will, again, probably not, but if I want to, I will.
I don't get why people would support your sex box when they can just go to perchance.com and just or org or whatever and then just make their own.
One, maybe they won't, and that's okay, and I'll adjust to that. Two, to what.com? I'm sorry, how do you know about this service? I've never heard of it. What, perchance.com did you say? How many of you have heard of this? Sick Puppy, you may be in a minority of people who have heard of this. How did that happen?
Uzulu, I think we have another data point for the far-right gay fanboy example.
Who's the Jewish shill now? Thank you, Upla. So true. All right. Chat, press 1 if I should turn Cabby off for a while. She is responding to a lot, and I've told her not to. I think it's a bit much.
Well, you see, Uzulu, I tend to watch YouTubers that cover weird shit and...
Why did it take you so long to come up with this response, Sick Puppy? Why didn't you have that ready to go? It's like, oh, that's why. No, this took you 30 seconds to figure this response out. I don't fucking believe you.
I was busy pouring myself more alcohol.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're fucking retarded. Move on.
Hey, I'm enjoying the argument, to be honest, Nachos.
Hello.
Hello, Clover. All right, I've turned Cabby off for now. She was a bit overactive. Maybe Sick is also an AI.
I just realized I could actually talk. I usually
Yes.
join in muted regardless, but so hi y'all.
Wolf says, you haven't heard of Perchance. It's a bunch of different AI models on one website. It's the one I use for a lot of free image generations. I've even linked to it before. I don't think I have heard of it. If I've seen it, I've forgotten the link. But Sick Puppy appeared to be saying that it's like a porn bot service. Then again, if you use it, it probably is. Right. Good. So, Sick Puppy, am I a Jewish spy?
Right, and blow shit up.
Fuck yeah, get a video of it.
If I can, I will. But
All right, ladies.
I may just go take my shotgun and just go out and we didn't do fireworks.
Clover, just so you know, this is a stream. We are currently live.
Hi.
The
So-
Tannerite discussion is more interesting than.
I mean, it's fairly interesting. So, Sick Puppy, am I a Jewish spy? You can say you don't know. I will take that as a you don't know. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
If you're not a Jewish spy, explain this. What are you going to post? Oh, the emoji. Yeah, that's true. Being a liberal in DC today must suck because you have to genuinely pretend that this isn't the coolest thing ever, he says. Fucking video of, I think, an F-35 in hover mode. It is very cool. Like, as far as I know, the F-35 has been very expensive, and it's been a long, very expensive, very detailed project with a lot of issues along the way. And they've made like multiple variants, and but when it works, it really is next gen fighter, as I understand it. It's very cool that you've got VTOL. I mean, frankly, I think the Harrier should never have left active service. I don't fucking know. But it seems like a very cool idea, have VTOL on a jet like this. And the F-35 seems to have done it without sacrificing performance otherwise. So yeah, that's very cool. That's very cool. I don't know why, but I seem to have a slight interest in fighter jets. And like the engineering concepts, I've never actually learned it properly, but the engineering concepts I do find interesting, and all kinds of things. I watch a lot of videos which are just, here's how this basic engineering thing works, or how it's made, or the history of it and stuff. Like I don't have enough interest to actually learn how to do it, but I do have an interest in it. So the way guns work and the way different guns work, the variations between them, jets and some vehicles as well, I do find somewhat interesting. But don't worry, Americans, I'm not actually going to get into them that much. I don't think I'd actually enjoy that much firing guns. I've done paintball before. I know it's not the same, but I didn't get a lot out of it. You can't expect me to act like normal humans, chat. I am odd in a lot of ways. Want me to explain why VTOL is a bad idea? More parts, more problems. Yeah, see, that does make sense. The thing with the F-35 is, if it's going to add detail like that, that's sort of inflexible, that limits it to a more fixed skill set, that tries to do more than one thing at once, it's going to lose potentially on doing one thing really well, which is what a jet fighter's supposed to do. So yeah, that does make sense. But that's, I think, why they made multiple variants. The reason you want VTOL is some things call for it, not a huge number, but just enough for it to be worth it for some applications. So you probably would get a few of the VTOLs and then a bunch of the non-VTOLs. That's my guess. Tell me if I'm wrong on that, Sarah, because you would know better than me. Thai says it has about the average amount of difficulties any new jet has. It's been more focused on than previous. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Now just says, you're wrong. Okay, fair enough. Well, tell me why. Serv says, sim round training is... Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So I know quite a few fighter pilots, and they always repeat the same thing, is it's generally the more parts, the more problems. Yes, there are a tactical niche for being able to get off an airfield that has potentially been bombed to the point where you can't take off with a normal aircraft, but that niche is generally so small that it's not worth the cost, because maintaining a VTOL aircraft is almost, on average, let's just spitball a number, say it's double the cost of a normal aircraft because of the constant maintenance that has to be done to allow for it to use the VTOL.
Makes sense.
I generally don't recommend it just because it is a huge expense, and fighter craft, if you've seen the cost, we're talking millions of dollars per craft and millions of dollars of maintenance per year just to keep those active craft in the air.
Fair enough. That makes sense. It's still cool, but I get the argument.
Very, very strict on how we have to maintain these aircraft, because we have equipment where we will scan every plate on an aircraft every time it lands to make sure there are no microfractures, because a single microfracture could eventually lead to a major system malfunction, or one screw out of place that fell off because of the vibration of the plates during flight can cause major catastrophic collapse of the aircraft.
Makes sense.
More parts, way more problems.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not sure. You would know better, I expect. But I'm not sure if that's the only application of VTOL, because why would they do it otherwise? It's a lot of money to invest otherwise. unless it's just a sort of party piece, showpiece. But then they did make variants that don't have VTOL. So as I said, I imagine that any nation that is buying them would get a small number of the VTOLs for when that's genuinely needed, but then mostly the non-VTOL variants, which are probably much cheaper.
Idealistically, if we could solve the problem of the parts issue with VTOL, that would be a superior aircraft. Unfortunately, because of the costs associated and the potential problems, it's just cool on paper, but not the most practical solution.
Okay. I think with this guy, it looks like they tried to, because they've got one engine at the back, or one thruster at the back for both jet flight and VTOL flight, and they just rotate it. So I think they were trying to save parts, if that's what you mean, but I'm sure that having multiple functions like that means plenty of other parts in other places. And of course, that flexible design means it's more design-wise rigid, I suppose. And so, yeah, more brittle. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Still, it is very cool. And here's one application where we can agree that it makes sense to have one, even if maybe the R&D wasn't worth it, as a showpiece for the country's birthday. I think that makes sense. All right, next thing. I do appreciate us having that argument, Sick Puppy, because I wasn't sure I had enough to do the full 4 hours, but now I think I will. Federal Judge James Boasberg rules America must return to England. Well, there you have it. It's done. It's over. Thoughts? There's nothing you can do about it. The federal judge ruled it. There you go. It's going to happen now.
Perish.
Seraph, a little while ago, you sent more Cabby Breast videos. I didn't get a chance at the time to click on them because I was distracted. If you would be so kind to send them again, I'd appreciate it. I'll have a look at them.
Oh, just to explain real quick, those were just, if anyone else wants to play with them, I just sent the basic with the pauses cut out, the 2 initial versions, and then the third one was just cut out with the loop, so nothing special, just if anyone wants to play with it. But I can still send you them again if you want. I'll just send them DM or something.
No worries. I'm okay either way. Okay. So where were we? Yes. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, this is the YouTube thing again. I didn't have these organized together, but a bit more detail. Major YouTube update. The UK government are trying to stop you from being able to grow your own YouTube channel, and I think it's disgraceful, he says. He may be jumping the gun, but he may not be. I haven't read the details yet. Actually, I'll read the details before I read his commentary. Impact of the proposed rules. The proposed new rules include a mandatory prominence regime. Is this fucking real? What is this wording? That sounds like a sci-fi novel's version of fascism. This could require digital platforms like YouTube to prioritize and give a privileged position to traditional broadcasters. Bad idea. If you can't compete, fuck off. In user interfaces, you should be able to compete. You're internationally relevant, supposedly. In some cases, publicly supported by mandatory payments that you scare old people into giving you. You should be able to bloody compete, and if you can't, it's on you. In user interfaces and recommendation feeds, potentially pushing your content out of sight. Is this written by YouTube themselves? Mandating prominence to traditional institutions will impact all other independent digital creators, production companies, and media companies, I guess, including through your content downranked, pushing this group. Did YouTube post this themselves? Hold on. Let's find out. Is any of this real? Someone's given a link here. I don't know what that is. Okay, hold on. YouTube, UK government new rules algorithm. Nothing is real. YouTube urges creators to fight proposed UK algorithm changes. Okay, so they're actually trying to do it. Are they trying to prevent it? Are there any sources here that are not shit? Okay, Dexerto I've at least heard of. YouTube urges creators to fight proposed UK algorithm changes. This is indeed from today. What a day for it as well. Like, this is an American company, but they are apparently like bowing to it enough that they're not just saying fuck you, which they should to my government. YouTubers alerted creators to the UK government's proposal for mandatory changes regarding how content is discovered on the site. So yeah, they actually, this was real. This image was real. They're trying to advocate against it. That's good. The UK government has revealed its plans for a public consultation entitled Watch This Space, a new strategic direction for UK media. It comes after public service broadcasters such as BBC, ITV, Channel 4 and Channel 5, how does Channel 5 still exist, argued that despite their trusted journalism, social media platform algorithms favour creator content in entertainment or overseas publishers. Fuck off! Okay, YouTube's algorithm is biased as all hell against people that you don't like. BBC, ITV, Channel 4 and Channel 5. Not against you. They are not biased against you. If anything, they're biased in your favour, and you still can't compete. Like, stay in your fucking lane. You have all of television. There is no need for you to try and dominate the space, which is called YouTube, because originally it was for creators to make things and get them shared, and it worked. It's had a bunch of fucking problems over the years, and I have many criticisms of it, and they are valid criticisms. They still are true. I've been fucking banned from there for saying naughty words that BBC would also ban me for if they got the chance. But despite all of that, YouTube is still a better place for free and open and peer-to-peer entertainment than any of these TV channels are. They should fuck off and stay in their lane, or compete openly. Governor says, yes, it's not biased in their favour enough. That's the problem they have. Exactly. They expect a certain level of everything given to them on a silver platter. Sig Puppy says, I'm a fool. He says he is. He says, I know my droplets of knowledge in comparison to the vast ocean of human knowledge is basically nothing. It's why I don't want to tell you what to do and put ideas in your head. I do, however, know posting online won't win us this culture war. If you have a better idea for what I specifically could do or what anyone here could do, I'm always willing to hear it. Hopefully, the fact that we talked is indication enough that I'm always willing to hear out any... In fact, I very much welcome criticism. It's at least fun, if not very often, valid. As just after that, Seraph criticised me on being a bit too gung-ho on VTOL. Fair enough, you're probably right. The same thing with you, Sick Puppy. But just... if you don't think a bit more about the depth of what you're saying, you will get shown up for what you're saying. And I've seen it happen a lot in Cabal. You've got the right sort of direction. You're here in Cabal. You've got the right direction of politics, but you need to go deeper. Even if what you believe seems to line up with what you see in reality. Yes, it does, but that's not the end of the story. There is always more to it. Make things go boom and to drink, says Clover. I'm in chat. Do you think I should start drinking? Would that be appropriate? It is, of course, a day for at least some people here to celebrate. Well, let's see. Hold on. We had a thing for this, didn't we? What if I do something like this? Okay. If we can get Ooza drunk to 5k, then I will go and get the wine, best I have, I'm afraid, and start knocking it back. So remember, click that green button to support it, and then any cheer that you do using the following format, use that format but change 0 to a number, and you can do /C to check your balance. Any cheer that you do after supporting that thing will go towards it. So just let me know if it gets to 5k if I don't notice. There you go, thank you, Nomon. Thank you, Nachos. That's very smart, very intelligent. Nomon, I assume that you don't want that. you don't like the Christian voice, do you? You don't want it read out. I will do you the special service, Nomon, because I know you don't like it, of sending it and then muting the output. There you go. It was funny as well, but because you contributed, and I know you don't like the voice, I've turned it off for you. There you go. I will do something with that later so you people can pick the voice they have it read out with. Oozaloo going to service Nomon. It was a nice contribution. Thank you, Nomon. There you go, Sick Puppy with the 4,000. Did that go through? I don't think it did, unfortunately. Looks quickly. Sick Puppy. Too broke, he says. Alas, indeed. What do you mean, you people? I mean, you people, you people. How do I check points? /C. in chat. You can also have a look at the thread under Arcanium, which should show your current balance. It's not always completely up to date, but it's usually correct. And that's a Discord limitation. I can't make it go faster, I'm afraid. Yes, you people! Did my system working as intended? Simply, there is no /redeem command. But you can /give to me, and that will do the same thing as redeem used to. I removed redeem because I didn't want too many commands. I thought it was too complicated for people to use it. If you do /support, then there is a redeem option on that as well. Wolf, cease your faggotry. I know it's very difficult for you. You could not redeem. No, the command for redeeming, you want Sig to give it to you. Thank you, Nachos. Very appropriate, very smart, very intellectual, very highbrow comment from Nachos. Thank you. Okay, let's have a look at the current state of the board. Let's see if you guys actually want me to drink or if you just don't really care. It's at 1K. I guess you just don't really care. I think what we'll do today, chat, is we will do a 4-hour stream because it is America Day. But if you get the total spent today, as you can see there under the board, to 10K, that's a giga stream. We'll do a 5-hour stream. Even if I don't really have enough content right now to fill 5 hours, we'll make it work somehow. How do I redeem my points? I'm afraid to say at the moment, Sick Puppy, you do not have any points. But the way you redeem them is either by cheering, as you did, you typed it incorrectly the first time, but you don't have any points. Or, I don't think you do anyway, let me make sure. No, currently you don't. You did it correctly with the first cheer that you did. That was the correct formatting, but you don't have any to send. Or you can do /give and then enter Oozloo in the recipient field. By the way, any of you can give credit to anyone for any reason. You can actually start just trading it between yourselves right now if you want to. Just /give is the command for that. You can even send it to Cabby, and that will do something eventually, though it doesn't yet. Spam me trying again. I'm afraid to say that the Hall of Fame currently does not give you points. I will add that back at some point. It's on the list, but I haven't got to it yet. But what you can do to get points is I sometimes give them out to people for random things they've done. Horse bouncing can get you the points.
Oozaloo, your mic just died.
Thank you for telling me, Ginger. Remember, lads, if you see this flashing red, let me know. It doesn't give a good enough alert to me that it's running out of battery, so that should help. I appreciate it, Sick Puppy. I should probably give out credit more often. To do what I'll do is /give Sick Puppy amount being a good sport in the argument. You refuse it, Sick Puppy. Well, then you have to spend it. But I've given it to you. I've thrown money at you. You can throw it at someone else if you want, Sick Puppy. That's one way that you can get rid of it. Unfortunately, the red flash is way too... I know. I'm sorry. There's not a lot I can do about that, I'm afraid. The wireless mic is really cool, but that is one downside about it as well. There's another downside too, but they're both fairly minor. It is worth it. But it is a shame. Yeah, understandable, Wolf. Understandable. Understandable. I wouldn't stare at yours for what it's worth. You know what? I'll keep it and make you regret it giving it to me. Fair enough, Sick Puppy. I'll hold you to that. Well, it's not charity, Sick Puppy. I think the argument was genuinely interesting. Okay. Nomon did give a bit more towards Oozadrunk. So let me go ahead and, again, for his preferences, we'll play his comment. And then we'll, Chris could not be heard. All right, the current state of the board is as follows. Remember, if you're cheering while supporting Oozadrunk, it will also go towards everything else you've supported. You can get any of the overlays that you want to cover me in something. Careful. Cabby Kitten is still an option. It's only at 200. It needs to get to 5K to make her into a kitten. And if you do want to contribute real money, here is the link. Thank you, Nachos. Goodness me, that was very generous, Nachos. Thank you. And if you include Cabal Prevails in your contribution message, it's a 10% bonus of Oozer coins. And if you go to fund.oozloo.net and sign up as a patron, you get a 30% bonus for recurring contributions. So that's definitely the best way to get User coins that you can spend on things during stream. Imagine giving money to Uzu, says patron Ghost. Thank you, Nachos. Let me add that read out.
Nachos for 50 quid says, who's a drunk Giga Stream Haunspawns? Happy overlay, USA, 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 Cabal prevails.
Thank you very much, Nachos. Appreciate that. Let's have a look at what that did to the board. All right, Uza Drunk is but at plenty. Total spent today is close. It's close to GigaStream. If someone has 200, you can make it happen. Honspons is way up, so we'll do some of that today. Remind me if I forget. Happy overlay. Let me add that for you now. Let's see. What else did that affect? I think that's all it affected. So Uza Drunk, thank you, Nomon. That should be enough for a GigaStream. Finish that bottle, Uza Drunk. I can't guarantee that. There's a lot left in it, but I'll have plenty. All right, thank you, chat. I should add a bit of relief to this text, shouldn't I? So it stands out from the background better. I'll do that later. All right, let me go and get the alcohol and the wizard hat, and then we shall resume the stream after that. I'll give you what clearly you want in return for those generous contributions. Let me just find it quickly. There we go. Well, I mean, it's the background as well, isn't it? Do I need to do the foreground as well? Yeah, fuck it, why not? I'll be right back, chat. I'll leave you in Chris Chan's company while I am briefly gone. That's weird. Why did that not work? Did it break? Oh, it broke. That's weird. It's trying to send a message to a channel it can't access. I'm not sure why. What great bloody timing. Did one of you try and send a command somewhere that you weren't supposed to? I'm going to have to fix that. Okay.
I think I might have caused that.
Well, maybe you could DM me what you did.
For 200 says, drunk.
Thank you. Chris, that wasn't long enough.
Britwit for 200 says, finish that bottle, Oza drunk.
All right, chat, here it is. This is a wine. This is a Chilean Merlot, which is by far the best wine. This is the strongest stuff I have that I would actually drink. And there is something else, but I wouldn't drink it. Go to Giga Chat choosing death. Well, Uza Drunk was well achieved, so here we go. Happy America Day. If I were to drink out of a glass, it would be way easier to tip over. I have a cup holder here, enough for one item, and I do not want the risk of any wine spilling on the floor, so one item it shall remain. And if you don't like it, well, that's your fault. Two people claiming credit for what potentially could have crashed the bot. Well, whatever it was, I will need to fix it for next time. Let's see. No, that wouldn't have been it, Seraph. I appreciate the thought, but that wouldn't have been it. It's not Cabby that crashed, actually. Cabby's fine. Got to screenshot that classy image of drinking wine by the neck. Fuck yeah, I'll do it again as well. Like, I don't need to be homeless to drink wine by the neck. Who cares? Sarah says, I'm related to the stream. If you ever want to chat about guns, vehicles, aircraft, feel free to let me know. I enjoy chatting about the subjects I do. I am surely not as educated on it as you are. It's just sort of like a passive interest. But sure, I'm not against it. I just don't know if I'd have much to offer. I don't actually know much about engineering. I just find it interesting. Fed trap. Honestly, is there a manlier way to drink wine? Like, okay, the French drink it from the glass. That's enough for me to drink it from the bottle. All right. What happened over here? Tempted. It should be able to post there. That's literally what it does, is post there. Oh. Different bots. Okay. Wolf, I think that's probably what it was. Thank you for noticing. Please don't do it again until I fix the problem. But Yeah, okay. That's yeah. All I've got to do is make it so that doesn't crash it and just errors instead. Theoretically, the command shouldn't be runnable in there. Actually, if it can't access a channel, it shouldn't be runnable. Or maybe it can view but not write. Either way, it yeah. I'll fix that later. Thank you for notifying me. That's probably what it was. Okay, good. Back to where we were. How do we make horse bouncing patriotic and American? How can we do that? No, Uzuko survives first contact with Wolf as usual. Thank you, Wolf. Well, it's been working quite well actually in general, but that is one edge case, I guess. Probably in a bit of code that was just very sort of rushed.
If we're trying to make Hans bouncing patriotic, maybe we can give Andrew Jackson a horse.
I don't get it. Call it tome bouncing? How does that work? Only Americans. Nachos, are you saying that we exclude anyone in chat who isn't an American from playing horse bouncing?
Based.
Don't know about that. There's plenty of people here that aren't American who still want to participate in wishing you a happy birthday. I don't know. Sorry, I'm very distracted by what's on the screen. Okay, where was I? Let's see if we can figure out what's going on with the YouTube thing. Tomo America's Uma Vuba. Okay, I've heard of her. Oh, you went to okay, yeah, I've heard of her. Okay, anyway, the government's consulting on options, considering whether to make public service news easier to discover on sites like YouTube and TikTok with greater prominence and with more visibility during periods of major public importance. It also seeks to discuss misinformation and online viewing habits. Now, if what you're trying to do here, UK government, and I do not give you the credulity, of this assumption, if what you're trying to do is to put emergency broadcasts somewhere more prominent, then one, there's an argument there, could be done, okay? Two, that's not what you're doing, and what you're trying to do is, you're talking about misinformation. You can fuck off immediately. Three, every phone in the country, it's probably the same in the US by the way as well, has, it's built into the operating system of Android and iOS in different ways, has a system where the UK government can send you a big flashing alert on your phone, which is, I'm not saying it's a bad, there's risks, sure, there's concerns with that, but I'm not saying it's a bad thing. There could be a national emergency that would require that. Everyone in the country would have to know something. Fair enough. But they can do that at any time. You do not need to invade YouTube, an American company, to force people in your own country to know something. Anyone that has a phone, which is more than the number of people that have YouTube or regularly view it, I assume, can get information immediately. So no, I do not buy it, UK government, if that is what you're arguing, which they didn't specifically say. But Ginger says, one of the benefits of having a 10-year-old phone is that the gay alerts don't happen for me. I have a 9-year-old phone and they do for me. I don't know if it's just, like, I've updated the OS with a custom update. If what you're saying, Ginger, is that you've seen other people get the alert and you not get it, fair enough, maybe it doesn't happen for you. But I'd be surprised if that's the case.
That is indeed exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's something that was introduced in later versions of Android than what you have, but earlier than what I have. Fair enough. To be honest, I don't mind that. I think there's application to that. Would I opt to have it or not if I had pure choice? Not sure. Probably not, because I'd learn from someone else anyway. But if it really is an emergency, maybe I would need to know straight away. Not sure. This is why Linux phone. Yeah, I haven't looked into it that much, but last time I looked at a Linux phone, it just was not as good as Android. But yeah, if you want maximum privacy, there are ways of doing it. And I haven't, it's not something I'm overly concerned with to the point that I would get a different phone or install a different operating system. So I haven't bothered. But you can do it. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, Wolf. Like, YouTube will perfectly do this themselves, but the UK government's trying to push the UK's version of it onto YouTube, and suddenly YouTube has a problem with it. I don't know. Maybe they just don't want this to be normalized because it does give them a lot of extra work to do, and they probably realize that it would hurt their platform overall. It starts to get normalized. Countries will start doing this, and then if YouTube starts saying no, those countries will start building a big alternative to YouTube, and YouTube will, yeah. So maybe that's what they're thinking. Just the snowball effect of this could be bad. It genuinely could be if they let it continue. They do kind of look like they suck. You would need another one for banking, I think. Well, I already do, having a rooted phone. If it's 9 years old, you kind of need. Well, I don't really need to, but. Ginger says, in the UK, there was a grand total of 2 things that I would want to be alerted about, and both of them involve the mass EMPing of the national grid, at which point I'm 99% sure I would find out before the alert went out anyway. That's true. Fair enough, Ginger. I don't know what I would want to be alerted about either, to be honest. If war were declared, maybe I'd want to know, like, should me and my family get into the same location? But what are the chances that a defensive war will happen where we're actually being invaded? Probably not very high. What are the chances that I would be among those places first hit by it? Again, not very high. So I don't know. Natchez wants the surprise. You live on the edge, Natchez. You just want a chance to shoot someone, don't you? I mean, it is the day for it, to be fair. I can't really criticize it. Here's the problem, chat. I haven't eaten a damn thing. I had a square of chocolate before the stream started. Is Aiden anywhere? I haven't eaten a damn thing. And now here I am drinking wine, which may be a bad idea. Yes, the nigger alarm, indeed. If war were declared, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm too fat not to. Well, to be fair, Ginger, you are. I don't think you've said this publicly. You are on like the northern tip of Scotland. It would not affect you. Even if the whole of Britain was fucking conquered, it wouldn't affect you almost at all. It would take years to affect you. A little bit different where I am. Celebrate Independence Day by giving Oozler a pizza. Go on.
There are 3 reasons why I moved to where I live. First, to not have to deal with bullshit if war is declared. Second, the weather. Third, the scenery. Not necessarily in that order either.
It does suit you. Like I get the idea. You, given your thermostasis, it does suit you, and it does look very nice. Yeah, it does look very nice. It's a viable option. I would want to be at least a little closer than that to my family, who I do occasionally interact with. And I would be concerned the internet wouldn't be great. So yeah, those are the main reasons that I probably wouldn't do that, but it's something to consider. Thank you, 8-Bit, I appreciate it. Hey, the Women's Alliance is not all against gay. Actually, 8-Bit, are you a supporter of the Women's Alliance, or are you dead against it? Being an honorary male. Matthias, I'm fairly hermitious, I must admit, but not completely. Bring your parents on stream. That might be a bad idea. My mum is uninterested in politics. Fair enough. She's very chill. Very, very, very nice in general. My dad is also a very good person, but he's much more politically opinionated, and he is not of the same political persuasion as I am. I get on very well with both of them, to be fair. It's not a issue with either of them. Get on very well, but whenever Dad and I talk about politics, it doesn't go well. We have agreed not to talk about politics, and that's actually held quite well. Hey, thank you, Di. Hey, thanks, Di. Join if you can. I don't think she will. She's probably busy. She's been very busy with real life stuff for a while. When will you be putting your mom on Aiden's stream? Now that's different. The thing is, Aiden hasn't thought of that for some reason. Or if she has, she just doesn't have the charisma to pull it off. Fun for the entire family while the women are busy doing house stuff. Yeah, indeed. I've seen that before. That's pretty based. Stop getting sidetracked. But Matthias, the stream is the sidetracks. Chat, press 1 if the direct audience interaction is what's better about my streams, and press 2 if reading out news articles is what's better about my streams. I hate to say it, but anything I can do to generate more audience interaction is a boon for my streams, generally speaking. 50-50, Cisginger. It's got to be some news, yes, but I generally consider the news to be the material that we generate the interaction using. There has been minimal America Day content. Hey, Matthias, if I'm missing something, please link it to me. I'm not aware of any. Just got done with D&D, going to make some food if you all are still going hot pot. But probably will be. Wolf says, I had the same problem with my dad, though it's more he loses any political argument very badly. Last time involved him yellow that Farage, or yelling, I suppose. Farage was a Nazi in the local pub and me asking him what national social policy does Farage push over and over. Yeah. I would not be so tribalistic or self-absorbed as to say that I win every argument against my dad. I'm right every time, I think. Or like there's some things where it's an area he knows better than me, and so I haven't looked into it as much. But usually it's something that then that's not that relevant to my argument. He just sort of diverts it there. But what he is he's very charismatic and quite domineering in conversation. So even if I have something that corrects something he said, he tends to talk over. And then if I try that, he at some point will just say, okay, that's enough of that, and move on to the next topic. And then he'll just sort of like drift off it and talk about something else. Like it's not like it's something other people couldn't do, but it's a bit underhanded. It's a little bit dirty, but it's, you know, he's still intelligent. He's just missed the point on a lot of political stuff. He has a very boomer perspective on a lot of political stuff, I think. But he is very intelligent, but he's got the same sort of charisma as me, but he wouldn't be able to use it online, but he can use it in person a bit better than I can. That's basically what it is. Fitting with the theme of lack of America-centric content on a 4th of July stream, could you please narrate this with your pirate impression? What's this? That's quite good. That's quite good. All right, let me read that out. Me. Yeah, man, I've just been having a lot of guilt and it's really eating me whole. My therapist, who is also a pirate. Are it be eating your what? Anything else for me to read out in a pirate voice? What was that someone said? I think my pirate voice is enhanced by this, by the way. Swigging me grog, get it down me. Not like that, chat. Wolf says, the amount of times I try to get my dad to actually sit down and read political books for his own good. The thing is, my dad's read plenty. He's read a bunch of history stuff. Not that much political stuff, but he's just he's got himself into this set of beliefs which are very establishment. I think he's always kind of thought like that. The idea that I wouldn't have an establishment career has been sort of alien to him. He doesn't really get it. I don't think he's never been able to frame any advice within what I actually do or am. It's always advice framed within establishment direction. It's useful and it would work for most people. It doesn't work for me. We need you to play Monkey Island if you actually played games. I know, Revlon. I was going to do games yesterday, but I did code instead because the code I was writing was very good. But I will get back to games at some point. Traditional rebel, so to speak, says no. Maybe. He's like, he hates the Tories. He doesn't like Labour very much. He prefer Lib Dem, but he's very sort of NIMBY boomer, relatively affluent, a bit naive. Doesn't like socialism, but doesn't realise that it's everywhere. That it's just got into everything, and that some of the things he supports basically are that, or are aiding it. It's sort of surface. He's the kind of guy who, and he said this as well, by the way, he's the kind of guy who would say, no, I get a full range of perspectives on politics because I read from right-wing UK papers and left-wing UK papers. That wasn't even true like 30 or 40 years ago, but it was closer then. It certainly isn't now. So, like, his brand of politics would be fine for like 30, 40 years ago, but it's totally insufficient today, I think. Your right-wing UK papers, like, just about. And to be honest, when he says that, I think he means the Telegraph at the most right-wing. He wouldn't touch the Express or the Daily Mail, I don't think. He probably would read, like, he probably wouldn't frequent the Guardian or the Independent, but he'd prefer them over the Express. I expect. Pretty close, John Wick, yeah. Exactly, Wolf, yeah. he would consider the Tory party to be the right-wing party who go way too far and ruin everything. And then Farage, and he hadn't even heard of Lowe, I expect, but he considered Farage to be a Nazi. Well, close enough. Yeah, so it's unfortunate. He's like very intelligent, very turned on lots and lots of things. But his politics is based entirely on a very conventional establishment path, which he's been successful in, but it's not suitable for the modern day of how the world has changed. Good night, Ghost. Daily Mail and Express are more right-wing than the Telegraph, but not hugely. Okay, let's go on to whatever the hell we've got next. We're still trying to figure out what this is. YouTube against the proposed changes. YouTube has alerted some creators as to the changes it could make to their channel, with the message headline, proposed UK rules could control your feed, keep YouTube yours. The message invites creators to learn more information about the proposed rules and submit their responses to the government. You quote, YouTube has always operated on the principle that every creator gets a fair shot, but new UK proposals could change that, requiring us to put some channels above others. It reads, this could severely limit your channel's ability to grow. Quote, hashtag keep YouTube yours. And then there is the set of things, which partly we read earlier. Reducing user exposure to diverse content and independent creators to reach and channel growth, undermining the creator audience, your community content downranked. So why are they so against this? As I said earlier, it's probably just the potential of the snowball effect affecting their actual business. But I'm not sure that's it. It might be something else. Discussing the impact of the proposed rules, YouTube called them a prominence regime, which now that I know what they mean by that, what that means, yeah, it kind of is. But again, you have done this yourself, motherfuckers. You have done this against me and others. You want to do this yourself. You just don't want other people to do it for you. Fucking hypocrites. Saying that the platform would be forced to give a privileged position to mainstream outlets. Oh, imagine that, chat. Imagine that. But you already do this, by the way, for US news outlets. You already do this for them. Chat, have you detected over the last few years that occasionally, like suddenly and gradually, quote, mainstream news outlets just invade your feed where they are not welcome? Have you noticed this? Because I fucking noticed this. Basically, I honestly, let me take a different perspective on this for a second. The US outlets get this already. No complaint from YouTube. The UK outlets come along and say, well, hold on a second. That's not very competitive. We should get that too. Suddenly, YouTube is like, whoa, rise up against this oppression. Like, I don't think any of them should get it, to be fair. But if YouTube is non-negotiable on the American outlets getting it, technically it would be fair to let other internationally relevant outlets do it as well. Now, the UK does not have the power to force it, and they shouldn't be trying to. But YouTube, if they're going to let anyone have it, should let every internationally relevant outlet have it, but they shouldn't let any of them have that privileged position, no. So this is a terrible invasion of market merit from the UK government, but arguably a worse example of hypocrisy from YouTube. I think, honestly, YouTube, from my perspective, comes out looking worse in this than my own government does. German and Czech, says Nachos, listing the ethnicities that she wishes she was. Quote, they have also said the move would be a threat to audience reach with creator content that, yeah, no, I've got the gist. Fuck you, YouTube, and fuck you, UK government. You're both fucking wrong. Next story. Trump is saying words.
So, as president, I make $2 million over 4 years, $2.5 million. I waived it. I'm the only president that ever waived it. And they never, ever talk about it. But every week, some of the scum from the New York Times will call, did he waive it? And if my secretary would say, yes, he did. If I ever said, no, he didn't, it would be a headline scandal. But you know that in the history of our country, and this surprised me because we've had wealthy presidents before, in the history of our country, there's never been a president that waived his salary. I'm the only schmuck. I get no credit for it. You know what? I get no credit for it. Nobody ever writes about it. So.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, you already, we fucking saw earlier an article about he did something that looked like fucking insider trading based on his own policy decisions. if that was as it appeared to be, then this doesn't mean very much. Because he's getting way more from cheating the system than he would ever get for a salary. And at this point, like, is he getting more money's worth from waiving it just from the public perception than he would get from taking it? I'm not even sure he is, but maybe. Maybe so. But ultimately, that will be the algorithm. That will be the equation he's running. Okay, what is this, Ed? Is this a drone display? Fireworks. Is this near you, Dead End? That is indeed fireworks. Okay, next thing. Breaking. Oh, this is. Here's something to disappoint you on America's birthday, everyone. Breaking: hospitals in the US are advertising in Latin American countries offering birth packages of up to $5,000 to foreigners to help them give birth in border states like Texas, allowing their children to be born as US citizens following the new SCOTUS ruling. Not fucking good. One of probably the worst ever SCOTUS decisions happened like 3 days before America's big birthday. Really fucking bad news. Welcome, Clover. It's bad news, I'm afraid. Really, really bad news. But what's even worse is, Nachos, your unwillingness to have children means that you can't even use this method to get access to the US from Mexico. It's such a sad story, chat. Such a sad story.
I was born in the United States. My parents were born in the United States. My grandparents were born in the United States. My great-great-grandparents were born in all the way going back until the 40s. Both sides of my family have been in the United States.
Wow.
Fuck you guys.
So many generations of anchor babies. Incredible.
Nachos, you're breaking my doubt button here.
That's a lot of natural born.
I didn't know the industry they're talking about in this thing was so old.
Gonzali. That's good spirit. Yeah, I thought the SCOTUS decision was a recent thing. Thank you, Nachos, for being a good sport.
You guys are just jealous you weren't born here. You guys are just jealous you weren't born in the land of freedom and guns.
No, not really.
That you do nothing with.
That's a fucking good point. That's a fucking good point. You had an illegitimate president for 4 years, and what did you do with your guns? You sat around. Exactly. You keep telling us how good they are. Do something with them.
I was very disappointed about that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
you have my guns. I took it out and shot a coyote earlier, so I mean, I done something with it.
Good job, Clover. You keep them away from the farm.
I jammed my revolver.
Well, that wild pigs. I mean, like the wild pigs are awful. So, yeah, no, I carry a gun at all times, just for the simple fact that I would rather shoot a hog and a coyote than let them get to our cattle.
Clover, you have the same name and accent as a VTuber I know. Do you pretend to be a cow on, like a furry cow creature on Twitch?
The fuck? I am not on Twitch at all.
I think that is a yes.
He sounds like
okay, nom nom, whatever.
Nom nom. It is now.
I couldn't help it.
Chat, we can force a rename by getting it above 5k.
Can we name what is the Hunger version of a Freudian slip?
Wait, Clover, and she sounds the same as Clover, same name, same voice. Clover, are you sure that's not you?
What the fuck? Hang on. What are we talking about?
Your VTuber career.
Oh, Moo?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Who the fuck is that?
Moo Moo Clover.
You.
I ain't even on Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
She like,
holy
hey,
fuck.
what's up? I got Clucks, my chicken Clucks. She's got a little controller. She's got like 50 different models because I think she makes them herself.
Who the fuck? Holy shit! I am not on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. Regardless, I am absolutely confused.
That's you. So, chat, we can get Nom Nom to be forcibly renamed if we can get that to 5K or more.
Dude,
And there are the current scores. Nom Nom's at 500. Get it to 5K. We can get him possibly renamed. If you have any coins, just make sure you support it first or within 30 seconds, and then just type in the cheer message or just give the coins to me using /give, and that will put it on the board. That will be counted. Any real money contributions that you do will also go immediately towards it, and they will give you User coins equal to your contribution. So you basically double up if you do real money contributions. And the links for that are tip.oozloo.net and fund.oozloo.net. Thank you in advance if you would like to contribute. All right, we got a couple of
so I'm happy.
contributions.
For 1.0K says nom nom.
Thank you, Nachos.
Ex-President Dead M for 100 says nom nom.
He sure did. Thank you, Chris. Those are indeed the options. Thank you, Clover, for inspiring this. Nom Nom is at 1.6K, chat. We could get it to 5K.
My bad. I've been day drinking and I haven't blown anything up, so I figured I might as well just join back in here when I had the chance.
Technically, I'm not day drinking.
Yeah, well, it is 8:50. We finally dropped below 100 degrees. We're now at 96 at 8:50
That's very hot.
in the evening.
That's about 36 Celsius.
60%, 60, yeah, Fahrenheit. And we are currently at 80% humidity. So our feel like is 120 degrees.
Gross.
It is very gross. There's something about swamp ass that I didn't know about. You know, like you walk around out and you walk the creek or whatever, and next thing you know, you got sweat going in places you don't know that you had.
The look on Oozaloo's
Truly.
face.
Before today, Clover was not aware of the taint.
Brentwood for 200 says nom nom. So
poor Oozloo doesn't realize that you can sweat underneath your eyeballs.
It's a horrible feeling.
Oh.
That might be. That might not be an intended behavior of the program. What's the difference between my balance and redeemed score? What do you mean, Matthias? Sorry, Clover, please continue.
Oh no, I was gonna say when you're walking around out here and you're like, turning wrenches or whatever, or walking in the creek, you literally start sweating underneath your eyeballs. Where you have your dark circles, that's where you'll start sweating. And then you'll realize where to put deodorant or antiperspirant at, so that way when you sit down, you're not going to slide off the fucking chair that you're sitting on, because it's plastic. And if you don't have antiperspirant on, you're literally just going to go on a slip and slide in the chair.
Fascinating. Matthias, what do you mean? The answer is a lot. If you must know. My new system tracks a lot of information about these transactions. It's much better than the old ones. So I can give you specifics, but I am not obligated to. I might be willing to, though, since it is your information, ultimately. Chat, I feel like drinking as much as I have already, even not that much, but drinking as much as I have, on an empty stomach may not have been a good idea. I really have not eaten.
Probably not. You need to get some bread and butter in you.
It lets you see that, Matthias? Oh, I guess it does. Okay, fair enough. Balance is how much you have now. Redeemed is how much you've sent to me. And this counts all previous systems. This counts the old TP system and the 2025 Cabal Economy system. So that's the total amount that you've ever redeemed. And then balance is what you have now. And then you can see which accounts they're currently stored in. When you do a cheer, it pulls from the accounts in order. So the balance is the total amount you have. It can pull from those accounts as needed.
Fuck, I'm too drunk to even check my balance. I don't even think I have anything on it.
It's not. That's not the command anymore, Clover. That's the old one. It's /C now.
Oh, /C.
Well, drunk people have been known to lose their balance.
Well, of course.
Very clever,
but
Noble.
I mean,
Very clever. Cheers, heroes, better some Scythe. I can edit back. Oh, thank you very much. Dead M, thank you very much. Nom nom. Denounce Christery. You want to stop watching Christery? I see. Interesting. Make sure that you enter the denounce of Christery within 5 minutes, and then that'll reverse it. So /denounce Christery. You actually spelt it wrong, but that's fine. You do /denounce Christery now, then for the last 5 minutes, any contribution you made will go towards that. So make sure you do that as soon as you can. If you haven't already. If you've already done it, you don't need to do it again. But the denounce, I think, has a 5-minute retroactivity, just for cases like that.
Dead M for 10 quid says, 1 nom nom name change, 2 denounce Chris story, Cabal prevails. It does.
Thank you, Christopher. Dead M meant to denounce Sissy Story. See? There's support for Christery. Well, what are we doing tonight, chat? Because it may be that we have Seraph, we have Nachos, we have Nomon, we have me. We're missing Brian. We're close to finishing Fairy Tale. I'd like to, but there's enough of us here that probably that's not the best thing to start with because it doesn't have the broad appeal. So we could start with either Christery or Stargate Atlantis, both of which are fun for the whole family, for the whole of Cabal. So after the stream, we'll pick one of those. We're at 4 hours now, though we did do Giga Stream, so we'll do another hour. So I suppose we shouldn't discuss this yet. But there are many options. So if you want to vote for options, chat, vote for them now. Say again, Clever?
I said, I'll just annoy y'all while I'm drunk. Because,
good point, 8-bit. That is an option as
well. We lost our puppy dog on Sunday, so I'm finally just getting to where I want to talk to people, and so this is a good outlet right now.
I'm sorry to hear it, Clover. The most emotionally distraught I've ever been is when Boomer died.
Yeah, no, I know you understand because that's currently where I'm at. I'm either a crying, fucked up mess, or I am just in here, which is why I'm here, so that way I can distract myself from even listening to her scratching at the door that she used to do. So that is why I'm here and talking to y'all because I am missing her severely. It'll be a week. It'll be a week tomorrow since we lost her.
Well, we're here for you, Clover, as much as we can do. And if distraction is what you need, distraction is what we'll try to provide.
I truly do appreciate the condolences because she was our best friend. We had her for nearly 10 years. Farmer actually picked her up. She was thrown out of a pickup going down the road, and Farmer saw her being thrown out of a moving vehicle, and he picked her up, sent me a picture. Hey, we got a new dog. And she was the best dog we had ever had. We didn't have to housebreak her. She was like the best nurse. Anytime any of us started getting sick, she was right there, cuddling up to us. Even if we didn't know we were getting sick, she was just right there. And she was the best dog that we ever had. She started getting cancerous tumors on her liver and kidneys back in January. And we were lucky enough to have her up until the 28th of June. She stuck around long enough that we were able to love on her just a little bit more. And then she passed away in her sleep peacefully. She didn't suffer or anything. She didn't have she lived her life normally, and she literally just went down within 2 hours of her going down and not being able to walk too much. She went peacefully in her sleep, and it's not been easy. I'll be honest. But it's hard. This is the biggest breakdown I had outside of losing my grandpa in 2013. So I know I'm not trying to take over your stream. I just miss my dog.
I think what you're saying is something that most people who are listening probably have felt at some point. Yeah. If anyone's been a pet owner, I think especially a dog owner, it's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
Cancer
you
is
have
also what took Boomer as well. So I understand.
I've
yeah,
had
no,
dogs die of cancer too. It sucks.
Brit Whit, my doggo's name was Lily. Her name was Lily. We were lucky to have her. Her prognosis was 24 hours, and we had her until June 28th. So we got lucky to have that extra time with her before she passed peacefully away. Kiddo, we decided to, like, it was 12:30 in the morning. She was at a friend's. We called her, let her know, and yeah, she's heartbroken, but she doesn't want to accept it that the doggo is gone because the doggo's been around for so long. But yeah, no, it's been rough. It's honestly been rough. Uh, we have a kitten here that we are taking care of for our nephews, who has been a godsend, to be honest. Farmer hates to admit how much he misses her. Um, it's not been easy, guys.
Well, I'll do what I can to help, as little as that is.
I appreciate it. I did share in Spiral some pictures of her. Um, she was a good dog. She was a good dog. She was my best friend. She went everywhere with us. So I there's been some people that I've talked to. Oh well, she was just a dog. You can just move on. People don't understand when they say things like that. They've never had that connection with an animal. They
Yeah.
truly become a part of your family.
Yeah, I think.
And I was
Go on.
no. It's fine. You were starting to talk. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overtalk you.
All I was going to say is you can actually judge a society by how they treat and interact animals, and I think the people that have formed the strongest bonds with mere animals there's a pretty strong filter for high trust people. Indeed, motherfucker.
Well,
Indeed.
what's kind of funny is the night before we lost her, I had spent doing all day doing laundry, and Kiddo and I were, getting clothes off the clothesline because it was about to storm, and we had this random kitten show up. It was just hopping along in the grass, and the kiddo said, "Hey, mom, what cat is that?" And it's like, that's not one of ours. I don't know. And next thing I know, we are feeding this scrawny, skinny kitten out of nowhere. And then the next night, that's when Lily Dog passed away. And, it's one of those things that, like, I believe that you're getting given something that you don't realize you need. Um, I think this kitten at the house decided to pop up when we needed it most. And I saw it coming, but I didn't want to accept the fact that we were going to lose her, honestly.
I'm in the position right now where I don't think having a pet would be a sensible allocation of resources, and I would get immediately attached, and that would take a lot of my time to do walks, and I feel like I don't have the time for it. But if there was an opportunity
don't take up another dog.
if there was an opportunity for me to, like, if one landed in my lap, if it needed someone to care for it and it didn't have anyone else, then I probably would.
This kitten popped up out of nowhere. Like, there was no other cats around it. It just literally was so scrawny. And my father-in-law decided to make a point. Oh well, I just found a dog that looked just like your old dog that just died. It's like, no. It's one thing with a cat. A cat can be independent. A puppy is not. And my heart is not ready for another dog. Don't you bring me another dog. Please don't. Like, I don't want another dog right now. And he's all, well, yeah, no. I saw it and it looked just like Lily. I'm like, no, don't you dare bring me another dog just because you think you want to alleviate something. I don't want another dog. I can't.
Yeah.
That's totally understandable.
There will come a
Something that I
time
find
when you're ready to offer a home to another dog. Potentially, but yeah, take your time.
You know, it's
Something
just like
that
when
I
this
often
kid
find
showed
people
up,
don't seem to
she
realize.
she's super pretty. Let me see if I don't know where this cat came from. She was the only one that was hopping through the grass. Like I think she was sent to alleviate some of the pain that we were dealing with. But she's like that. I'm sending it now. Um, but she just happened to pop up out of nowhere. Yeah, no. And she's the biggest cuddle bug. I've
Gorgeous.
never had a cat as cuddly as she is, and I think she was sent to help alleviate some of the ache that we're dealing with.
That's good. Not many cats are cuddly. But that's good.
No, they're not. Well, like I said, when we're at the office, we take care of my nephew's kitten, but that little one that I just shared, she popped up the night before that our Lily dog passed, and so I think she was sent there to help alleviate some of it. And I'm not trying to be depressing or anything. I haven't talked to many people outside of Farmer. So I've been kind of stuck in this rotation of depression of losing her. So um yeah.
Ginger, you were about to say something?
Yes, I was trying to say earlier that a lot of people don't seem to understand the concept of when you lose an animal, immediately trying to replace it is often just disrespectful to the memory of the creature.
Yes.
It's
That's what made me so mad about my father-in-law. Oh,
kind of
well,
a
I found
psychotic
a dog that
perspective
looks
to assume
like
that
her.
you can just replace it with something that's materially identical, but it's not. It's not a material issue.
Yeah, no, there's no way to replace her personality. There's no way to replace the way she was. So, yeah, no, it was pissing me off so much that he kept pushing and pushing about bringing this dog into our family. It's like, no, I don't give a fuck if it looks
No.
just like her. It's not her. So,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, as I said, there may come a time that you're ready to give a home to another dog, but you take your time on that, and maybe at some point you'll feel like it. I know that any dog owner I know who feels genuinely about their dogs, there will be obviously the cycle of losing a dog and then being very sad and honoring the dog by taking the time, not have another one. But then eventually the desire to either have some of that feeling again and or to offer a home to a dog and sort of continue that alliance between humans and dogs comes back up again. So they will find another one. But and that's good, I think. But you take your time, let it happen naturally.
And something comes up, we will
Yeah.
take care of it. But right now, it's just nah.
Yeah, now it's not the time.
I shall enjoy some more fire water and listen to y'all talk. I appreciate y'all letting me have a little bit of a soapbox. I really do
We love you,
appreciate it
Clover.
because I have not been able to talk to very many people about it. I'm sorry to drag y'all down. I just miss my dog.
That's all right. This is a very important topic. I hope that you will always feel that you can talk to us if you don't have anyone else.
Honestly, that's why I'm here. I mean, I've annoyed Josh like he's already heartbroken as it is. So, you know, I know I can always come to Cabal regardless. But thank y'all.
Always, Clover. Always DM. DM's always open.
I appreciate it.
Right. Good. How can I follow that up?
Tits.
We can put it. You notice I took the tits away because I'm trying to be respectful. I may have had a little bit too much. I'm starting to stir my speech a bit, aren't I? I don't
more.
drink more. Okay, well, I don't get how there are people that say like, "No, I'm not drunk," when they're literally slurring their speech. I can easily notice it. I guess just different mentalities. But yeah, Cabal for us and we help our own. Indeed, Natchez. This is the kind of community I'd like to build, where we shitpost almost all the time, but it's because there are things that matter in life. And not just lovely pets, but other things too. Yes, Ginger, go ahead.
Let's return to the shit posting for a moment by putting on this video.
All right. We're going to watch Ginger's meme. Let me put the tits back on screen. No.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Thank you, Ginger. Ginger, are you a big Fortnite player?
I literally never touched it, never will.
I
just appreciate a good bit of disrespect.
Yeah, that's fun. All right, good. All right, Chris, give us your worst.
Britwit for 200 says, "Thank you for reminding me, Clover Clovey, no mom, Cabal prevails."
You spelt nom nom wrong, you idiot. Clovey, I don't think I will let that force a rename because that is a special thing that is applied only when they have broken an end tower. Nom nom, yeah. Well, as long as you've already done /support nom nom, that will go towards it anyway. So, no mom, he's Swedish, not an orphan. True. Yes, you did earn your R back, and then you lost it again later, and then you earned it back again. So it could happen again. You never know, chat. If we start an end tower, anyone that breaks it, not just like the same idea. And Acho is very good, no more. Okay. Hey, I tried it. I tried starting an end tower. You guys didn't cooperate. Oh, Clover's figured it out. If she starts the end tower, she can't possibly lose her R. End tower, very good, Nomon, very good. However, you broke the end tower, so you got to lose your eye, but you don't have any, so it's fine. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, this is bad news. This is not what I expected, actually. I want to see if I can figure out why this happened. H-1B visas skyrocket despite Trump admin crackdown. Now, is that granting visas or applicants for visas? Now, he supposedly added a $100,000 buy-in, and the way it was worded was very ambiguous, but we did argue about this in Cabal. I know Corinne and I think a few others were saying, no, Oozly, your perspective on this is wrong. Maybe I was, because I wasn't saying I was sure, but from what I was reading, it sounded like it was per applicant. There had to be a $100,000 buy-in, which I'm not sure was correct, but that's what the wording sounded like. But it might have been per sponsor, so per company had to pay an initial $100,000, and then they could have as many Indians as they wanted. That may have been it. Either way, it was a barrier, but it doesn't seem like it's done that much to change it. There's been a lot of whining from the Indians that they couldn't make it in, but it seems like, according to this, they have. So let's see what actually happened here. Companies would pay any price to replace you. Yeah, they would. You broke the entire by saying that, no one, but you're right, so I'll allow it. H-1B, well, mostly. H-1B visa renewals are on pace to reach a record high in fiscal year 2026. It might just be that the tide of natural forces leading towards this is so high that even $100,000 isn't enough to stop it. But I'm not sure if that's true. According to new analysis of US government data, fucking EM dash, an increase that comes even as the Trump admin pushes to tighten aspects of the high skilled worker program. Just shut it down. No more H-1Bs. Close it. Done. No more. It's so bad. What you need is gross negative migration. No one coming in, massive deportations. That's what you need, Trump. I've been saying this for years. Same thing with the UK as well. Like, it's in a healthy society, having a small amount of income of talent from other countries is okay. You can deal with that. It's actually advantageous. When it's small, when they integrate, when it's not, there's all kinds of things that you can deal with there. But when it's Indians, and what portion of Indians are actually skilled enough to be worth visiting the US? 0.01% perhaps? Go on.
The 100K per new application was the thing, I think, but it did not apply to renewals. Note the word, the third word of this article.
H-1B visas.
Of the main paragraph.
Oh, sorry. Renewals. Okay. All right. Never mind. That's a fair point, Revlon. You're well spotted, actually. That's a fair point. We'll keep an eye on that. No one says, but usually the battery factory experts don't. I made that argument as a sort of a prospective argument. I could see the merits in it, but I wasn't completely on board. Go on, Rav.
Yeah, I think the thing with the H-1Bs is that they only allow one renewal.
Okay.
You cannot continuously renew it. You get
might be onto
the
something
first
there,
application. You get the first application, then you can renew it once, and then you have to either get a different visa or leave and apply a new.
Okay, if that's true, Rav, if you're right and you've analysed this article correctly, then this is a bunk article. There's nothing to it. Because all this is, yes, there were more H-1B applications that were successful under Biden, so naturally they'd all try to renew it, which means the number would be a record high. You reckon that's it, Rav?
Yeah, likely. They will try to get a different visa or try to transfer the visa into a different kind. But I think the 100K for new application is in force, and they cannot get it, most of them basically, and they are looking for other possibilities.
Okay, I hope you're right, Rav.
Finding them, I'm pretty sure, but well.
I hope you're right, actually. That makes sense if that's the case. Because the thing is, renewals would include, surely it means successful renewals, but it doesn't necessarily, does it? I guess we should keep reading, find out if that's what they mean. No one says, I see smoke from a building near me. I'll be right back. Must check it out. Well, good luck. Be safe, no one. Watch out for niggas don't get kidnapped. So true. H-1B should just be shut down, period. Right now, at least, yes, it should be. Go on, Rav. Sorry.
It says a bit to the bottom, it is approved renewals.
Okay. Let's read a bit more. Layoff Hedge, a workforce analytics firm, reviewed U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services data and found that 273,026 H-1B petitions for continuing employment had been approved. So I guess they probably are blanket approving them, but they fucking shouldn't be. I mean, even if your perspective is right, which is a slightly more optimistic view on this, why the fuck are they reapproving them? I guess that there are arguments for it. Like companies would maybe a bit too much to say that you just lose half your workforce, but no, I mean they should do it anyway. They should reject them. Approved through the first 9 months of fiscal year 2026, which runs from October 2025 through September 2026. The total is already nearing the record 291,542 renewal approvals recorded since during fiscal year 2025, with 3 months still remaining. So like to pass it. The growth in renewals comes as the Trump admin pursues restrictions on parts of the program. Trump government has tried to impose, I think he succeeded, a $100,000 fee on many new H-1B petitions filed for workers outside the US though a federal judge blocked the measure in June. Yeah, I don't think they have the right to do that. It's an immigration issue, isn't it? The administration has also moved to replace the traditional random H-1B lottery with a wage-weighted selection system designed to prioritize higher-paid applicants. That sounds like an okay idea.
The fact it is a lottery is atrocious. Because if it is a lottery, you cannot actually get a meritorious selection. So it's just replacement of the domestic workforce with foreign workforce. Blindly.
Yeah, pretty much. The whole point of H-1B, as I understand it, the whole point is where you do not have the numbers, it's pure quantity, to comprise a workforce where you've got, theoretically, you've got saturation of employment at home, but you need more workforce. That's what it's for, I'm pretty sure. So, in practice, it should not be active now. It should be kaput null right now. Now, regional differences, some regions could be saturated in need, but I don't think that's the case anywhere in the US currently. Maybe there's some place, but very few. Mostly, it is an unsaturated local workforce with massive importation of foreign workers. Bad, wrong. For many reasons, it should be deactivated. So that's, I think, the situation. Sarah says, federal judges can invent any excuse to stonewall a president for made-up constitutional reasons, indeed. And I'm pretty sure he does get carte blanche power over that stuff. The federal judges can reject it, but I don't think he actually has that much power over the federal executive, right? And at least on some things. Maybe there's some things they have the power on. Maybe it's delegated to them, but I'm not sure. I don't think it's most things. A lot of things Trump just have direct power over.
The funniest thing that Trump seems to be not resolute enough to try. If he just ignored the federal courts on matters of immigration and just completely ignored all of their rulings, it would have to go to the Supreme Court. And so far, Supreme Court, every time there was a challenge to executive prerogative, something that is listed as the power, not listed, but something that was understood as the power of the executive, every time they sided with the executive over the judiciary.
Yeah.
It's like every time it comes to a conflict between can president actually do that, the answer is yes. All he needs to do is just say, fuck you, I don't care.
I think he generally has. I'm not sure if in this case, but okay, you think he hasn't? Okay, fair enough.
He has fought it in court every time, and it eventually is resolved in his favor, usually. But it takes fuckload of time.
Okay,
if he
fair
just
enough.
said, fuck you, I don't care, it would have to go to the Supreme Court. And then they would say, yeah, he's president. That is his branch. You don't have the authority.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Maybe there's a reason he doesn't do that every time. I don't know. Maybe you're right. How to interpret H-1B figures. Thank you, Newsweek, for telling us how to interpret the figures. Just while some experts argue the figures highlight the growing scale of H-1B activity occurring outside the annual visa cap, others contend the numbers should be interpreted more cautiously because they reflect petition approvals rather than unique workers and may include extensions, transfers, and amended filings. Well, I assume they mostly do. If they're renewals, surely they're extensions. The figures focus on what USCIS classifies as continuing employment petitions, extensions, and renewals for workers already employed in the US on H-1B visas. So the numbers here for Trump's presidency in 2024, they do go down, but then they've come up again a little bit. I would expect them to go down to almost fucking zero. They should be very close to zero. If it's 100,000 per application, it should be almost zero. Why is it still not zero? What factor am I missing here? This is new applications as well, the red number here.
Visa transfer. It is possible that it is some sort of visa transfer, like from a student visa to H-1B visa, that sort of thing. If they just imposed it on the straight-up petition to get a H-1B from nothing, then it would not extend to visa transfer.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just all the Indians and others are finding alternate ways to get it, but those ways are temporary and that gradually it will converge towards zero. That's kind of optimistic, but maybe. Okay. Rather than new approvals issued to the annual visa lottery, USCIS separates H-1B approvals into initial employment petitions, which are generally subject to the annual cap of 85,000 visas, and continuing employment petitions, which are not capped. Layoff Hedge said it compiled the data using USCIS's H-1B employer data hub, blah, blah, blah. Pew said it's historical to 2003, but that's all very generic boilerplate stuff. According to the Pew Research Center, almost 400,000 H-1B petitions were approved in fiscal year 2024. Of those, 258,000, about 55%, were renewals or extensions for existing H-1B workers. Okay, were based on USCIS petition approvals rather than unique workers, and that renewals refer to continuing employment approval. So it's not new people coming in most cases. It is mostly, a lot anyway, is renewals, as was said. Still, should be pretty close to zero, or converging towards that. Only 118,000 of those actual renewals, he said, referring to approvals. The remaining 173,000 represent workers who changed jobs, received promotions, transferred employers, or otherwise amended their status. Okay, so there's more than just renewals. So a lot of these are existing people that are already in the US, not newly arriving. So H-1B approvals doesn't just mean, yes, you can come over from Mumbai to the US, that's fine. It includes loads of other stuff as well, including people that are already in the US. So it's still not good, but maybe the 100 grand was to actually come to the US from elsewhere or something like that. It's more than just what's listed here. Okay. All right. We've still got half an hour to go, chat. We can, because I'm very generous, we can make the Hosel Bosel an extra on top of the 5 hours we're already going to do. We probably won't do that many rounds of Hosel Bosel, but we will do a few rounds of Hosel Bosel at the end of this. But for now, we've still got about 25 minutes to make up, so we'll continue. Play the song. It's topical. So, all right, fair enough.
English, do you speak it? If not, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, get the fuck out. I'm sick of these people who think that we're equal. Get out of my country before we delete you. We don't want your culture, we don't want your flags here, we don't want your language polluting our street signs. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. Saw a lady replace a USA flag with a flag from Somalia. She said she loves her country but hates our history. I said Somalia still has slavery. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. Sometimes when we deport illegals, they turn around and come right back in. Why don't we launch them to some other planet so they stay the fuck out of our country? Go fuck yourself, invader scum.
Wrong. I don't want to get sucked into the notion that just because I've seen a few recently that it seems to be an increase gradually, but I think we've been seeing over many years, and it's what I said earlier, unfortunately it's sort of a patience game. It's going to take a while for this to get to the point that people are ready to just force strong policies through. But I think it is still ramping up enough. I assume this is relatively popular media. It has been going on for so long, motherfucker, but politics often does. Like, I'm not saying I want it to be the case. I think it's inevitable, though. If we're talking about hundreds of years ago, the same change would take generations to happen. We're doing it within half a lifetime, most likely. So it's a long time. Minecraft YouTuber that got me too. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, it's fairly well produced, though. It's good. It's pretty good song. Is it a parody of an existing song? I don't recognize the specific song, but it sounds like it might be. Yeah, exactly, Matthias. Yeah, I mean, our opponent long marched for 100 years or more. They've taken the time to do this. We're going to beat them in probably half that, but it's going to be rough. He just went, no, actually not in Minecraft. Yeah, fair enough. It's pretty well made. Decent song. Applies to here as well. Good. Thank you for linking it. All right, next up. Afghanistan claims new rocket technology. The Afghan Taliban successfully tested a new rocket system developed by their scientist Mullah Roketi. I'm sensing a tiny hint of comedy here. According to the Taliban, the system is intended for use against Pakistan. Let's watch. that's the video. Yeah, it looks like fireworks. Chat, press 1 if you or someone you know has launched something in celebration of America Day with more military might than this. Matthias, is a good point. That's a good point for nominative determinism. Good point. I know no one's a fan of that too. Good point. It seems to be that they're serious. I don't think this is a parody. So is this his name? Mullah Rocketti? Is that his fucking name? Taliban systems and rocket system equipped with advanced technology prepared by their renowned scientist Mullah Rocketti. His Israeli nemesis is named Roddy Dome. Yeah. He's real. He's fucking real. There's a picture of him. Yeah, he looks the part. Mullah Abdul Salam Rocketti. Damn, it is normative determinism. It really is. Your dad's name is Crentist. Yeah, wow, okay. Well, I mean, it technically works. I bet that's the only rockets he's ever fired without killing someone, but, well, I mean, killing like the wrong someone. The whites of his eyes are the same color as his skin. Is his liver failing? Ooh, you got a point there. Maybe. Yeah. Well, maybe Mr. Rocketti won't be making Rockettis for very much longer. You might be right. I think that's also somewhat common in that region, the real. No one, you missed it. That was said just a few minutes ago. All right, next up. We're near the end of our stories here, chat. We've got 20 minutes to fill. Ah, yes, these Antifa geniuses glued themselves to the Gothaer Platz tram stop in Erfurt, hoping to block access to the AfD party Congress. Alas for them, this section of the tram had been shut down, so they're just stuck there pointlessly. Yep, that's pretty much Antifa for you.
Ja, okay. Jetzt müssen wir gucken. Da bin ich auch wählerisch. Das verrät viel über einen.
Look, I get that this is the protest, but why help them? Just leave them there. Eventually their family will come and fucking rescue them. They probably won't die, but they'll fucking suffer. Just fucking leave them there. Like, did they send authorities with the equipment and the chemicals to dissolve the glue and they free them? And it's like, yeah, okay, you've had your protest. You can... No, they glued themselves to the fucking track. Especially if they're not blocking traffic. Just leave them there. And if they are blocking traffic, remove them immediately without too much concern to how much pain they suffer in the process. They did this themselves. And then arrest them and put them in prison. Like, this is not a protest. Like, this one isn't blocking anything because they're retards and they did it on a closed down bit of tram line. But if they actually glue themselves to the pavement on an area that's in active use, that's a pretty serious crime. They go to prison, as far as I'm concerned. That's not a protest anymore. We open the... And by the way, that is how politics sometimes works. You do risk going to prison and perdition of some kind for taking like protest actions like this. So yeah, you do risk it. Congratulations, you won the idiot prize. You go to prison. In this case, they're not blocking an active area, so I would, as circumstances happen to have blessed them with, not as bad a punishment. But they're still defacing public property, and in this case, not blocking actual infrastructure. But if they are, much worse punishment. So why would you give sympathy? If you're doing a protest with placards in a public area, but you're not obstructing even foot traffic, that's a normal protest. That's protected. That's fine. If you're actually obstructing infrastructure, yeah, sometimes that's what you got to do to make a political change. But you do take the risk. You voluntarily take the risk of reprimand when you do so. Congratulations, you win the Darwin Award. You are the retard. You achieved nothing and you got punished for it. Gandhi, right, against my own very people, say whatever you want about him, and there's many things to say, and I don't know that much about the history, but what he actually did was a very smart protest. It was non-violent. It was non-obstructive. He just walked with enough people that couldn't be stopped. It only works against a moral opponent, but that is also what most Western governments are. He walked with enough people to do a very minor but illegal action, did it, took the risk of being arrested the whole time, but was smart enough that he wasn't, and it had a massive effect. These people are just retards, and to be fair, it doesn't fucking matter what they do. They have the establishment on their side. Power wants the same thing they do to a large extent. So it doesn't fucking matter what they do, they're just retards. But therefore, yeah, if Gandhi hadn't protected himself enough socially, if he had done it individually, if he had just gone and done it in front of the fucking police or whatever, then yeah, he'd be arrested and fined or imprisoned briefly. And I'd say it's not necessarily right, but he didn't protect himself from it. He just did a stupid thing. In this case, they just did a stupid thing. They win stupid prizes. You stay on the fucking tram line, and if you're obstructing traffic, we will tear you from the fucking tram line and imprison you for a while. Sorry, chat. Am I slightly more based when I'm drunk?
Sounds like it.
I don't know. I think I'd be saying the same thing if I wasn't. It's so fucking dumb what they're doing. Not based enough. Yeah, maybe so. Drink more. I am. If you lose a layer of skin, too fucking bad. Again, like there's an argument that it really wouldn't look good, but play stupid games, win stupid prizes, guys. What is the fucking point of this anyway? It's the AFD conference. They're participating in democracy. Your protest. Again, they didn't obstruct traffic. It's not as bad, but they wanted to. They just fucked up because they're too fucking stupid. I don't know. They already lost enough by the retardation on display here. But I have no sympathy for this kind of. Look at this grinning faggot here. Send him to under the rest. Send him under the prison. They're not participating in the correct way. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Those fascist bastards seizing power by the force of millions of votes. Well, to be fair, that is how the fascists seized power in Germany. But like, guys, the reason they were able to do that is because you are so unappealing that Nazis were more appealing than you. Try approaching it from the other direction instead of just being utter bastards. And when things look bad, when it looks like people don't like you, you get worse. Instead, try thinking about what would actually benefit people and do that. Try and attract people's interest. I mean, what is it? The parable of the man in the raincoat, and the wind and the sun said, oh no, I bet I could get rid of his coat. And the sun says, no, I bet I could get rid of his coat. The wind went first. It tried to blow his coat off him, and he just tightens the coat. The sun beams sun out. Passive action, not about the guy who's trying to get the coat off, and the guy naturally removes his coat. This is the lesson, and a lesson I think was relevant earlier as well, of direct action is usually resisted. Indirect action that converges towards what you want usually isn't. Our enemy realize this. They usually take indirect action that converges towards what they want. It's smart, it's devious. You can do it in a way that's not unethical, by the way. Either way works, but this is what I advocate for. The direct approach, the one that autists usually favor, often doesn't fucking work and will reveal your strategies, will make you look like an idiot. All this stuff, it doesn't fucking work most of the time. Sometimes it does. Sometimes when it's desperate measures, sometimes it's the right answer, but it's not usually. When you're dealing with big stuff over a long period of time, the indirect convergent method is almost always better. It's more difficult to figure out. People shy away from it because it's nuanced, it's difficult, it takes psychological understanding. If you don't have the understanding for it, please don't jump in and assume it can't possibly be right. It is the way to build things that last and the way to achieve things that aren't strongly resisted. So, what was I saying? There was a point to that. This is the disadvantage of the drink, because I can't make larger points. Yes, quite so, Mafaku. Anyway, I'm going to continue. I'm sure I had something brilliant to add to that. Just picture that I said something brilliant. Please say in chat now how you react if I said something brilliant. France is wishing the US a happy 4th of July. Well done. I don't know if Britain did it in any way, actually. Hold on. Let's find out. Britain, US 250 display. I hope we did. There is a King Charles praises US-UK relationship on America's 250th birthday, which is something. Rare copy of the Declaration of Independence found by volunteer in UK archives. Cool. Am I wrong? No, the original does exist, doesn't it? But there's a copy here. That is true. I don't know if there's any sort of big display here. There is something happening with the museum, but I don't think there's any kind of big display here, like there is in some places. Fair enough. At least our nation is officially acknowledging it, but thank you, Nomon. I appreciate that. It was so good, wasn't it? Thank you, Nachos. God, it was so clever what I just said. Matthias might have been closer given how much I've drunk. To play this, what is it? Okay, I'll play the video. Oh Jesus. This is this the American spirit in action, Chad? Like, I can respect this, but as soon as this happens, suddenly it's a different story. Indians have smallest brains in the world, reveals IIT Hyderabad study after creating brain atlas. Yeah, I think we looked into that when it came up. Positively revolutionary. Thank you, Norman. I think it was. Yes, you have the freedom to be utter retards, just like these faggots here. Well done. All right, next up. We're almost at the end of the stories now, chat, but we're also almost at the end of the stream. Fireworks at Mount Rushmore, a tradition returns. Happy 250th birthday, America. Congratulations to America for surviving for 250 years. I do hope, and genuinely I do, that this is not the end of the Republic, as is so often the case with republics after exactly, for some reason, 250 years. As you probably noticed, chat, as I said at the beginning, I do not have the kind of bitterness about the US that some other Europeans have. I've always just tried to be realistic about things. I know that everyone says they are, but I don't know. I don't adopt the opinions of the crowd at all well. If the crowd is saying US bad, I will ask why. So US is not bad, US is different. But US's difference is valid. Both the US and the UK strategy, I think, form working societies, and they both have very different, very severe issues right now. But I think both are recoverable, as are many other Western countries that are of a similar sort of variation. But the US is something, it's unique in that there are many European countries. There's one US, although of course they're both supranational entities ultimately. US states are equivalent to European nations, but still, we both have different approaches. I think they are both just as valid as the other. Freedom, yes, but the shitty people also have just as much freedom, and that does cause some problems. And I don't just mean like low-grade shitty people, I mean high-grade shitty people as well. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying that there's downsides to that. It's a different balance, but I think both are valid. There's many different ways to succeed in life. Both the US and European strategies are valid. They both have their pros and cons. You are right about the cons, yes. Right about the pros as well, and the other side exists too. I don't try to come down and say like one way is just the right way because I'm not a demagogue. I want to figure out what the actual nuanced reality is. Jesus, I have a very good argument for saying that the US might actually be the worst country. A certain Italian lives there. Well, that is true that he does. Next up. Well, I think the US is made worse by his presence, but that does not the US a bad country make. Speaking of which. That's a cheap prop-up table that he's jetting around the car park. That's fantastic. All right, good for him. That's pretty funny. Let me see if I can restore the audio on Firefox here, chat. One sec. Oh, it didn't work. That usually works. One sec. Let's see if doing that will work as well. Oh, it's off. There we go. Well, I'm glad he had fun. Muted? Yeah, the audio was. I'm not muted though, am I? And a gun. There's no one. The thumbnail is really stupid. I've just seen it again. You're muted. Am I? Am I really? Testing. No, I'm fucking not. Of course I'm not. You see, well, no, I'm not, Matthias. What's this now, cheers? Yes! Yes, the rocket is hot. Oh! Okay, he probably survived that. But he probably had burns. That's not good, guys. That's not good. Average Taliban rocket scientist, true. Jesus, he probably wished he didn't. Well, I doubt he's permanently deformed. Maybe, I mean, I guess you count the burns. I bet the burns will leave a scar, though, on his back. That was no Mullah Rockety. Yeah, Mullah Rockety would have done way better with it. Chat, just don't risk it. Like, there's only so much scars that you can have which are attractive until it just looks like you're an idiot. Just some third-degree burns at worst, some nerve pain, yeah. It probably wasn't too bad. The explosion was on the other side of his clothing, so it wasn't too bad, but not good, though. Not worth it, I don't think. It's likely that sparks have reached his taint or even balls. You may be right. Hey, maybe he will have children now. You'll get burns from that, yeah, I bet. Scars have to be in a certain place to be cool. I think that's right, yeah. 60 scars, better go get some. Yeah, maybe. If you've got a bunch of burns on your back, though, you better make up a hell of a story. It was a dragon. It was a I swear it was. No, it was a dragon. It almost got me, but I slew it in the end. And all your friends say, nah, he tied a fucking firework to his ass, and then he fell over. I don't know. The women might be endeared by your charisma if you play it off well, but still, a dragon ate my ass. Yeah, exactly. Check out my cool taint scar. Yeah, I'm not sure that'll work exactly. Hot take. The presence of Freebird in the video has been overdone to this extent that it now cheapens the video, and Freebird at the same time. Freebird covers under or mixes only accelerate this issue, says Ginger. I don't really have a strong position on the matter. All right, chat, there was a dragon. I swear there was a dragon. Okay, next thing. Breaking. Oh, we already covered this already. Oh, this is our last story, and it thanks Discord. All right, let's copy it into here. What was this? Oh, that's it. This is not news. It should be in the meme section. That, chat, is my last story. All right. 4 hours 56. We're very near to the end. I think we will commence hosling and bozzling, and then we'll wrap up. What do you think, chat? I'm in desperate need of some food to compensate for the alcohol I've had. Hey, what's this, motherfucker? Let's have a look at this quickly. All right, Matthias, I will. Oh no, the content's not available in my region. Oh no! What a terrible situation to be in. Wait, why don't I have the? Hold on a second. So. What a terrible predicament that I'm in, chat. What a terrible predicament. Oh, I fixed it.
I'm actually genuinely very surprised that you weren't running a weapon.
I have one available, but I don't always use it. Some sites cooperate very badly with it. For stream, it is not really suitable. But whenever there's a problem, just turn it on. And I had the extension turned off because I was testing some stuff, but it's on now. I am now in, let's see, New York. Hello, everyone. I'm in New York now. Man in Florida town reportedly pretending to be a firework late at night ahead of holiday weekend.
People living on a Cape Coral canal got an early 4th of July show. It wasn't one you could see, but you could definitely hear it.
The dogs were barking and we go outside and this guy is screaming.
Is this the best story you could find? Firecracker.
I mean, so loud.
Sarah Warnicki came outside.
Oh, I'm not talking about you, by the way, chat. Like, it's funny that they reported on this in the first place. I'm just saying, is this the best story that the news agency that could report on anything? This is the best they could find.
This is where she could hear someone screaming from across the darkness of the canal, putting on his own show in protest of pyrotechnics.
He seemed to be upset that people were celebrating early.
The time just before 3 a.m. last Friday, so she shouted back.
Shut up! Bottle rocket! That's annoying, isn't it? So quit doing it in the middle of the night!
Well, he's definitely out there, that, or he's definitely
All
out.
right, buddy, listen. You don't get a 250th anniversary very often. Just put up with it for a couple of days. All right? Calm the fuck down. He's drunk as hell, though, clearly. Not that I have much space to talk.
On something, maybe.
Fireworks are legal in Florida on 3 days, the 4th of July being one of them. While legal, they still might violate Cape Coral's noise ordinance.
They're not legal the rest of the time? I'm not sure that's even true here. I think fireworks are always legal. There's no days you have to do it on. The fuck? Never heard of that. Gotta add USA Cabby to the bouncing. That's up to Balcatillo. I think. There are city ordinance on noise. Okay. Okay, in a city, I guess that makes sense, actually. That may be the case here as well. I don't know. But they appear to say Florida in general, actually. Yeah, fire hazards. Well, I mean, fireworks get a firework. Like, that's what you get. But I guess it could land on someone else's property, and then what do you fucking do?
But this guy is too.
Pretending to be a firework is also going to run afoul of our noise ordinances.
Cape Police.
What a fucking sentence. What a fucking. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If you have noise, which you should have some sort of rules on noise in a city. Yelling like that is going to do it as well.
Responded to 6 different firework-related calls in the last 48 hours alone. Neighbors I spoke with say they didn't hear any fireworks that night. Warnicki, though, has a theory on why this guy was putting on his own display.
He thought last year probably that, oh, I'm going to wake them up like they woke me up with the fireworks.
I knocked on every door in the area where this happened. No one admitted that this was them.
Work in the AM!
Leaving the question, will the person that's all...
Why does the time at the bottom say 2021?
Work in the AM!
Like, it's not 2021. Sweaty. It's not 2021. I guess the camera's just fucked, but I don't know, maybe this is old. Hold on. Wait, this is 2021! You bastard! You linked me a 5-year-old fucking story. Why did you do this? Who's responsible for this? Mofaku, own your shame. Whatever, then it's not the 250th anniversary. It was the 245th. You're wrong, Mofaku. Yes. Everyone in chat, if you're on the 245th anniversary, shout that you're a firework if anyone's bothering you about it. Go and get drunk and shout that you're a infinity shame, indeed. That's funnier than the story. Yeah, it's true. All right, fine, Matthias, I'll play this video. Slightly off on that one, but I'll forgive him given the instrument he's playing. How has he, I guess the size of the metal plate determines the pitch. Was that a best of splits? That could have been some nice editing with his best ever reload. But fine, it works, whatever. You know what? Fucking close enough. You got it wrong, but I've heard it's a hard song to play, and I've never seen it played on gun. Are those just grenades? Very good. Well done. That must have taken a lot of practice.
You know,
Okay.
with the exception of the explosions at the end, that was surprisingly Christmassy.
Yeah, fairly Christmassy. Tannerite, okay. They look like grenades. If you shot a standard frag grenade, would it explode? It's very 50-50.
It depends
No,
on
it wouldn't.
how hard you shoot it.
No,
Thank you, Ginger. That's very helpful.
It has, I think, it detonates with the explosive. The explosive of the.
I would argue that if you shoot at any object with, for example, a 50 BMG, that it will explode.
Yeah, but I mean, will it trigger the grenade? Because I think frag grenades are.
Explosion, though.
Well, I think that they are two components which explode when mixed, and I think they need a spark. So when you take the pin, it mixes them and then sparks after a fuse. I think that's how they work. If so, if you shoot it, it's a chance that they'll mix and spark at the same time. So I would imagine that there's a fair chance if you shoot a grenade, it will explode, but it's not every time.
No, there is a fair chance it won't. It would be a freak accident if it does.
Okay. I'm open to input on this one.
There is the Tannerite shooting. It is safe if you do it properly. However, most users do it improperly, namely they put it inside something. And when
which makes shrapnel
inside something else, yep. The videos of a shrapnel nearly killing the cameraman are numerous.
Mm.
I will have to stress there are many different styles of grenade. It is quite likely that there are some which are highly resilient to being shot at with standard ballistics. And there are others that will quite happily explode if you so much as hit them with a hammer.
Maybe.
I think that any modern production grenade does not actually explode on impact. It would be either some antique that I'm not sure ever existed, or it would be not a grenade, but an improvised explosive device.
Mm. I reckon that any way you design a grenade, if you shoot it right, you could make it trigger. But with some, it would be extremely unlikely.
I'm not sure because
unless it has like reinforced steel inside the, but why would it?
Secondary explosives, they like C4. They don't explode on impact at all.
Okay, if you use a material that does not, well, C4 explodes when an electrical signal triggers it.
Yes.
So
actually,
that is a bit different.
Make C4 explode. You can make C4 explode through through application of pressure.
Okay.
It takes a lot of pressure, but you can make it happen.
Okay, fair. I assume that's what's happening on a micro scale when the electrical trigger activates it.
Mm-hmm. So when C4 detonates, the act of detonation is actually the pressure wave of the reaction traveling through the material faster than the speed of sound, such that it all goes off functionally at the exact same instant. You can hit something with sufficient force to to simulate the starting of that pressure wave. That is what primary explosives are for. That can also be achieved through, for example, a 50 BMG.
Thank you, Ginger's clock. That was actually quite accurate, Ginger. That was to the nearest 2 or 3 seconds on my clock. Well done.
Yes.
Right. Good. Anything else, chat? Otherwise, we will wind down with some hosel bozzle, and then we shall sojourn to the pit. We've still got tits front and center. Thank you, Wolf, who has gone to bed. Crispons. Honce away. Let's see, what are we doing after stream then, chat? Let's look at what the votes are. Filter. Okay. So if Christy is an option, Siggle's an option, Fizzle's an option, that's good enough for now. What are these at? How do I support multiple things in the new system? Just / support each one of them. If you do a cheer, anything that you mention in your cheer, the system will read through and interpret what is likely to be topics and add them as a sort of passive support, but it should be the same in most cases. If you want to be sure, though, do / support. If you do / support, anything that you've added on as an explicit support, any contribution you make after that will go towards it. We'll push it up the board. So currently, Christery is the highest item with Fizzle Tazzle at 6.4k. Fizzle Tazzle we need Brian for. So, and then Sigil gives us a long way behind. So we'll probably respect that. But then again, let's see what happens if we just do in the last roughly 1 day, so 16 hours. Only Christery has votes if we do that. But it is closer. So if you would like to decide what we're going to do after the stream, now is the time to vote. Matthias, if I misunderstood you, please let me know more specifically what you mean. Indeed, Nachos, thank you. Right. Ow. Ow. Right, Hosel. Let me make a couple of changes here. Yeah, that's the same. Oh, that was supposed to slide in gradually. There you go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for horse bouncing. We are now winding down. If you're here for the politics and memes, that has finished. However, we're going to play a little bit of a game that chat likes because it was voted for and got sufficiently high up the board, called horse bouncing. This is a custom version of, well, I call it horse bouncing. This is a custom version of the game which Malcatillo made. Malcatillo in Cabal. Thank you, Malcatillo. It's very good. And we will just do about 5 rounds before we wrap up. If it bounces, it's a horse. So I will do my customary filtering to make the game a little easier to play. So we're going to be kind to Nachos because I'm a nice person. Give her the pink haunts that she prefers. We're going to go to swap horses. We're going to remove the ones that are a bit ambiguous. These and that and that. And then we'll keep these. Now is the moment to note the horses on the left. These horses on the left, ignore the ones on the right. The ones on the left are the options. I don't know what I can do, actually. Just get a fucking screenshot and then post it. So these are the options. What we're going to do, for those of you I knew, I don't think any of you are new, but just in case, what we're going to do is when we start a round, you type into chat in Discord the color, preferably color and name, but either one is okay, but color and name preferably, of the horse you want to win. It's free to enter, but if you win, you will get 100 user coins per win after the rounds have finished. So on the left here are the options. Cabby purple, Aiden or Bird white, Nachos pink, Brown chose brown, Bartholomew orange, Archie red, Pixie yellow, Dye green, Cabby blue, Dirty Jew cyan. So those are the options. I will also add the time limit because I think it's more fun to do it this way. Let's make it even shorter. Okay, and let's do a. If we do that and that, there we go. That should have the Honces ready. Michelle Obama. Okay, chat. Vote. Choose your horse, and if you win, you shall be added to the winners board, and you will get a reward after the stream ends. All right. Have you all voted? Ready? All right, and they're off. Bartholomew takes an early lead. Can he make it through the rapids before being caught by someone else? Pixie moving forward. Push back. Aiden making some progress. Aiden moving forward. Pretty close to the end here. Could be Aiden. Looking good for Aiden. And she's in. Bird wins. Who voted white? It doesn't appear that anyone did. Bad luck, chat. All right. Well, happens sometimes. Next round. Ready? We'll do this now. Voot. Voot as you voot. Go ahead and voot. Do a voot. They say voting is just a pointless ritual, chat, but not here. It's not. You could win 100 whole Oozer coins if you vote properly. Vote harder, indeed. Ready? And they're off. Now this map is a bit of a course. Most of the map does nothing, but if you get into this narrow corridor, you can make it to the end. This, I believe I'm correct in saying, was one that Malcatello himself designed. If we do, I believe it's M, you can see the actual collision mask of the map. There are some areas here, like at the waterfall on the right there, where it's difficult to traverse, but you can't necessarily tell from the image here. They're all just going to bounce around a lot until one of them makes their way up that waterfall, or perhaps gets pushed through the wall, as that can happen in Malcatello's game, which adds an extra layer of complexity. We have now Nachos and Brownchos vying for the aperture, as being pegging mercenaries they often do. I think Nachos and Brownchos are vying for command of her body at any given time, given her consistent identity crisis, where truly she's not quite sure whether she's black or white. The wall is now closing in. Dark Cabby is about the closest, but the wall could, the circle could easily push one of these Honces through the wall to victory, but Dark Cabby's made her way through, and it looks like she's going to get it. Dark Cabby made it up naturally, didn't even need the circle to make her way through. Congratulations to Dark Cabby. Who then voted for Dark Cabby? Yes, indeed, Malcatello. Okay. Matthias did, and Malcatello did. Okay, and Seraph did. Okay, 3 of you. So, let me know if I miss any. I'm, of course, a little late in the day. Okay, so I think it was Seraph. Yes. Malcatello. 1 and Matthias, right? Yes. Okay. Let me know if I missed anyone. So it is those 3. Seraph, Malcatello, Matthias. Yes? Yes, it was the Gmod ragdolling sound. There are 3 endings. Oh, did you as well? Yes, you're on there. There are 3 endings. There's the Spyro Gem, which has the fanfare that plays when you collect everything in a level in Spyro 2, by my recommendation. Very, very, very nice. There is the Beyond Good and Evil Pearl, which has the sound effect that plays when you get a pearl. Very nice. Excellent reference. Greatly appreciate that. And there is the Gmod Error, which plays the classic Gmod physics noise. Some amount of that selection was my recommendations, but Malcatello did a great job. I really appreciate those 3. That's a great combination. Do not want to hear that in Dresden mode. Well, it is an option. See how far you can get Dresden mode before the 5 rounds finished, chat. If we can get it to 10k, maybe I'll do it. Actually, I should maybe say that. What is it at currently? Filter Dresden mode. It is not there currently. Dresden mode is not ready to be used. 10k. That's it's the best I can do. Hey, Big Kitty. Yeah, if you can get that up, then you get to 5k or more, and she's the highest voted option with kitten or something similar in the name, then she'll become Discord good.
Your father made you wrong!
What is that from, Mugatello? You said from Stargate. I don't remember it.
No, that's from Stargate. That's that's from the scene where Daniel Jackson is negotiating with the creator of the replicators, and the black girl who is the creator of the replicators is having a solid crash out, and Daniel Jackson just screams, "Your father made you wrong!"
Shit, I didn't know.
It's very funny.
I didn't recognize that, actually. Okay. Thank you for cluing me in, actually. I didn't remember that. Okay. Next one. All right, let's... not that one yet. We'll do that for the last round. This one's fine. Okay. Chat. Vontle your bontle. All right. Ginger, I'll assume that you're for orange.
Obviously.
Thank you for the precision, Seraph. I appreciate it. With a lot of these, you don't have to put both. It's clear enough, but best two anyway. Off we go. Dies in the lead. Could she miss the next path? She nudged Pixie in the right direction. Rare for Di to help her clanker, but here she is doing it. Pixie and Dark Cabby making their way towards the end here. Could Pixie find the entrance? Not quite. Need some advice from Nachos on the Pegging Mercenary on finding the entrance. Aiden, Dark Cabby, and Pixie all in. All three bots. Pixie and Dark Cabby near the end. Pixie with a good lead into the end zone, and there she is. Pixie wins. This is like, right? Remember last time? I am going to bring Pixie back. This is why. Last time we played this, we played the original Haunts, the original game Haunts sponsor map, the green one you saw just now, and Pixie immediately phased through the wall directly to the end. First time that's ever happened. About 3 seconds that round lasted. Pixie's fucking, she deserves to return for that alone. So when I have Cabby in a good state, which by the way, as I said, I'm working on a new memory system, which should make Cabby's memory recall like 10 times better. Once I have that done, that may be the last feature I want to add before I start just making additional characters. I think Pixie will be the first, even though Archie is more popular. In honor of Pixie's brazen, unyielding desire to return to life indicated by that victory, I think we have to bring her back first. Who voted down on Tomboy Supremacy? Which one of you fuckers did that? Yeah, exactly. Ban this, but yeah, I could find out who it was. I think it's wrong that I would investigate. But whoever you are, have the courage to step forward and be chastised, perhaps castrated. Shoot this person. Exactly. Oh yeah, that's something I said I would do. No, I don't know if I can do that yet. Let me check. Can I do this? Not directly. I'll do that later. I was considering a new role for Tomboy King. Whoever has supported any topic with Tomboy in it that's not negative towards it the most, but I don't currently have the tools to check who has supported it for the most. I will add that later, but once I do, we can have a Tomboy King role and then give it to whoever has done it the most. Nachos, you would be trying to start shit, but what you wrote doesn't make sense. Oh, twink, okay. Yeah, you're obviously wrong, Nachos, and I'm glad that you immediately retracted the seriousness of your statement. So not sure on how supporting multiple topics at the same time works. I'm not sure what you mean. If you just /support multiple topics, then all of them have your support from then onwards, and any amount that you redeem for any reason after that will push those up the board. If you want to support multiple topics in the same message, just do a cheer in the message. Every single topic that you include in a message that has any cheer in it will be added as a topic that you support. My system will try to intelligently detect what the topics are in your message, and it might not always get it right, but it should usually get it right. And if you want to be sure that it's counted it, then explicitly /support it. I'm not sure what you mean, Matthias. Can you be more specific? Okay, let's do a couple more rounds. This is a big one, at least. Pixie 1, sorry, did I not dole out the reward? Did anyone vote for yellow? Yes, you did, Mafaku. You get the points. Your fidelity for my girl Pixie has not been forgotten. Mafaku 1. Congratulations. Anyone else? I don't think so. Let me know if I've missed you, chat. Someone else denounced death. Chat, are we on board with death? Wanted to send the 10k to both 8-Bit Kitty and Thomas Supremacy at the same time. Yeah, you can do that. The redeem field in the /support thing is just for convenience. If you do /support and put 0 in the redeem field, it still adds it as a support. And if you then do 0 for both of them, they're both supported. And then if you redeem by any means, by a cheer, by giving the credit directly to me, or by including it in the /support message, it will add it to all topics that you support. I could maybe change the UI so that's even clearer. The support is meant to be there as a convenience, so that if you want to support just one thing, then you just put it in there, but that also supports everything else that you support. So I maybe could make that clearer, but yeah, Matthias, hopefully that's clear enough. The way it works is just, when you support something, it's supported forever from that point onwards. And then any redeem you do from that point onwards, if you include it in the thing or not, goes towards it. I clearly need to work on the UI design because people who are new to it are having trouble with it. So I tried to make different ways of doing it, but maybe that just makes it more complicated. Spirit, yeah. So Matthias, if you do /support Thomas Supremacy and just put 0 in the field for now, and then /support 8-Bit Kitty and put 0 in the field for now. Or if you've already supported them, it's done. Then if you want to put money towards them, you can put it in a cheer in the normal way that you're used to from the old system. Or put it in the support message for any topic. It'll go towards everything you've supported. Or directly give the user coins to me. It will work the same way. Any of those will work. I guess I'll need to do another pass on making the UI easy to understand, because I think right now there's just too many ways to do the same thing, and it's confusing people. And adding that convenience of having the support in, the amount you can redeem in the support is making it unclear as to how it works. I think it implies it works a certain way when it doesn't. As long as you have supported something, any amount that you send to me by any means will go towards it from that point onwards. And in fact, 30 seconds prior as well. So I think you already support. Go on.
I think a decent amount of the confusion could be remedied by just making it so that whenever you change the functionality of a given command, you also simultaneously make sure that whatever you change the new command to, the old command that does the most similar thing also still functions.
That advice for example, is in contradiction to examples I've seen where people still didn't understand it correctly. I think adding the also redeem field to the support command as a convenience implies that it works a certain way that it doesn't. So I think I should remove that, even though it's a convenience, and maybe bring back the old redeem command instead.
Well,
not sure.
A good example of what I'm talking about. People got very used to being able to just do cheer 0 to figure out what their balance is.
Yeah. I agree I should add that back, because it's people are used to it. Yep. Have been used to it in the past.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll add that back. Yeah, but that is again the
functionality is
the same thing as before, Ginger. It's
functionality is usually a good way of keeping things simple
yes,
for.
But that's the same thing as before. That there's multiple ways to do the same thing, so people get confused. If you want to check your balance, there would then be multiple ways of doing it, much like there is multiple ways of redeeming, which implies the system works a certain way. Matthias, it is by recency. Now the board is sorted by recency, not by rating. So it's by recency of interaction. I think that it is better to do so because it keeps things relevant. And if it's about popularity for the people that are currently here, I think that's what matters most. And I just go by absolute numbers to actually make things happen, which also means that people don't try to denounce their own topics just to get them relatively reordered. So 8-Bit Kitty is well above 5K. So yes, that's enough. Did you just the entire amount? Quite a lot, actually, yeah. Wow, that is a lot. Thank you, Matthias. Very generous. Okay, in that case, 8-Bit, I'm afraid to say it's time once again. Congratulations, 8-Bit. You are now Discord Kitten again. Only 1/6, yes, roughly. Well, 8-Bit, you could always denounce 8-Bit Kitty and then put anything you want towards it and push it back down the board. It needs to be under 5K. So whoever has the highest thing with, let's just do it like that. Let's see if that actually matches the ones that are appropriate. So 8-Bit Kitty, Cabby Kitten is on there as well, but definitely 8-Bit Kitty is the highest of all of those. That's over 5K. So yeah, 8-Bit, you are the kitten, but it would cost 11K to get it back down below 5K. And I think even then, being the highest over 5K moves it to you, but there always has to be one Discord kitten. So you'd have to get something else above it. You could get Cabby above it. If you denounced 8-Bit Kitty, supported Cabby Kitten, and then cheered like just over 11,000, that would do it. But I don't know if you have that much to cheer. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I think now there's technically 2 kittens, so let me find out who the other one is and remove it from them. No, there wasn't actually. I wonder who it was then. It may have been on no one, which is weird. That shouldn't have happened. Okay. I think it may have been Wes and he was banned. Yeah.
Wouldn't it just be absolutely terrible if one of the kitten rolls ended up on Cybersmith?
It could be done. In fact, let me show you. That would be roughly what you want to type. Or Kitten Smith, that would work too. Or Cyber Kitten. I think it would be funny to give it to Cyber Smith, to be honest. All right, chat. We'll do probably our second to last round here. Ready to place your bets? Thank you, Mafak. All right, place your bets for a Hans. And oh, we've lost Cabby immediately. Archie's making some progress. Archie's making good progress, actually. It could be Archie today. Looking good for Archie. He's making brilliant progress. Excellent navigation, Archie. Congratulations, Archie. No one else even came close. Archie, my boy. My lad. My bro, my chum. Congratulations, Archie. Who voted for red? No one. Okay.
That was rather quick.
It was. All right, chat. Let's do one last round. Double winnings. Everyone, voot your horns. And then we'll wrap it up. All right, ready? Will we get another wall violation? Oh, it looked like it was close, but not quite. No. All right, they're going the traditional path. Brown shows making decent progress. Almost into the legs. Dark Cabby first into the legs. Nudge from Brown shows, but leaving immediately. Nashos with a chance here, but leaves immediately. Making it to the feet, each of them, but no further yet. Brown shows has escaped somehow. Oh, Dark Cabby made the same escape, I think. Goodbye, Dark Cabby. Oh. Almost Bartholomew with a chance. Pixie, the furthest so far, made it to the knee. Now entering the taint hole. But not quite. Bounced out. Bartholomew maybe... Nope. He's missed as well. Pixie another chance at the taint hole. Could it be there? Archie with a chance as well. Maybe nudge Pixie through. Pixie makes it through the taint hole into the chode. The circle has entered and has begun closing in. Anyone's game. Pixie and Archie, the only two beyond the taint hole. Which one of them will make it through, or will another be pushed straight through a wall into victory? Archie making his way into the prostate, and there he is! It's Archie! Once again, didn't even need the circle, but the others almost won through the circle anyway. Congratulations, Archie! No one voted for Archie! No one gets a damn thing! Ladies and gentlemen, you know what this means? You know what this means for nachos? Glue hat time. Not in America Day, says Nachos chat. Press 1 if too bad. And press 2 if you want to have mercy on Nachos. You'd like to let her not wear the glue hat just because it's her country's birthday. Glue chode.
So it is inherently just a bit unfair to only do 3 races, and if no wins occur for Nachos within those 3 races, she gets the glue hat.
Ginger, it is entirely self-imposed. No one is forcing her to do this. I guess don't tell her that. She's under the impression that we are forcing her, I guess. Well, chat, we have winners, but no one won the double round. So let me dole out the winnings. So give to Seraph 100 note horse bouncing. 100, yes. Give Mal Catillo 100 horse bouncing. Give Matthias 100 horse bouncing. Is that the right Matthias? I think so. Yes, that's the right one. And give finally Faku. Congratulations, you 4. You've all been given your winnings. That will be it for now, and that is the end of the stream. I don't think so, Matthias. They appeared offline, so I figured it might not be you, but I think it was. Okay. All the Mochas should get coins for the day. 250 of them, says Nachos. It would be very difficult to discern who is an American. Hey, who would like to claim to be an American and get free 250 coins? Maybe after the stream, we'll figure something out. They need the flag, says Nachos. Maybe. Not worth it. Does no one? Fair enough. Okay. Thank you, chat, for watching. It's been a fun stream and a fun day. 5.5 hours. Well worth it. You've all been great company. I will see you all in Pit 1 shortly after the stream. Happy birthday to America. And I shall see you again tomorrow, hopefully, if you'll join us for the stream with Aiden. Good night, everyone.